Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And I got to center myself in the frame. How are we doing today, chat? I'm hoping beyond hope. Hoping beyond hope that the internet holds up tonight. We have the tech coming to my house in the morning. But what I have heard from the children is I had errands to run with some of the children. Some of the children were home utilizing the internet, and they said it was great all night long. So we're going to ruin that. That's over. We're done with good internet. I already know how this goes. I say, oh yeah, no, everything's been fine. It will screw up. So we're going to try it. If it's too bad, guys, I'll just quit. I'll quit in a rage. In a rage, I'll threaten politicians, celebrities, doctors, and nuns. Ms. Ellie Fant says, get Starlink. Ellie, don't make me dress you down. Don't make me do that. Just kidding. It's actually on the menu. Last I had checked a while back, Starlink was not available in my area. Last time I bitched about it, someone else checked and said Starlink was available in my area, and I chose to ignore them because don't you dare tell me how to live. I actually just didn't remember that, and I didn't check myself. And turns out Starlink is available. Starlink is expensive for what you get, but a reliable failover is probably worth it. So I've been resistant to it. Spectrum has actually been really good to me for the past several years. Since moving to this house, service here has been pretty damn good and pretty damn consistent. When it fucks up, it's noticeable. Like that tells you that the other times it's doing okay. That's not true, but it is true in my case. It's not automatically true. It is true in my case. So that being said, though, I don't give it, like I'm not married to Spectrum or anything. I don't care. And I'm not ditching it. The service is generally good. I just need a failover service, and there really aren't good alternatives. Starlink being out here gives me something to try. So we'll have to see. I don't know. But you know, like the Starlink thing that I need, it's $120 a month. So it's a bit pricey. But it's not like the most expensive thing either. There's way worse internet out there. Don't get me wrong. I'm waiting for fiber. I'm like, I'll do hand jobs. I might have to upgrade. I thought hand jobs would do it, but I'm waiting for fiber. And I've been hoping that fiber would come to the area faster, but you know, we're at the mercy of these telecoms for so many things. This doesn't matter. So far, so stable. So far, so stable. Fletcher Boy, if I had access to any fiber at all, I would have it. I would have a fiber-heavy diet. There isn't any in my area. People often just don't realize I live in a town of, less than 2,000 people is the town that I actually live outside of that town. I'm in the rural area around that town. And the closest biggest city is all the way up to 15,000 people. Although probably about 13,000 people now that ICE came through. So like This is not the whole county that I live in is under 50,000 people. And so like there's just not a lot of options of anything at all. It's one of the things I really like my property. Everything else about this area, I don't really care for. It's beautiful, but there's not a lot to do. There's not a lot to eat. And there's, like things like really, really cutting edge internet would be nice. And they just don't have it. Michael W. Nick's on the spectrum. Confirmed. That's true, I guess. Mama Bear Leah. Nick, play Megan our casserole song. Play Megan the casserole song. I think she's heard it, hasn't she? Megan, haven't you heard the casserole song? She has. She has. That's not for the beginning of the stream. That might be for later in the stream. Kelly Official says, Nick, you are not getting fiber optics anytime soon. That's not entirely true. Minnesota often does these rural broadband projects, and a ton of communities like 30 to 50 miles away actually have really good fiber, sometimes even surpassing fiber that you find in the metro areas. It's crazy. They get this special federal grant. They run fiber out in a partnership with some company, probably some fiber startup. I don't know. Who cares? They haven't done it to my house, and I want them to, but they haven't. What is up, Brenda Velasquez? Hey, welcome. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Ms. Peachy Keen says, looking sharp, Nick. Miss Peachy Keen, thank you. Thank you. And I got to tell you, you have a consistent look that is enviable. Every time I pull up your messages, every single time, you look so consistent. And I love it. The red hair, the part is on point, and it's like that every time. You got a nice little rouge action going on at least it might be a shadow effect. It might be rouge that you put on. I don't know. On the cheekbones, really accentuating them. It's really nice. I can't quite see. It looks like an orange. Is that an orange hoodie? You're always wearing the same stuff. You always have the same hairstyle. It's amazing. Very consistent. I gotta compliment that consistency. BobTube TV says you're married. Am I married? Oh my goodness. I didn't know. Guys, I can no longer comment on hair. I can no longer comment on makeup, and I can no longer comment on hoodies. Nick Couch says it's the same pic. Oh, I thought she just had nailed the same pose every single time. I thought that was I thought it snapshotted you every time you sent a message in chat. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, we are here for a purpose. We are here for a purpose. Okay, Miss Divine says, oh my God, congrats on the noodles. Thank you. Thank you. I'm finally trying to, I'm glad people are finally noticing. Did your daughter's dye job work out in the end? Okay, don't tell her. Yes. Yes, it looks fine. She doesn't like it, though. She sees something that I don't. She sees some remnants of the color and stuff. She wanted me to keep doing more stuff. And I'm like, you're going to have to you're going to have to pause this a little bit, let your hair heal and recover. I know people who have fried out their hair or who have even, had it break and fall out and stuff. I'm not keen on letting her do that. My experience with young teenage attitudes is this, they have an idea in their head and it kind of gets locked in there for a little bit until it's gone. And then one day it's gone and it's just good and they don't care anymore. And I think that day is coming. I don't think it's that long. I've learned with her, if I weather whatever storm that she has in a moment, usually I just ignore what she's saying for a little bit. Cause I think what happens is, I think this happens to everybody in some way or another, and people respond differently. Some of those responses are socially acceptable. Some of those responses aren't. And the reasons they aren't are really, really complicated. And this is a topic that's better reserved for like a parenting discussion, but I think it's a good one, honestly, because all five of my kids have different, they're different characters, each one. The older three are more developed into who, their own person that is very unique and starting to resemble an adult. I mean, obviously my oldest son is 18. He's an adult. But the older three all have very distinct personalities. The younger two are developing them, but they're not quite rounded out. I don't know where they're going to go. But dealing with each of them, I've started to learn, like, there is no one-way approach to it. And it's something you can say. It's something you can say and say that you understand. But conceptualizing it and putting it into practice is really different. I mean, for example, some of my kids have a very cordial, very friendly relationship with me. You heard one of them, right? You heard her. And she and I have a very similar sense of humor and stuff like that. Sometimes she says shit to me that when I was a kid would get a serious reprimand. And if you're at the wrong person's house, their parents would beat them. My parents were not physical like that. But you'd get a serious reprimand for sometimes the way, she might fire back at me when she's... But I've learned something. I've learned that a lot of times when that's happening, she's overwhelmed. She's overwhelmed. And, our family has several people with ADHD in it. I don't know if she does or not. She's not diagnosed, but she might. Who knows? Several people with ADHD. And you learn that, like, sometimes a lot of stimulus can shut someone down. Well, people who have a little bit of a different personality type, maybe extroverts, when they're overwhelmed, they get louder. They don't get quiet. They don't shut down. They get loud. They have trouble functioning still. They might be lashing out at people. So I've learned that I don't actually care if she lashes out at me in anger in a time when she's overwhelmed. So, like, she might tell me, like, hey, shut up or something like that. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't really know why I would. And so if I can just, like, get through that moment with her, then, like, probably 10 minutes later, she's like, hey, Dad, I'm sorry. I'm like, I get it, girl. Like, you have to figure that out. You're going to have to figure that out for other people. That's not acceptable to do to people in public. That's not acceptable to do to people at a workplace, or school or whatever. But she doesn't really do that there. I think it's, she's got a safety with me. She knows that that's going to be okay. And it's like a pop valve, like she can blast off a bunch of steam and I'm going to go, well, at least you didn't say anything racist. Just kidding. She always does. But like, I can let that happen and it's not a big deal. I don't know why we're talking parenting. We're talking about Kurt today. We've got Yawa Top says, I broke wind on someone. Is that assault? That's actually an interesting question. It depends on how the statute is written in each state. Okay, so a battery is to actually make something come into contact with someone else. However, some states have written their battery laws to allow for things like, anything that can cause some sort of unwanted discomfort or even damage. So like a loud air horn or something like that, even though it's not actually hitting you, the sound wave that it's producing can cause damage to an eardrum or something if it's at close range, and that damage can be very serious. I guess it depends on how many burritos you've had today, and that, that's going to impact the legality of your fart. I don't know why we're talking about that, but we are. Okay. So the StreamYard chat is broken, which is nice. But I still have the YouTube chat. I still have the Rumble chat, which I'm pulling up right now. guys, we do have, I'll need to make a little post about it, or a little comment. We do have plenty in stock. Super tips are available, as are super chats and Rumble rants. One thing someone had asked me to do, Debbie Baker had asked me a long time ago, hey, what's your Cash App? And I was like, oh, I'll have to make one. It turns out I already had one. So if you're interested in sending something via Cash App, you certainly can. I'm not here to stop you. And it will work, and I will try and monitor it. The Cash App is just $Ricada Law. Like everything else that's associated with me, if you're looking for me on some platform, pretty much Ricada Law is the way. Is the way, brothers. So you can Cash App if you want. MLS has to. MLS has to Cash App me. Yawatop says, thank you. Are you for hire? No, I'm suspended, brother. I'm currently suspended for not completing my CLEs, continuing legal educations. I was busy curled up on a bed, thinking dark and depressing thoughts that we don't need to get into. But I didn't keep up with those. They're on my short list to do. I've been getting other things kind of locked into place, and we'll get there. We'll get there. All right, this one came in yesterday, and I somehow didn't see it. I don't know. I didn't see it today either. I don't know if I needed to refresh something, but my internet was fucked up, so who knows? So we do have this super tip here. Success in the 80s. 30 hours of salaried, unpaid overtime this week, and HR says I'm behind on continuing education. Of course you are. We all are. We all are. Let's see. MLS says, Nick, were you wrong? I heard you were, but I don't know the context. I'm sure I was. I'm sure I was wrong. I'm not sure where, but I'm sure I was wrong. That has happened. That is true. I know this. I know I was wrong on tariffs, even though I oppose tariffs. I'm a globalist monster when it comes to economic interactions. I'm not a big fan of tariffs. I never have been. But, the government puts tariffs on stuff. What am I going to do? We talk about it from a legal perspective. There's a huge tariff decision today coming out of the Supreme Court, and everybody believes that Trump is no longer able to do tariffs. And if that's what they believe, they have not been listening to the only person they should be listening to in the world, which is me. Power is not about what some group of judges say you can do. Power is about what you do. And Trump is a guy who operates on power. I'm not saying this is good. It just is. So immediately after the decision, I say immediately, within several hours of the decision from the Supreme Court saying that Trump is not able to make tariffs under the statute that he used, Trump said, all right, we're going to keep the same tariffs. We'll move them around, a little bit of a different statute. And in fact, we're going 10% higher, global tariffs, 10% all the way. So Trump is now doubled down on keeping all existing tariffs. He used an emergency environmental tariff act or something like that. I can't remember the exact act. It doesn't matter. From 1974 for these initial tariffs. He's changed that around and moved it to at least either different statute or different sections within the same statute where he's not relying on the emergency powers. I think we've got an issue. I haven't read the entire 170 pages, and I don't know that I'm going to, but I have a great idea for not this live stream, but the next live stream that we do that's not a member stream. We're going to tackle the tariff decision. We're going to I think we can use AI and have some good fun with it. I have a great idea on how to summarize what happened using AI. And then also, I'll try and get like a good summary put together, at least up here. So if AI is wrong on stuff, I can let you know. But there's some, I have not had time to read this whole thing. And who does? But I do have the intention of talking about it. And we may have a special guest coming on to talk about it. I think a good dude to bring on might be Ryan Mullally, if he's interested in this topic. I think he might be, because he sent me a message about it. Hashtag doxed. Hashtag what were you thinking? He sent me a message about it. And so it might be a good topic. He and I have been trying to figure out, like, what are we going to talk about? What are we going to do here before we rub beards or whatever? So he's pretty cool. He's been practicing law for a long time. He's argued basically at every level of every court, including he's delivered oral to the Supreme Court himself, which that's 9 people. That's a lot of oral. That's really tiring. Kenzie Wills, we're working on lips still. I need to get back in contact with them. Entirely my fault. But I think I can get back in contact with them. I really do want to do an interview with them. I think people might be expecting something different than what I'm planning on delivering. I think people, if they think I'm going to bring Leslie and Michael on here and just make fun of them, I'm not going to do that. I've never, ever set up a show where I invite someone on for the purpose of making fun of them. They may end up getting made fun of. That like, not them. I mean, the other people I've invited, like Duncan McLeod and shit like that. But that's on them. Eric July, that's on the Tonka Saw. That was on them. That was their choices, their answers. Those people chose to engage that way, and that's what they got. Shane the Shoe Eater. Very legendary Shane the Shoe Eater. Speaking of legends, my man Andrew Bronca says, are only gay people not compliant with CLE allowed to super chat here? Wait, yes, which means you are gay and not compliant with CLE, but we still love you here, Andrew. Like, I'm glad that you're finally out on that one. Richard Head says, is Karmic in trouble? All his content is gone. Karmic is being very dramatic, in my opinion. All of his content's gone. Karmic kind of went off the fucking handle. Karmic went out of pocket on some people. And so it's entirely possible that his channel got taken down for bullying and harassment today. Entirely possible. Do you know how hard it is? So like when you have a normal-ish person. Lady Rackets. I'm trying to explain Karmic to her so many times I have tried to explain Karmic to her. And I see this. People in court says, I've been away too long. No idea who that is. You don't need to know. Karmic is not part of this channel. It's just another streamer. He happens to be from Minnesota. I find him interesting. Trying to explain that you like this person, even though you see them doing retarded stuff. Like I see him. I like Karmic. And Karmic takes it all as an insult. Like, I'm not insulting you. I'm not insulting you by calling you a sub. Like, I know that you have a little bit of a BDSM tendency. You told me, not me, you told the world about it. You bought that mask. You were super into it. You said it was the best thing ever. That was a submissive mask. I think you even said that. And you said, of all the masks you've ever worn, that was the one that just fit the contours of your face so well. So I know you're a sub. And you need to you don't have to, you could keep flexing and being manly or whatever. Like, it's cool. I'll let you. Karmic needs a Dami daddy, I think, but he probably thinks a Dami mommy because he probably thinks being gay is not okay. And he's going to probably have to get over that at some point in his life, but not now. I'm not here to do that for him. And I'm not into that at all. I think he should find someone else who is a dom daddy for him. That being said, that's not an insult. That's a recognition of what he has clearly displayed is his preferences. I mean, we watched him sit and get humiliated for 40 minutes, smiling the entire time. Guy is a sub and he's into some sort of humiliation play. I don't I don't think humiliation stuff is cool. I don't like it, but you know, I don't care what other people do. But he thinks I'm insulting him when I'm saying that. No, brother, I'm just laying out facts, like obvious facts that you have you've dropped the breadcrumbs all over it. I think Felicia's a poor stand-in for what you need, but like, you'll find him somewhere. Pooh and Tigger's mom sent a super, not Pooh and Tigger's. Pooh and Tigger's mom sent a $20 super sticker. Thank you so much. I love the pink hair in the super sticker. That's not yours, I don't think, because it was illustrated. Here we go.
Skip the preamble. Get with the Kurt stuff. I wrote you a haiku. Tiny Kurt stands proud. Micro whispers in the wind. Still calls it the Kurt. Your internet could die at any moment.
That's a good point. This internet could be dead at any moment. And with that, I'll take your advice. We're going to call that a micropene. That was a subtle one, but it was there. It was there. So, all right. Look, guys, it is we're going into the weekend. As I just get these last couple things here, we are going into the weekend. Member-only shows are coming. We probably would have had one tonight if the daytime show had worked out, but that it didn't. So who cares? There will be a members-only show either tomorrow or Sunday. Hopefully, maybe both. Maybe both we can do, because we got some stuff to talk about and some fun to have. But look, if you're looking to bring yourself or other people onto this, to get your members in the chat, like, go ahead and you can do it today. You can do it tomorrow. You can do it whenever, but you should actually do it often. Tracy Z. Collins says, that's how we explain you to our people. What's hard? I am. Speaking of hard, Richard Head gifting 5 memberships, kicking the gates open and spraying himself all over the place. Thank you, Richard Head, for doing that. And Fletcher Boy coming in faithfully with 5 more gifted memberships. We're starting this show off with 10 members. And, you know, there's always room for more. We still have too many Caucasian names in the further distracting you from Kurt. You can't do that. You can't do that to me. We always have room for less Caucasian. We want to get rid of the Caucasian names and bring everybody into greenity. But that's how we're going. Lynn Ross says you should look at Lynut's bankruptcy lawyer. Yes, I want to talk about Lynut's bankruptcy and Laura Owens' bankruptcy. Both of them very, very interesting. Plus, Corey Riken's trial starts on the 23rd, which is Monday. A lot of people have asked me to cover that. And I'm thinking I might be able to. Here's my plan. I'm going to start covering the Corey Riken's trial. We'll give it a minute. If it sucks, I'm out. If it sucks, I'm out. Like, if you guys don't like it and I don't like it, if both of those are happening, I'm out. If it's interesting and it pulls us in, we're good. Let's go. Let's do it. So, Alpha or Aloha from Kansas says, so I've been concerned over Nick's obsession of Kurt. Oh, I'm not obsessed with Kurt. We just have fun. It's fun talking about what his antics are. All right, speaking of those antics, let's get to this thing that we've been trying to cover now for a little bit. Not that one. This one. No, where the fuck is it? No. Oh, it's hiding. It's hiding right now. So you know that thing where you like use your scroll wheel and well, I mean, I have this. You use your scroll wheel and it like goes too far either way. Richens, Corey Richens. Thank you, Miss Peachy Keen, for helping me out with that. That is much, much appreciated. Is Karmic's channel gone? or just his content. This isn't important. Here we go. Here we go. We've got this. This is right where I left off. Although, guys, I'm going to go back about, what was that?
To Uncivil Law. I hope you're having a great day.
I didn't want to go all the way back. I wanted to go, I know where we were. We're going to go just back about a minute. Just back about a minute to get a refresher from where we are. Anonymous says, subtle, but it was there. The definition of a that's one. I know it. I know what you're talking about there. I do speak this language. So we do have that. The banner today, of course, as always, brought to you by Kurt's Dating Advice, Cosmetology, and Chicken Shop, your one-stop shop for all of your needs. Dating advice, cosmetology, and chicken shop. Get looking pretty, get advice on what to do when it's noticed, and get advice and supplies on what to do when you bring it home. Pound that chicken so you can pound that chicken. Kurt's Dating Advice, Cosmetology, and Chicken Shop, your one-stop shop for all your dating and poultry needs. Here we go. We've got...
My nigga, his name is Richard Head, sharing his member.
I know.
Also sorry about your shitty internet. Have you considered purchasing an Aris modem? They are super stable. I used to speed run. It's really good.
I don't know what an Aris modem is. No, so in this instance, something has been messed up outside, I believe outside of my property even, at one of the, I think it's called a downstream node or something like that. But basically they have these router boxes, where the cables break off and go to individual houses. And I assume it's somewhere up from my house on that, because they kept talking about like resetting my equipment and stuff, and that wasn't fixing the problem. The problem would be rectified for just a few minutes and the same thing would happen. And they kept saying the signal is stuck. Like they had me turn off the modem and they're like, the signal is still stuck. I'm like, my modem's off. Like you can't send a signal into my house, I don't think, with the modem off, but maybe you can. I don't know how any of this works. Do I look Indian? I'm not. But yeah, what do you mean the internet is stuck? That was the weirdest thing. Okay, so we're back to this. Yes, we're reviewing Kurt. We're not reviewing Kurt's lawsuit quite. Brooks was here. We're reviewing Kurt's review of Kurt's lawsuit. It's a little more meta. It's a little more insane. It's a little bit, funnier that way. Like, because I could pull up the documents and read them. And be like, okay, here's blah, blah, blah. Oh, this is wild, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to hear Kurt's thing. I want to hear how Kurt thinks about it. So guys, are you ready for another 10 minutes delay? Thank you, Holly Movie Star. I'm going to talk about your super chat for 10 minutes because of Ice Dancer. Are you fiber optic or cable? We're on good old coax. They don't offer fiber in my area yet. I'm just kidding on that. We're doing it. We're going to Kurt here. Let's see where we left off.
What I just said, because that's usually a good thing to do. Rule 12F permits the court to strike from a pleading any redundant.
Energy King is trying to spoil the later parts of the show. He says, unironic Kurt W. Is it though? Ironic Nick L. I don't think you understand irony. If I had to guess, you don't seem to have a grip on it.
Again, let's get on with it. Another haiku pale as winter moon. Kurt's tiny pride hides in shame. Blush refuses him. Cheers, mate. Love. Yeah.
I like it. I like it. There we go. Here we are. Let's see. Okay. All right. Now, without further ado.
Material, impertinent, or scandalous matter. Motions to strike are generally disfavored. which is true. You got to accurately state the law, you know? It's
Okay, so Kurt is talking about his. So what happened here was Kurt read us his complaint and told us how great it was. And then he just brought the answer in his document to this very specific spot, which is the counterclaims. He kind of ignored the rest of the answer. Now, the answer documents are usually pretty boring. You know, upon information and belief, this much of the answer to the question you asked, and then deny everything else. Okay. I don't know what's in the answer document. He didn't really want to tell it. Once he did that, though, he's like, okay, want to talk about my strategy? The thing that he said earlier that he wasn't going to do. He's like, want to talk about my strategy. And importantly, Kurt had a hearing on this yesterday. So there's a real update that we'll do at the end of this video. Speaking of updates, Rachel. It's just Rachel, right? Rachel Hume says, Nick, how dare you drink that ice drink? You're the only person I know who is a fellow Propel drinker. Oh, I still am. I'm still a fellow Propel drinker. I don't have any Propel in my house right now. But I think Propel is one of the most delicious and refreshing. Like, it's not as juicy as Gatorade. It's kind of like a water. I don't know. It's clear. I think that's my only reason for believing that, but it's delicious. I love it. Jay-Z Music Man, you cranked up the heat on Kurt after he protesting talking about him or using his voice. I think no obsession necessary. Unironicalisticity. Okay. I agree with you, good sir. Thank you for your assistance. Yeah, that's right. I do forget that saga and that he's like, he sent a letter to Super Tips to take, like, no, you can't have my voice on Super Tips. I think we might be changing that pretty soon. Pretty soon here. Pretty soon. Okay, let's go. Back to this. So, Kurt only showed us the counterclaims. He didn't go through the answer, but answers tend to be boring. They probably just answered basically, yes to factual information or identifying information, and then no to everything else. And then they, raised the affirmative defenses, all the affirmative defenses they could think of, and just hammered them out in the end of the document and say, we raise all of these affirmative defenses. And then they'll choose which ones they actually want to do and brief them. But the rules are really dumb in how they do this, and they require you to at least name your affirmative defenses when you answer for most of them. And I'm not sure why that's still a thing. I think maybe they should just give you a time frame. Technically that is a time frame, but they don't actually require you to flesh it out or brief those affirmative defenses when you answer. You just have to preserve them by naming them. And if you don't name them, you literally lose them. I think that's a dumb system myself, but hey, what do you do?
Propel grape and kiwi are goated. Fuck that berry flavor BS. Pure degenerates like the blackberry flavor.
I like watermelon. You know why. Let's go. So here we are.
Like, you got to make sure the court knows that you know.
Oh, yeah. So Kurt has filed a motion to dismiss the counterclaims, and he's filed a motion to strike any mention of the counterclaim information from the pleading. I believe. So he used Rule 12b-6, and he used Rule 12f, which is a motion to strike. 12b-6 is interesting because I think he should have just attacked statute of limitations, although maybe 12b-6 covers statute of limitations. I don't really remember, and I don't feel like looking it up right now if there's a separate motion for statute of limitations. I mean, you would invoke the statute, but 12b-6, I guess, would encompass the statute of limitations claim. But that was one of the issues. And this is what makes this case so crazy, right? The guy stole all this stuff so long ago that counterpunching him is outside the statute of limitations. That's insane. It's just crazy. He's like, no, I stole it too long ago. You can't have it back, which is very fucking funny.
You're not trying to pull one over on them. So I know they're disfavored, so I've got to tell the court that. It's like, yes, I know they're disfavored. I'm going to try to tell you why you should do it anyway, but I'm going to tell you it's disfavored.
The court isn't telling you it's disfavored, Kurt. Like they just like some other court told you it's disfavored. You don't have to talk to them. You have to be like, I know you're telling me this. They're not.
And then I'm going to try to tell you why I do it because, it doesn't hurt to be honest about the standards. It doesn't.
What's going on here? What is happening here? What's going on with this rising up over that ear? What's it over? What is it over here? His ear is way down here. What the hell? What is this? What's it doing? I mean, I know he's got some shag here. Is that like over? Is it that deeply overlaying the top of the ear that this is over it? I don't know. I don't get these glasses. Like if they're blue light glasses or something like that, why are they so tiny? Oh, wait, he has a huge head. But like, I've seen some big glasses. Go buy like women's driving glasses or whatever. There are huge glasses out there. I don't know why Kurt can't find any that fit his face. Like these things are so little.
It hurts to be honest and be like, here's why you should do it anyway, right? So yes, it is disfavored. However,
J Chaotic 69 says, is it settled fact that he stole those tools initially? What do you mean by settled fact? This is a question. This is one of the things that Kurt's kind of focusing on. He's like, well, we haven't had a judicial determination that the property belongs to someone else. We haven't had that judicial determination that the property belongs to someone else. If that's what you need for a settled fact, then no. Now, most property disputes don't have to have a judicial determination to determine like whose it is. You don't need it like there are other ways to do this, but let's just logically go through this for just a second. This is an employee of the company Snap-on Tools. This is not like the owner or an executive. This is an employee of Snap-on Tools. Snap-on Tools make these big like fucking tool kits that go in garages, like auto garages. They have big giant caster wheels that are really nice and reinforced because of a heavy fucking steel box. And they have these very nice drawers that allow you to lay out tools and organize them. And they have a nice place that they'll sit. They won't just rattle around in like a shitty drawer. These things cost thousands of dollars. About $7,000 for the cheap one, according to the lawsuit. Now, this employee had $300,000 worth of Snap-on tools, like new ones in boxes. That's what they got. I don't know if Robin Hood is talking to me, but you're immediately becoming my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. Even if you're talking to someone else and saying they look good, I'll take it. I will take that for them. I'm happy to jump in front of that bullet. Miss Peachy Keen says, I got a big ass one in my garage. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. Now, Miss Peachy Keen, the thing I have to ask you is, do you have 35 of them? Because that's what we're talking about. And I think it's hard for people to visualize or conceptualize what's going on here. This guy doesn't have a set of Snap-on tools. My girl has like 25 plus sets of these things. He's got just a shitload of them. He's allegedly selling them illegally without permission from the company out of his garage. That's the situation we're in. So when someone says, is it an established fact that they're not his? If a McDonald's employee had $15,000 worth of, Happy Meals sitting in their garage, you might wonder. Now, it's possible that they walked in and dropped 15 G's and got $15,000 worth of Happy Meals. It is possible that happened. when the owner of the company says they're, those are stolen, you kind of go, well, if they were 300 grand, you'd think there'd be a receipt for the purchase of them. Like he'd be able to be like, oh yeah, no, I can prove that I bought these. I bought them wholesale. I was thinking about starting my own franchise or something. That would maybe be a good explanation, but you didn't. I'm not aware of that happening. Now, we don't know how those things got into the house, but what we do seem to know is that the owner believed that they were held over longer than they should be there. Whether maybe there was permission at some point for him to take them to his house and store them. That's possible. And then the owner or his boss or whatever is like, no, we're not going to do that. Maybe that's it. I don't know. We don't have the full details on this. Let's see. Energy King says, so he's guilty until he proves he's innocent. No, he's not guilty. That's the thing here. He was not criminally charged. They did the search. They did the seizure. They had probable cause. They got a warrant. After an investigation, they did the search. They did the seizure. And when it came down to charging him, they said, we don't know that we can win this case. Now, I don't know why. There can be all sorts of reasons why. Like I said, maybe his boss had kind of, I won't say conspired, maybe worked with him and said, hey, we're going to store some of these things in your place for a little bit if that's okay. And then he asked for them back. And the guy's like, no, these are mine now. Like that could be something that happened. I don't know. I don't know the factual scenario around it. Kurt hasn't told me, and I only listen to Kurt. So who knows how that happened? I don't know. But he is not guilty. He was not actually criminally. He may have been criminally charged. He was criminally charged, but they voluntarily dismissed the case. They said, we don't have enough evidence to prosecute. Maybe they lost a witness. Who knows? Maybe one of their witnesses has a huge credibility problem. Things like that come up and make prosecution really difficult in some cases for very lucky criminals. That's something happened in this case where the prosecutor's like, we're out, and they withdrew it. So he's not technically convicted. He's not guilty until proven innocent. The thrust of this case is that after that, the cops returned the products to the rightful owner rather than Kurt's client. Not being prosecuted for theft doesn't mean your ass wasn't stealing. This is crazy. Crazy to me.
I'm just stuck on the DA not prosecuting for possession of stolen property. I kind of want to know why.
I really want to know why, but that's the type of thing that we'll probably never know. I mean, it's possible that it could come up in the discovery file or something and become a part of this case, but I think it's unlikely. I don't think we'll ever find out. But for whatever reason, they became doubtful of their case. It's really important to note that prosecutors doubtful of whether or not they can win doesn't necessarily mean the prosecutor is doubtful that a crime occurred and the person did it. They just might not have the tools in the bag to finish that prosecution. VSync says, having a crap week and day. Really glad to see you on. Always makes my day and night. Well, glad to be here for you, VSync. Happy to do that and provide that little bit of relief for you after a long week. So here we go. All right. And we have the other lawyer, Nate. What's up, brother? Good to see you back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. People should try and get the other lawyer Nate a membership on this channel. I don't know how you can do that, but you should try. He says, in most states, that is a requirement to prevail on a conversion claim. He will have to prove ownership and unlawful possession by another. Now, the other lawyer, Nate, I don't know what Grimm was saying that he's responding to specifically, but importantly, this case, we'll have to talk about the conversion claim. That was in the counterclaim. That was the counterclaim. This guy is doing deprivation of rights. Although I do think they allege theft and conversion of 2 items in addition to what else was going on. But we'll have to see. Mike Milichek. Ha! Nick, can I have a toast to my friend? that passed from cancer today. Why does that start with a ha, brother? That's that was not the tone I was, or that not the news I was expecting from the ha that started it, but I got it. People communicate differently. He was a good friend to me and a friend of my parents. I owe him so much just being a friend of my parents. He was a man of faith. May he be with God. Why do you need me to do a toast, man? That was beautiful. But I will, of course. Of course. But like that was really nice. To Mike Milichek's friend. He didn't send his name. We don't need to know it. He's passed with cancer today. Not passed from cancer. He passed with it. He brought it with him. He fought it to a stalemate. He took it to the sky, man. It's over for cancer, for that one. That unique blend of broken cells and DNA growing inside of him. It's over. He's free from pain. He's free from medication. He's free from treatments. He's free from expectations and fears. And he brings it with him to be perfected in the afterlife, to have his body cleansed, purified, and brought back to its state. May his journey home be inspirational rather than sad. And may those who loved him miss him dearly, but remember him fondly. Cheers, brother. Grifty says, when you have a Snap-on truck, you technically buy all the tools on the truck and then customers buy them from you. If truck owner was storing product in garage and abandoned, it could explain this. It could, but I don't know. Again, don't take my speculation as having any value at all. I have no idea. Kurt hasn't told me. And I don't think Kurt wants to let that out. And that's not a bad thing on Kurt. That's the right thing to his client. Kurt, in my opinion, should be minimizing his talking about this. In general, that's my opinion. He's not doing anything wrong. Okay. All right. But I do think if Kurt said, yeah, my client stole a bunch of stuff. Like, I think if he used the words of my client took stuff that wasn't his, stole a bunch of stuff previously, I think he'd be running some risks there. And I don't think he's going to do it. Kurt, for whatever Kurt is, he does seem to act ethically as far as I can tell in this representation so far. But who knows? But I don't expect Kurt to act unethically. I expect Kurt to act inhumanly. That might be awesome. Like, he might kick the shit out of everybody. I don't know if that's going to happen. I'm really interested in it. We'll see. Aloha from Kansas says, Dear Law Pope, can you help me quit smoking? Yes. Oh, I don't know if you were expecting something else. I can. It depends what you want to invest in it. All right, back to this.
However, scandalous allegations, those that improperly cast a derogatory light on a party or person, are an exception. Courts have more latitude to strike such material in order to uphold the dignity of the proceeding.
So Kurt wants to strike any notion that his client's a fucking thief. Of course he'll want to do that. Right now this is all happening before a judge, but presumably this could go before a jury. And if it does go before a jury, he definitely doesn't want his client to look like a guy who stole a bunch of stuff and then got mad when it got sent back to the guy who it belonged to. Anonymous says it was the sweltering summer of 2002. And Kurt said to me, boy, Opie and Anthony are dead. Now I'm going to stretch your holes. And he did. That's the same plot from Strawberry Wine by Dina Carter, and you know it.
This is a haiku for your tie silk shirts. Catch the light. Nick struts in rainbow sequins. Flamboyance on fleek, and dear God, what's going on with Kurt's bloody pale ass skin and micro peen?
I think all the capillaries and blood are somewhere else, man. I think that's the main thing with that. That is 4 micropeens, all broad and thoughtful and or artistic posts tonight, which is something. Keith Peavyhouse, my fast forward button isn't working. I'm breathlessly waiting to hear more of Kurt's melodic voice. Here we go.
Scandalous matter is that which casts an improperly casts a derogatory light on someone, and typically includes allegations that unnecessarily reflect on a party's moral character or use repulsive language. If the offending allegations are irrelevant to issues and may prejudice one of the parties, the court may strike to avoid distraction or harm. The court
do we know how this client and Kurt found each other? You know, in my head canon, it's Grindr. I don't have anything to back that up. It's not an actual allegation. It's in my head canon that way, though. So I think that's it. Ryland Poole says the grift is sure. This grift is sure to be a winner. We will find out about all the winning after it's all over. He'll tell us more when it's all over. He'll tell us. Thank you, Ryland Poole.
Possesses considerable discretion in deciding Rule 12F. So it's like, this is a matter of discretion. And then I cite some case law that, basically helps me. See FDIC, scandalous accusations should be removed when they have no bearing on the case merits. Americans in. Striking extraneous allegations serve only to impugn a party's character. Murray. Striking allegations that defendant bought off a witness, right? So I cite some cases that, stand for this proposition. In evaluating the motion.
That was rude. He just had that. I hate that thing in your throat. I hate when you get something lodged back there. It's like, no, I'm done. And it just hangs out and messes with your vocal cords.
In the strike, the court should determine whether.
There's another one right there. Oh my God.
That defendant bought off a witness, right? So I cite some cases that, stand for this proposition. In evaluating the motion to strike, the court should determine.
Oh man, these are like, I'm not, this doesn't mean anything. This is just silliness. How fucking frustrating it is as a streamer when you're like, motion to strike. Poor Kurt. I feel bad for him on that one. Gumi Zoa Proto 1 says, hi, Nick. Zaza Warrior here. You look fly as a buy. Oh, thanks. I'll take it. What the fuck's what's Zaza Warrior? Is it, am I missing something?
Where the challenge allegations are irrelevant to the claim or defense and where their presence would be prejudicial. If so, striking.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Is Kurt going through puberty? We talked about this before. No. I forgot. Yes. Kurt's body is trying to force puberty through the fat. That is something we talked about, and it squeaks out in moments. That's a real thing. We've covered it. It's scientific, it's religious, and it's political.
Is warranted to streamline proceedings and prevent abuse of judicial process. If the challenge allegation does not pertain to legal claims or defense, it merely serves to smear a party's character. For example, accusing a client of lying to counsel or operating a legal business unrelated to dispute, the courts will strike it. Allegations that improperly cast a derogatory light on the party without factual connection to the case are exactly the sort of scandalous matter that 12F is meant to address. And then I see, for example, another case which vaguely speaks to this proposition. Right, so try to cite some relevant authority that's at least partially on point.
Thank you.
When you see like
that.
a C, it means the case is not quite as on point as you would otherwise want. So it's just like a matter of form. If you cite it directly, it means this case is like directly on point.
Right,
if you say C, it's more, how would you say?
It stands for a principle rather than just having a quotation. Just say it that way. When you're directly citing a case, it follows a quotation from that case. And then you might put in parentheses what's going on in the case or not, especially if there's been some changes. Like if that's happened and like something's been if it's been overturned on other grounds, etc., but you still want to borrow that language, you would put that in your parenthetical. But if you don't have a direct quote, but you're just saying, that there's a principle that's out there that's been recognized by the courts. You can say, see this case, this case, this case, this case, this case, and you can let the court do the synthesis on its own if you want. Personally, I would recommend doing your own synthesis. Make sure it's good. You do your own synthesis and you tell the court what that synthesis is, and then you do your chain cite rather than, coming up with like this principle thing. Like his is it's a very soft approach that he's doing, and it's not wrong. It's just, I don't know. I'm of the opinion usually to just take a fucking hammer. Just take a hammer and smash. You just hold the facts up to the judge's head and just smash them in there over and over and over. The facts and the law. Facts and the law. Too many lawyers have too many fucking strategies, and I hate it. Just put the facts and the law down. Make good arguments. Tell a good story. Put the facts and the law in there. All of it. Don't I'm going to pick one or two things to do. What if you fuck up on those two? No, get everything in there.
It's not like it's off point. It's more like, indirect, I suppose. Right. So it has this proposition, but it's not like you have to read into the language a little bit, right? It's not quite there on the face of the page. You have to read into it a little bit, but it's helpful authority, so I'll cite it. Okay. And then it's also like, it's a random filing from a random case. It's not even a reported case at that, right? But it was good language, so I put it in, right?
Oh,
it's not even like reported. I just
if it's not reported, it's not authoritative. It might be persuasive. But it's good language, and you should use good language, I guess. Just make sure that it's not an aberrant case or an outlier or, something other than what you're looking for. You're looking for authority. You're looking for, something that stands for a proposition, has been decided by a court with authority over this court. That's the preferable way. You need to follow the rules set forth by the court above you, or the one above that, as it might be. That's what you want. But you don't always have that. And if you don't have that, what the fuck are you going to do? You can't use something that doesn't exist. So, yeah. Good job, Kurt.
I'm literally stealing it from a docket somewhere, right? It's like, see this case from this docket entry and this page. And I really should have put a comma after 3 instead of period, because it's page 3, comma,
Riveting.
10 to 11, but I'm sure the court can figure out what I meant.
I don't know if your stream was probably calling you out on that missing comma in that obscure blue book.
If they look it up. All right.
Other lawyer Nate probably would have tried to find a Texas case though, bro. Yeah, I mean that would make sense. They are in federal court, so maybe you could take a Fifth Circuit one, but the federal question, like I don't know. I don't know what part of this he's I'm not really reading his document. I'm just listening to him.
Anyways, argument. Snellgrove's counterclaims for civil conspiracy and conversion failed to state a legally viable claim and are time barred. Part
Whoa. What is this shit?
I see you're still a late homoflexual Guerrillian Afghan cuck who's somehow changed the original masterpiece that was, hey, Maya, holla. I need the long, dragging, dulcet tones from the original stream.
What? I haven't changed shit. What are you talking about? There are 3 Hey Mayas, I think. No, there are 3 pizza casseroles. There are 2 Hey Mayas. So one was like the first one that we did, which was my idea, which is allegedly wrong, which was the sort of pop punk version. People thought he sounded too young. Second Hey Maya is there. You just got to click on the other one. Click on the other one.
1. The civil conspiracy counterclaim is inadequately pled and lacks any underlying basis. Snellgrove.
How can he not read? Like, how is that something he's not able to do? His
first counterclaim alleges civil conspiracies, but not pled the required elements or factual basis for such a claim.
We always have to handle this claim when it comes up. I thought Kurt was a patent attorney. No, Kurt was a patent examiner. Patent examiners do not have to have a law degree or pass the bar. They have a different set of requirements. Patent attorneys obviously are attorneys. Kurt was a patent examiner. He was a licensed attorney eventually, but he was a patent examiner, not a patent attorney. He kind of just let that one slide. And also, it didn't ever represent anyone in civil or criminal court. So, but allegedly, I mean, maybe he has. I know he represented himself, so I should say he did that.
Under Texas law. In Texas, the elements of civil conspiracy are 2 or more persons, an object to be accomplished, either unlawful purpose or lawful purpose by unlawful means. So it can be something illegal unto itself, or something legal, but you do it in an illegal way. A meeting of the minds on the object or course of action, and 1 or more unlawful overt acts in furtherance of conspiracy, and damages. And then I cite, a case for that proposition. Critically, civil conspiracy is not an independent cause of action. As I said earlier, it is a derivative tort that depends on participation in some underlying tort. So if the underlying tort fails, conversion fails, or conspiracy fails.
Yes.
Right? Because it is.
You need to conspire to do a thing. That thing has to be a breach of someone's property right, effectively. Whatever the property right in themselves, or whatever, property right being a very broad libertarian applied term.
Not a cause of action unto itself. If the underlying thing fails, it fails. So that's what that means, right?
Bro, I think your shampoo is failing.
It's dependent on the underlying thing, in addition to its own problems.
I'm sorry, in my head, I'll give you all the beach life you can handle is playing.
And then I cite some law for that proposition. Civil conspiracy claim is connected to an underlying tort, and applicable statute of limitations must coincide with that of the underlying tort, right? So what is the statute of limitations for conspiracy? And the answer in Texas is the statute of limitations for conspiracy is the same as the underlying cause of action.
There you go. So in this case, it's going to be 2 years. Theft and conversion have a 2-year have a 2-year statute of limitation in the state of Texas. So this is a strong, powerful, mighty argument by Kurt on the counterclaims, because those counterclaims should probably be time barred. Allegedly, they happened more than 2 years ago. Now, this is an interesting and frustrating element of this, because Kurt wants he also has a motion to strike and to remove the salacious, scandalous language from this. But essentially, he has to say that his client stole something, but the statute of limitations prevents the counterclaim from providing judicial remedy, which is crazy. Again, in the context of everything else. Aquatic Nomad says the hair is shiny tonight. Just a random thought. So I use a couple different products, and it all kind of depends on timing as to how they catch the light. One of my favorite ones, I found this out. Guys, do you know they make motherfucker? They make powdered hairstyling powder. I don't know how else to. It's a white powder. And you just you dump it all over your hair, and then you go, and it just stays in place. It's crazy. But it has a nice matte finish. It doesn't get all shiny and wet. Only works on dry hair. It adds volume and stuff. It's really interesting. I've never seen this stuff until not too long ago. And it's awesome. I really like it. And it doesn't, it doesn't hit the light too much. But it's hard to pour powder on the front hairs, if that makes sense, on the front of them. And so sometimes I will supplement with a little bit of a spray. Although I did just get this to try out. I don't know why this is sitting by my desk. I just have it. But this is reusable. It's a pomade that's supposed to give me a rough texture, which that's what I want. But I have not opened this. I haven't tried it yet. I don't like things that are like too strong of a hold or get too heavy. So we'll see. Pomade tends to be kind of nice. I haven't used it in a long time. It is not pomade. It's pomade. I'll say pomade. Oh my God. But like there's every pomade's a little bit different. So I don't know.
No Negro. Your Suno page only displays one Hey Maya song Your. Micropeen-sized brain is unable to distinguish this because you wear your shades indoors, which further clouds your straightness.
I don't know if there's any clouds, man. Very straight. Very straight. Okay, well, I'll take a look at it. Maybe I didn't publish all of them. I thought I published the ones. I'm very sorry if I didn't, but I'll go fix it in a little bit. Stephen Crater over here saying the internet works with his 3-month membership. It's been doing okay tonight. And Fletcher Boy, I was going to say, I don't want fop. God damn it. I'm a Dapper Dan man. But yes, pomade. Well, for me, I learned about pomade from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Although I wouldn't wear it for years after watching it. Like I didn't know. Like I heard of it. I didn't actually put it on. But then going back in time in my mind, I realized that I actually learned about pomade from Raising Arizona. When John Goodman and the other guy, came out of the ground and then went to they just slathering on that stuff. Oh my God, that was disgusting. Love it. I don't know why the Coen brothers like pomade so much. Gomizoa Proto 1 says, hey, Nick, all jokes aside, it's amazing to see you here with your beautiful family and fans. Hope you all have a great 2026 with a bounty of success. You too. Thank you so much. Wow. Some people can be really, really sweet. Thank you. That's nice. All right, back to it. No more dallying.
So it is the same.
A little more dallying. Jim tells you, my man Jim has rated this stream both on Rumble and on YouTube. So welcome to Jim and his viewers. Happy to have you here on this lovely Friday. We are talking serious legal topics with Kurt Mueller. I'm not talking to Kurt. He is telling us about them, and we are reviewing his telling.
So that's your cause, yeah.
Hey,
there are no allegations of any agreement, planning, or communication between the Hamblins relating to an object or course of action. Any such communications, were they to exist, a premise plaintiff does not grant, would face challenges to Snellgrove obtaining them, as communications between spouses are presumed privileged in the first instance. Right? I mean, they're husband and wife, so you got...
I mean, the existence of privileged communications doesn't preclude a lawsuit. So stop with that. Your other argument was way better.
That problem. As Snellgrove, and then this is just a line me being snarky. This is completely unnecessary.
Why would you say this? Why do you have frivolous language in your pleading? 2, why would you publicly announce frivolous language in your pleading? And 3, why would you, or in your motion or whatever, 3, why would you admit that it's snarky? What the fuck? Don't ever do this.
Legally, and this is just me being a little bit of a dick. But I felt in the mood. So then I say, being a little bit of a dick, as Snellgrove has not identified any other party to the purported conspiracy, plaintiff's counsel has not performed any analysis as to potential privilege issues with respect to hypothetical communications relating to unknown parties.
Oh, yeah! Look at that smile. I put snark in it. Oh, what are they going to do? They don't have a chance. Fucking snark. Snarked him out of the water. Random on Reddit commenter says, called texture powder. Pete and Pedro makes the best. I'll look for Pete and Pedro, although I think one of them got deported. Holy shit. Like, he's like, this doesn't matter at all. This is just snark. And he's so fucking proud of it. That was the wildest thing.
That's being very cheeky.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I haven't...
You don't need any help being cheeky, you ogre.
So I missed this. How'd Kurt get to be a cosmetologist? Kurt's uncivil. Law-splaining, pale, fat ass waddles around like a sweaty marshmallow that somehow convinced itself it's the voice of reason.
If you are unaware, with Kurt Cosmetology, there have been several streams in which Kurt has shown the chat how to apply makeup live. Talked about the method behind it, the theory, color theory involved, what his goals were, and then has applied various types of makeup to his face on stream. Aloha from Kansas says, oh my God, no. Oh my God, yes. Yes, he has done this. It, stop, no, oh my God, like people don't even, you guys don't even know. You've missed too much. You've missed too much. I need to drag you by the nipples back into sanity. God damn, I was gone too long. The government tried to keep me from you. And this is what happens. This is what happens. Fletcher Boy says, just grow it out. Ponytail holders are cheap. Wait, who are you talking to? You. Okay, back to this.
Realize the privilege issues of other theoretical parties because I don't know who they are. Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, good times. The counterclaim thus lasts the sine qua non of a conspiracy, a conscious agreement to accomplish the unlawful purpose. And then I cite a case which stands for the bombshell proposition that a civil conspiracy does in fact require a mutual understanding. There has to be an agreement. How are you going to...
A meeting of the minds. Civil conspiracy has to have an agreement. Yeah, you have to conspire. Like, that makes sense. Why does he think this is a bombshell? Okay. I know why. He thinks it's a bombshell because he thinks that that they don't have this in their counterclaim. He's like, my client, there's got to be a meeting of the mind. There's got to be some understanding in something. And my clients are married, so blah, blah, blah. And to be fair, like, I'll give him a little bit of credit here. Going after the husband and wife as co-conspirators is kind of tough. And frankly, they might have, I don't want to say they might have done this because, never mind. It's probably not a prosecuting attorney running any of this, but if it were a prosecutor, they just think they could do it anyway because they live on easy mode. Art the Clown says, I called these 5 months seppuku justification. The other, what's up, Art? Nice to see you, brother. The other thing about that is, of course, if you have co-defendants and co-conspirators, a husband and wife, they can't be forced to testify against each other. But it gets really complicated. And if you're co-defendants and you're charged with roughly the same crime, not that I have any experience in this, they do various things to try and mess with your ability to coordinate, but they ultimately can't keep a husband and wife apart from each other. So instead, what they do behind the scenes is they try and drive a wedge between the husband and wife because they want one to flip on the other. Typically, they have a target, and the best way that they like to do that is when they see children. They really like that one because they love to leverage children against a mom to get her to flip on a dad. Unfortunately, some people have been married a really long time and actually like each other and don't much give a shit what the government thinks.
To get to that. Second, Snellgrove has not articulated an independent underlying tort
What up, girl?
that Hamlin's
Nice to
alleged
see
the
you.
conspiracy to commit. Yeah,
Always a pleasure.
that's a problem. Like in the actual conspiracy cause of action,
3T.
he doesn't like clearly say what he thinks the underlying tort is exactly.
Thank you. My tie is magnificent.
It's like he doesn't make it clear. So that's, kind of sloppy. So I point out the only other alleged tort is conversion. So plaintiff will assume this is the underlying tort for the alleged conspiracy. I mean, there's only one, so I guess.
Okay, so here we go. This is a good point. The other lawyer, Nate, says going after them both would allow defendants to get marital property if the counterclaims are successful, as opposed to just one party's Separate party. Is Texas community property? Okay, Texas is community property state. See, I wasn't even thinking about this because in Minnesota, you know, we're not. I don't believe we're not. Minnesota is not a community property state. I didn't think so. Yeah, Minnesota is not a community property state. So in Minnesota, married couples each person owns 100% of everything. Community property, they own like 50% each or something. I don't know. It's different. It's different. But I wasn't even thinking about it because it's not the system I tend to operate in.
That must be it. But as discussed below, Snellgrove's conversion claim is itself defective and time barred. If the underlying conversion claim fails, the conspiracy claim necessarily fails as well. Civil conspiracy cannot stand without an actual tort. See, for example, these cases. And then I cite 2 cases for that bombshell proposition.
Stop saying bombshell. They can't all be bombshells, Kurt. This isn't Normandy. The other Mary B. joining at the paralegal level. Oh my goodness, it's another member for the stream, and my gosh. Do I love to see so many members? Do I love to see it? That puts us at 11 for the stream. Hey, are you guys in for like are you guys busy tonight? Because I gotta warn you, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. We're juiced up. We were ready to go. Juiced up, I just mean like amped up my own personal. That's not an actual thing that's happening. No, I'm just amped up on my own energy. I'm really glad the internet is working. Assuming the internet holds out. My kids have a speech meet tomorrow, which means I have to have them somewhere at 6:30 in the morning. Well, I'm normally going to bed somewhere around that time, like a lot of times. So instead of, going to bed, I'm going to stream pretty close to when we have to leave. And I'll just hang out with you guys the whole time. Does that sound good? Can we do that? You guys want to hang around? Some of you may have to go. That's okay. We still love you. We'll judge you a little bit. Anonymous says, creepy Kurt is bad or sick guy. And a hole stretcher. Oh my God. Many people are saying this. He was notorious in the sweltering summer of 2002 for this. In the aughts, in the 20 aughts, he was out there stretching holes. I don't buy it. I don't like thinking about this, but if I had to guess, I think that is entirely likely that there was never a hole stretched by this man in all of history. Like, that's just my guess. I'm just realizing now that I have not put the super tip link up in the chat. I know that you guys are capable of figuring it out. You're all brilliant and stuff like that. But I do like to put it there just in case, someone didn't know where it was. Oh, wait, I went to pin my comment and I almost put me in timeout. I don't know if that's going to be good. Can we? I don't want to do that. I can't pin my own comment. It's trying to put me in timeout. Why don't I have the ability to pin my own comment on my own channel? Holy shit. What? That's me. Can I pin it? I can pin other people's comments, just not mine? That doesn't make any sense. That's fucking crazy. Speaking of crazy, can one of the mods just repost that? Art, can you repost what I just posted so I can pin it? It's fucking insane. Different login. Nope. Not at all. I don't know what's going on. ACS Drafting gifted 5 Ricada Law memberships. Thank you to ACS Drafting. And now I don't know if she's here. I don't know if she's actually in the chat. Chrissy Mayer received a gifted membership. So if she is here, hey, Chrissy, it's been a million years since I've talked to you. Glad to see you got a gifted membership. Use it well. other friends in the chat. So many people. Gosh, I've made so many friends over the years. It's crazy. It's crazy. We got Rosalind Duke. We have Art, who I can't find Art at all. We got Scarlett in the chat. Hey, what's up, Scarlett? How you doing, girl? We got Ruby, who I just kind of like met via chat the other day. She's welcome here as well. How's it going, Ruby? And this is like one of the best. Honestly, I have the best job in the world because like the people you end up meeting, no matter what, like sometimes you meet people who are like way too famous for like the having any business meeting you. And then other times you just meet like normal people. They're all so interesting, so fucking interesting. The opportunity to meet any and all of you is just crazy to me. I love it. I can't pin the chat. I can't pin it. It was trying to ban me. Let me see if I'm going to try it again. So if I just, apparently I need it. There we go. It's pinned now. I don't know why the pinning thing was there. They do give gifted memberships to people who are not watching it, however their algorithm works. It does happen, but sometimes they're there. And so I just like to say hi if they are.
Finally, Snellgrove's own allegations undercut the plausibility of any conspiratorial wrongdoing. He contends the plaintiffs took tools for a period of time. Then I point out this is true if for no other reason than the tools Snellgroves claims to be owner of were seized during the search warrant execution. Right? It's like, yes, I suppose they did have it for a time and they don't have it now because you took them back. Right? That's what I'm suing you for.
Yes, you are suing on behalf of a thief who stole stuff to try and get the government to re-steal stuff, which is unreal to consider.
So it's true if in no other sense than that.
How could this possibly go wrong? How could this possibly go wrong? I don't know.
Yes, I guess.
So one of Kurt's very brilliant things is, he's talking about how there was no judicial determination that that the products belong to the other person. Do you think you're going to avoid a judicial determination about whose shit it is? Like, do you think you've avoided the you may avoid the counterclaims of the statute of limitations. You may avoid the tort side of it. But at the end of the day, do you think the court is not going to try and figure out whose shit it is?
Because Snellgrove has not pled
You're asking for it over and you're saying, this hasn't happened. This hasn't happened. This hasn't happened. This hasn't happened. Do you think you're going to get a judicial determination that it's your clients? They're going to have, they may not be able to be prosecuted, but they're going to have to, at some point, talk about how they got the shit. And guess what? The other guy gets to talk too.
Coherent theory, meaning the elements of civil conspiracy, the counterclaim should be dismissed for failure to state a claim. Right? So I'm like, well, you can't prove agreement. You have no evidence of agreement. And so that's a problem. And because the underlying tort fails, it fails, and so forth and so on. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Moving on.
All right.
2.2. The conversion counterclaim is fatally deficient in pleading and substance.
Rude.
Snellgrove's second counterclaim is for conversion fares no better. Under Texas law, conversion is a wrongful exercise of dominion and control over another's property in denial or inconsistent with rights. In other words, the civil version of theft. Then I cite a case that stands for that proposition. The elements of conversion include the plaintiff, in this case, counterclaimant, right? Because they are the plaintiff of their cause of action. So they're the counterclaimant, but whatever.
Okay.
Owed or had illegal possession of the property or entitlement to possession. The defendant wrongfully exercised dominion over control of the property.
Exercised. The defendant wrongly exercised dominion. I want to know how to execute some shit.
Assumed authority over the property and acted inconsistently with plaintiff's rights. And plaintiff suffered injury, deprivation of property as a result.
The other lawyer, Nate. Weird to brief conspiracy before conversion since conspiracy is predicated on the conversion claim. Why not brief the conversion claim first? Drafting wise, I agree with you. But have you considered that Kurt is autistic, and those sort of things don't necessarily make sense to him. They're not necessary. For him, all things happen at the same time. Have you considered that? Did you even think about that before you wrote? I mean, bro.
Oh, then I cite a case. If the initial possession by defendant began lawfully, an additional element is the plaintiff made a demand for return of the property and defendant refused. So if you gave a guy, if you loaned something to a guy, you have to at least ask for it back.
Yeah, I feel like he asked it back with the police.
You can't loan something to somebody and then sue him for conversion. You have to ask for it back. If he says no, then you can sue him. But you have to ask first. Right? And then I cite, a case for that proposition. Conversely, if the
Wisdom, brother. Wisdom. I assume all lawyers have something wrong with them. They do. They do. Of course. We're like therapists. What got you into therapy? My own problems. I wanted to fix those. I figured I could help other people. Did you fix yours? No.
Owner initially consented
time.
Either explicitly or implicitly by having knowledge of the possession, but not demanding a return. To defendant's possession or disposition, there's no conversion claim because a key aspect is taking without consent. So if they had consent, either explicit or implied, then it's not conversion, right?
Implied consent always goes so well. And this is the part of the story that we don't know. We don't know. But I don't know that we're going to, because Kurt isn't litigating the claim here. Kurt is motioning to dismiss out the conversion, theft, and conspiracy because he's saying that I believe he's saying that they're time barred and that they're not well pled.
So remember, the defendant was an employee of Snellgrove. Snellgrove.
Wait, he's way louder than me? I can adjust it. Yes, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I don't get to hear like the relative volumes.
Runs a Snap-on tools distribution business. The defendant, or in this case, the plaintiff, my clients. Okay, my client. Your client was an employee of Snellgrove.
Right.
He was in possession of various Snap-on tools.
How did he get those?
Now,
I think he's about to tell us. Here we go.
Did he get possession of those tools? Well, he might have bought it or otherwise lawfully acquired it.
He might have just dropped $300,000. How much money does he make? He just got a house where the tools in his garage. How big's his house? Don't you want to know? That's the stuff I want to know. I don't really want to look up. I'm not that into it. But don't you want to know how big this guy's house is and stuff? He's got $300K worth of tools just sitting around in his garage. How'd he get those? I don't know. Maybe he bought them. I mean, maybe he could have gotten them lawfully. Holy fuck.
It could just be his tools.
It might
because
be.
He bought them. Also, theoretically,
are they still wrapped up? Are they still in plastic? Are they being used? What's going on with those tools that might be his on occasion? Are they packaged up and price tagged? Are they partitioned off? Are they sold in kits? Are they still in boxes? What's the status of those? Why don't we see some evidence pictures, Kurt? Why don't you put them up?
They could be Snellgrove's tools, but Snellgrove consented to my client having them.
They could be. Did that happen? Just say what happened. No big deal, right, Kurt? No big deal. There shouldn't be any big deal. He lawfully possessed those things, I would think. He's your client. He lawfully acquired them, lawfully possessed them. It would be crazy if he just stole them. That'd be fucking insane.
Explicitly or implicitly, right? Explicitly would be, can you store these for me? Can you repair these for me? Something like that. Can you hold them for me? Can you, yeah, right? That would be explicit. And implicit would be, it's in the course of his duties, right? So he doesn't.
And again, in the course of his duties. Here's the thing. It might be in the course of his duties to acquire the tools. Maybe he acquires the tools. He's a salesman. He's going to go out. People are telling me that like you buy like a truck maybe full of shit, and then like you go and sell the tools from the truck or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what. Good pause face, Kurt. That's great. I feel like you just found a hair and you're about to pounce on it. But yeah, so like who knows how he got it? The question is, was he asked to return it? And what did he say? That's a really critical question here.
Explicitly say, you know, hold on to the thing, but it's implicit in what he asked him to do.
But this idea, like, oh, implicitly you do this and do that and do this, like maybe, but implicitly holding a fucking house worth of inventory in your garage, to me, is a little bit different. I'm not familiar with Snap-on tools and all this, and maybe that's the right thing to do. I don't know. Not my business. Not my business. But putting a house worth of tools in one of your employees' homes, like a new house value of tools in one of your employees' homes, I mean, that seems like a large financial risk that I'm not quite sure companies would want to take or would be standard procedure, but I don't know. Random unbreaded commenter, to be fair, 300K of Snap-ons is all of like 10 full sets. But I get it. But why does this guy have 10 full sets of tools in his garage or whatever? Andy Montemayor says, Kurt, everything you'd want in a lawyer and less. There we go. Art the Clown dropping 5 more memberships. Oh, and I need to update the counter. I am behind. I know I am. Thank you, Art the Clown. Coming in at least lukewarm, but I would say hot. Like really. That's what I would say. We are up to 21 members for the stream, which is getting pretty good. And speaking of high numbers of members in the same place, have you guys seen the news of Bonnie Blue? Have you seen the news of Bonnie Blue? Bonnie Blue, the adult. I don't want to say the adult film star, but she's not quite a traditional pornography girl. She does some stuff. I think she's an OnlyFans person. Anyway, she holds the world record for sleeping with something like 1,027 men in one 24-hour period, something like that. The big announcement came out. That's really important. Bonnie Blue is pregnant from one of those men, allegedly. Allegedly, the pregnancy occurred from one of the many inseminations that day. And now there's a DNA test that will be done to determine which one of them is the happy dad. So just so you know, that is going on. That's really important cultural phenomenon that you guys, I'm sure, care about quite a bit. I don't know. That's a lot of cock. It's got to be a lot of cum, too. Like, gross. You know, like 500 of those guys were like, I was in her mouth. Like that wasn't me. And one other guy was like, yeah, but I went in there and then I came back out and like, I dipped in the yogurt. I'm just saying, and it went south. So who knows?
So, could be those things. So just, make a note of that. And of course, if he does have it explicitly or implicitly, then it's not conversion.
So Smokey brings up something interesting. He says, seems like the dude purchased tools to resell on behalf of the company. If the guy purchased tools to resell, there wouldn't be any claim that they were stolen, right? Like if he purchased the tools, he could produce a receipt, say, these are mine, fuck off. I have a feeling there's a lack of receipt happening in this scenario.
Because it would be with consent. So that fails. All right. Snell Gross Pleadings fails to satisfy these requirements. While he asserts certain
$2. Alex Scott Thompson, $2. You can do it.
Snap-on tools, for example, plasma cutter and compressor, were his property, He provides almost no factual details about the circumstance under which Hamblins came into possession of the items, right? And so then I start speculating wildly because he hasn't given me much to work with. Did Snellgrove sell or lend these tools to Austin Hamblin, who was a mechanic, with expectation of payment or return? Did an employee of Snellgrove Snap-on franchise entrust the tools to Hamblins for demonstration, trial, or storage? Snellgrove is silent on these points. This omission is critical because if the Hamblins initially obtained the tools with Snellgrove's permission, even temporarily, then Snellgrove must plead and ultimately prove that they wrongfully refused to return the items. Right? So assuming...
I mean, this is ultimately, it's still wild. It's still wild. Obviously, Snellgrove has asked for the items back. I mean, he did so through the police department. Maybe he didn't do it prior. But Kurt is responding to a criminal or to a civil conversion claim or counterclaim in the lawsuit. So that's kind of an important thing. A civil conversion claim will require a bunch of facts. Kurt is 12B6ing these. And no, I'm not going to do it. Kurt is 12B6ing these. So he's saying there's not a well-pled case here. You need to have a factual basis for every single element of every single claim. He's saying that is not sufficiently done. He's saying, where's the ownership come from? Where are all these facts? And to be fair to Kurt in the counterclaim, insofar as he read it to us, it was very, very sparse. It was. John Drennan says, Mofo just came in at 96 minutes. Saw something earlier with an IT problem, and I thought it was shut down until Sunday. I was reviewing True Detective season 1. Technically, I have a tech coming tomorrow morning. But the internet's been stable tonight. I don't know. Other lawyer Nate says, Kurt, if the employer asked the employee to take the tools home to repair them, why wouldn't you have asserted a breach of contract, breach of the implied covenant, unjust enrichment claim? He does have an unjust enrichment claim in there, along with the 1983 claim and the conversion claim, I believe. But the unjust enrichment claim doesn't come from the employer's actions, as you state. It comes from the police's action in returning the property to the rightful owner. Alex Scott Thompson says, principal, Mr. Ikeda. It's called principal. Guys, Alex Scott Thompson is trying to get gifted a membership. I mean, that's just information that's out there. Alex is trying to get gifted a membership on principle. He will not buy one, which I think is offensive. I think that's offensive. You know what? I feel really bad. I just realized something. I ignored someone earlier, but I didn't mean to. And it was that chaotic true crime chick. Criminal something. She was in my chat the other day. I was screaming at her because like she wasn't listening. I was just screaming at her. Like she wasn't even a person. She came in here. She's like, oh, I have a chaotic true crime channel. It's more chaotic than yours. I'm like, fuck out of my house. What is going on? Anyway, back to this. Back to Kurt.
You know, there's that. Yet Snellgrove does not even allege he made a demand for return that was rebuffed. In fact, the counterclaim does not state the tools remain unreturned at all. Right? So,
well, the tools are returned. They were returned by the police, though. They weren't returned by your boy. They were returned by the police. That's the whole basis of the case. That's kind of stupid. Aloha from Kansas says, can we do a 1-week replay of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial that leads up to November 19th and call it Justice Day? Was it only a 1-week show? Or was it only a 1-week, whatchamacallit, trial? It feels like it was longer, but maybe it was only 1 week. Tracy Collins says, so you didn't ignore her. No, I did ignore her today. I didn't ignore her the other day. The other day I was screaming at her in an unhinged fashion, that was the appropriate response. Like if you saw the video of that one monkey that grabbed the other one and like swung it around and threw it, like that's what happened, but with words. Other lawyer Nate, a demand for return typically isn't necessary if it is alleged the property was obtained unlawfully. Correct. Like this is the crazy thing about Kurt's side of the lawsuit. However, I will just say, other lawyer Nate, Kurt is specifically addressing the counterclaim of civil conversion. So ignoring the overall issue and how the issue might impact his own case, he is just attempting to dismiss out the conversion claim, saying that these facts are not pled. These facts are not pled in the counterclaim. So that if that helps with the perspective on why he's doing it this way.
So, yeah, if the items were recovered during the May 2023 search, as appears likely since Snellgrove's complaint prompted that raid, and presumably returned to Snellgrove or held by authorities as plaintiffs have alleged, then Snellgrove has not actually been deprived of his property going forward, right? So that's another reason you can't sue me for conversion, because you...
BobTube TV says, this chat is now blacked because of Scarlett Hampton. Bro, this chat was black the moment you walked in. Don't be sore.
You have the tools, right? If they are lawfully your tools, you can't sue me for conversion because you have them back. And if they're not lawfully your tools, I can sue you for conversion because we don't have them back. So your cause of action makes no sense because we don't have.
Okay. I bet you are. You've got that bull energy. Oh my God, good luck.
Have it anymore. So there's nothing you know, it doesn't make sense, right?
Other lawyer Nate, I like talking to this guy by text, but the conversion counterclaim doesn't allege that the counterclaim defendant has obtained property, so the counterclaim shouldn't need to allege a demand for return. I agree. I think the biggest problem with them is I'm pretty sure they're time barred. Pandy Eyes says, hi, Nick. Came over to say the Rumble stream isn't up. Really? It says it's going. It says it's going. Yeah, no, I got people on Rumble that are watching just fine. They're saying it's up. So not sure what issue you're having, but it's it sounds like you've got the problem. But thank you for the super chat.
His plea does not clarify whether he ever actually lost title or possession of the tools beyond a temporary period of time. Without such facts, he's not shown a wrongful, unauthorized taking or a continuing deprivation. That's like...
He hasn't shown a continuing deprivation. They were in the house of the employee and he had to have the police retrieve them.
Ongoing, necessary to sustain. Okay. Then we if the Hamlin's possession was indeed temporary and the tools were recovered, Snellgrove's remedy, if any, would lie in a claim for loss of use or rental value, not the full value as is typical in a conversion, because apparently he has the property back.
Hey, what's up, Scar?
Right? That's our entire thesis, right?
Don't
our entire thesis is
getting swatted sucks. Stay safe. I know it's not like don't get swatted. It's kind of a joke because you have no control over it. But I hope you're okay. Really shitty when people do stuff like that. No, I don't know that Chrissy actually stopped by to say hello. Someone did 5 gifted subs and one of them went to Chrissy. I don't think she was actually here. She didn't say anything in chat. Hey, thank you, Pandy Eyes. Really appreciate that. Chris Griffin, I don't know why he's doing this. I hope he's getting paid better than I think he might be. I don't get it. I don't understand why you would think that this is a good thing. Because again, if you think you're going to go into court and be like, the police came and took this stuff out of the house and it was never adjudicated, not my clients, the judge is going to go, well, let's figure out whose it was. I think.
You don't have it. the police took it, and also they gave it to you. So if you gained it back, you can't sue us for conversion. Your cause of action would be, if it exists at all,
But you're trying to steal it back. It's crazy. I don't get it. He's like, you can't sue us for conversion. So this is interesting. Other lawyer Nate, what do you think about this? Well, no, I guess it wouldn't be a conversion because the if they get the court to give it back to Kurt's client, it's a conversion, but it's authorized by the court. But I mean, I think it'd have to be based on perjury. This is crazy. He's trying to perpetuate a fraud upon the court. It's wild.
loss of use, not in conversion. Right? So it's like, yeah. Yet he pleads no such measure of damages. Conversely, if the Hamlets did not return the items, one would expect Stelgrove to say so clearly and describe efforts to get them back, which he has not. The vagueness of his allegations fails to put plaintiff on the nose of the nature of the conversion. Is he claiming the Hamlins outright stole the tools in secret, or that they borrowed them under false pretenses and delayed return? These scenarios involve different legal considerations. For example, a bona fide dispute over ownership or a contract might not constitute a wrongful dominion.
BobTube TV. If Kurt gets back his stuff, will you admit he's the better lawyer? The better lawyer than who? Than me? No, of course not. What are you talking about? But I'm not opposed to Kurt. I also think you're missing something. I'm analyzing mostly Kurt's own analysis of himself, which I think is way, way funnier. I haven't actually gone through his documents. He's like kind of doing it, but it's hard to listen to sometimes. I just think it's funny when he explains stuff. And I like how proud he is. I think it's good. Also, why do you think I want Kurt to lose? I think Kurt's going to, based on what I've seen so far. I don't know though. Who knows? There's a whole bunch of case left. I don't like his legal theories on some of this stuff, but this stuff where he's challenging the counterclaims. Okay. So he's saying that they're not well pled, time barred. All right. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I don't know about the original facts. He hasn't told me enough about him to actually know the answers there. So we'll see. But the underlying claim is kind of insane. When you really get down to it, the idea that he's hired to try and steal back stuff that was stolen and returned to the original owner. He's going to try and employ government to steal it back is crazy. But maybe there's some good stuff that I don't know about. I don't know. If Kurt wins, I don't care.
Yeah. Right. So if there is a contract and the thing is there's dispute over the contract, that's not the same thing as conversion either. Well, yeah. By lumping conclusory allegations.
How do people still misunderstand me? I don't want Kurt to fail. First of all, if his client has a legitimate claim, I definitely want him to represent the client well. I want him to do that. I want him to win if it's right. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I don't really care. I don't actually want Kurt to fail. I don't hate him. I just don't want to hang out with him ever again because he talks about bringing minors to his house and giving them wine, cocktails, pizza casserole, and a micro penis. That's not on the agenda of things I'm okay with. I'm not okay with that. But I'll laugh at what's going on. I don't want him I don't know. I want him to never do that. I want him to never succeed at that part. But other than that, I don't care about what Kurt gets up to. I just think it's kind of silly. Calm down.
Without factual context, Stelgrove has not pled a plausible claim of action. Okay. And then I bring out the fact that.
Yeah, aloha from Kansas. You missed this. So many people have missed this. So many people have missed this because it flew under the radar in this one video where Kurt makes a pizza casserole. It's available on YouTube. You can find it. You might have to be a member of his channel for $1 and you can find it. Or you can watch it here. We've gone through it here. And then in case you are mistaken and think that he was joking or making some sort of legal thing. No, he completely defended that position in his dating standards video, which was just within the past couple months. His dating standards video, which is one of the more horrifying videos as well. Like everything he says is crazy.
There's a time issue because there's a statute of limitations problem. In Texas, the statute of limitations for conversion is 2 years from the date of action accrues. And then I cite the relevant law, the relevant code. A person must bring.
BobTube TV, to be fair, your legal history with kids is probably worse than Kurt's. I would assume Kurt has no legal history with kids. I would assume that because he doesn't have children. Also, I have no legal history with kids. The charge for child endangerment was dropped. I don't know if you understand that concept, but they decided that they could not prosecute that charge. They couldn't, or they would have trouble winning. So they didn't do it. There you go. So I would assume actually our legal history with kids is the exact same, if I had to guess. But yeah. Again, I'm not the one saying I want to give minors liquor and sex. Like, that was Kurt. That's what he said. I didn't tell him to say that. I didn't bait him into saying. He said that all on his own live stream while making pizza casserole, shoveling sausage and beef into his mouth at alarming rates. Go watch it. Oh my God, Wildling, get groomed. I've been sitting here holding all the grooming that I have. Like, I've just been storing it up, waiting for you to show up. Thanks for finally getting here. Get groomed, girl.
Suit for conversion of personal property or for taking or detaining the personal property of another not later than 2 years after the date of the cause of action accrues. A claim for civil conspiracy is governed by the limitations period of the underlying tort, as I said earlier. Here, the only conceivable underlying tort for the conspiracy is the alleged conversion.
I have to throw it at you in a homosexual way. There you go. Get groomed. So tired of the not grooming.
Accordingly, both the conversion and the derivative conspiracy claim are subject to the 2 years statute of limitations. Under Texas law, a cause of action for conversion generally accrues at the time the unlawful taking or wrongful exercise of dominion, not when the owner discovers the taking. And then I cite some case law. With conversion actions, the statute of limitations begins around the time of the unlawful taking, not where the party discovers the injury, generally speaking. And then I cite some, case laws for that proposition from various Texas Court of Appeals. Snellgrove's own pleadings and timeline of events makes clear that any alleged taking of his property by the Hamlins occurred and was known to him well over 2 years before he ever asserted the counterclaims. Snellgrove claims the Hamlins wrongfully had his Snap-on tools sometimes prior to or by May the 17th of 2023 when he instigated law enforcement to search home, right? I mean, it obviously happened before that, but it happened no later than that, right? It happened not later than May 17th, 2023, because that was the day of the search. Obviously, he was aware of the theft before then, the alleged theft, and he made a complaint. So he was aware of it at some point prior.
Thank you, Justin.
But he was aware of it at least by that point, right?
Yes. I guess at least by that point he was. But you said that the theft didn't happen, so maybe it couldn't have been.
Thus, by no later than May 17, 2023, Snellgrove had knowledge of all the facts he needed to pursue.
Skyline says, Chrissy Mayer, keep defending your good Matt Mead. Threatened me months. Mead who texted Nick. What was it? It was a Twitter DM. But yeah, similar. Because of your dabble rumor gossip, KB, stop calling Nick a groomer. Yeah. Stop calling me a groomer. Chrissy, stop defending an unhinged felon. That Matt Mead guy is kind of a fucking weirdo. But hey, back to Kurt.
To a civil remedy. He believed the Hamlins had his tools and certainly knew he was deprived of them. Under the accrual rule for conversion, the clock on Snellgrove's cause of action began running at that time, May 2023.
Thank you, we hear
Snellgrove, however, waited until August 2025 when he filed his answer and counterclaims to bring any civil suit. That is more than 2 years after the accrual date, on its face outside the limitations window.
This is one of the, this is something about this that actually kind of really bothers me, because so the whole idea is like he didn't file a lawsuit, right? He got his stuff back. The police got his stuff back. So he's done. He's like, I got my shit back. I'm good. And he didn't file a civil lawsuit. And so now Kurt's dumb client is suing him. And so now he's like, well, fine, I'll fucking counterclaim. But now Kurt's like, no, your counterclaims are time barred, but our claim isn't. You should have filed a lawsuit when you had the chance. He's like, I didn't care. I was out. I was done. I had the thing. I don't know if he would say this, but like, that's my thought. Like, I got my stuff. I don't want to fucking file a civil suit. I don't really give a shit to go after this guy. Probably doesn't have like a bunch of money or whatever to take. He has the stuff. So it's like, no, I'm good, fam. Like why would I file suit? Why would I file suit? And then now he's like, well, now it's time barred because you should have filed back then. I don't know, man. I think the statute of limitations on this type of claim should have a little bit of flexibility. That's to me, but it doesn't really do that.
Right. So he knew at least by May of 2023, and he didn't sue over it until August 2025, and that's more than 2 years. Right? Pretty simple. Therefore, both of Snellgrove's counterclaims are time barred on their face. The Fifth Circuit has made clear that where allegations in the pleading itself establish the expiration of the limitations, dismissal is appropriate. Right? So it's like this is like clear on the face, right? You don't have to do any detective work. You just have to do some light.
See, the only thing that matters is the contract for obtaining the tools, and none of this has covered it. Now, again, Kurt is talking about counterclaims right now. This is not about the underlying facts of Kurt's claims. Those are going to be dealt with in a different way. Kurt right now is trying to legally dispose of the claims through a motion to dismiss, 12B6, motion to dismiss the counterclaims. And, like I said, so far, I think Kurt has a good shot at this, honestly, because he's laid out that there are missing elements from the pleading, and he's laid out that it's time barred. So we'll see.
Math. Right. You just have to say this date is before that date. Right.
Other lawyer Nate says, Kurt, this needed to be an early motion for summary judgment, not a Rule 12B6, because you're going beyond the allegations in the counterclaims. Now, I don't know fully the other lawyer Nate, but I believe procedurally the other side has filed for summary judgment.
Right. So it's obvious. Okay. So then I'm like, okay, then I have to deal with some problems. So I go ahead and deal with them. Snellgrove may attempt to argue his counterclaim should be deemed compulsory and therefore to avoid the limitation bar. This argument is unavailing. While a counterclaim arising out of the same transaction or occurrence as the opposing party is compulsory, that status does not automatically extend the statute of limitations if the counterclaim was already time barred. Right? So it's like, yes, this is something you have to sue over because they arise, in your view, out of the same transaction. We're going to argue why that's not true in a second. But in your view, they arise out of the same transaction. So we're going to so you have to therefore bring the lawsuit. You have to if you want to sue.
So this is interesting. Kurt just said something very interesting. Kurt said effectively that for this, it's the same transaction. And so he wants to dismiss it out because it's time barred. However, he said that he's going to argue that somewhere else it's not the same transaction. This is potentially a problem for him. Holding the idea that these are simultaneously the same transaction and not the same transaction doesn't logically stand. So if you're going to win on the time bar issue, the other issue you're going to have trouble, I think, logically you should have trouble saying the other on the looking at the same issue for a different reason, saying that they're not combined at that point. That they're the same transaction here, but not here is a crazy argument. And your judge might be really fucking pissed on that one. That one may not be, when you bring that in, like, good luck. Good luck on that, I guess. Tracy Collins says, for real, why isn't he suing the police for giving away his tools? Kurt's client. He is suing the police for giving away his tools, but they're not his tools. That's the whole thing. Also, have you seen the frat bros hazing video? You'd be so proud when the cops like go down and all the guys are like standing around in their underwear. I didn't watch the whole thing. I did not watch the whole thing, but I did see a little bit of it. Maybe we could watch it later. Because once we get done with the Kurt stuff, I have a feeling we'll have plenty of time left to fuck around and hang out and chat.
Like, if you want to make the claim, you have to make it now. You can't make it at some other time. But the
other lawyer, Nate, says, might run into a judicial estoppel argument if you try and make both sides of the statute of limitations argument. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure exactly what the other thing he's going to argue is. Bob says Kurt is correct here. I think Bob might know Kurt is correct here because I think Bob might have previewed what happened today, which is fine. Like that might mean that Kurt wins on this issue, which is cool. Like, again, I don't care if Kurt wins or loses. I'm curious how this case will go, and this case isn't over, but we'll see.
The fact that you have to bring the claim doesn't extend the statute of limitations, right? You could have brought it at any time. The fact that I sued you doesn't, in and of itself, extend the statute of limitations. Now, there's a Texas proviso to that, but we'll discuss that in a second. Okay. In fact, we're going to discuss it now. Moreover, Section 16.069 of the Texas Civil Practice and Remedies Code does not save Snellgrove's stale counterclaims. This Texas counterclaim savings provision extends the limitation period.
No spoilers, you loser. The judge has ruled on these motions. Kurt won them all. Cool. Like, great. I've been sitting here saying, like, if these are time barred, they don't seem that well pled. All right, cool. Good. If he won those, that sounds right. I'm just saying, if you're going to take one thing and say there's a nexus where it's the same transaction, and then later, elsewhere in the case, you're going to say it's not, you might run into trouble. I don't know what he's saying it's not the same transaction on. I'm trying to find out. Will you go away? You're gay. Boring.
Only if the counterclaim, and this is the key part for the legal analysis, arises out of the same transaction or occurrence that's the basis of the plaintiff's action, right? So, Texas has a little proviso that would extend the counterclaim. Right?
What was that? Was that from Aladdin? Was it Jafar from Aladdin saying proviso?
So if I sue you within the statute of limitations, then you can sue me back, even though your limitations has expired.
He didn't fart.
This provision is meant to deal with, someone waiting till like the very last day of the statute of limitations, right? So we have a dispute. There's a 2-year statute of limitations. I, being a smart attorney, filed right on the 2-year mark or the day before, right? I filed right on the 2-year mark. So I'm within my statute of limitations. But because, your 2 years is my 2 years, you can't file back in time.
It's super cool and awesome. Who can't, like, again, okay, so you used a procedural trick with statute of limitations to eliminate a counterclaim. All right. He wasn't actually wanting to sue your client in the first place, dummy. Be real careful. Be real careful with your client, because it sounds like your client is setting himself up for some statements that might not be as honest as they could be.
So I've tried to game this to prevent you from suing me. So Texas is like, we're not going to allow you to do that. If it's the same transaction, If it's the same occurrence, then he gets like an additional 30 days or something after he gets sued. So he gets 30 days or 90 days or whatever it is in the statute. He gets extra time on top of me, right? But
okay. He gets extra time on top of me. We're gonna marinate in that for a minute.
he gets extra time on top of me, or whatever it is in the statute. He gets extra time on top of me, right? Where it is in the statute. He gets extra time on top of me, right? But only and extra time on top of me, right? In the statute. He gets extra time on top of me.
I know I'm a fucking child, but that's pretty funny. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna put a YouTube short up. It's just Kurt's face saying he gets extra time on top of me. Just put it up there.
Right? But only, and this is the key part, if it operates on the same transaction. That's the key part, the same transaction.
Okay.
So we're going to have some discussion on that, as you'd imagine.
Oh, God, I do imagine. Speaking of imagining, I need to go to the bathroom and get my better vape. This is not the good vape. That one's worn out and busted. You know, like that one's. So I'm going to go, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm going to grab my better vape. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll play the lawyer peeing song. I know you're going to leave. Don't leave. It's not over. God, what do I have to do? What do we have to do?
White bread ass niggas, man.
All right. I'll be back in just a minute. See you guys then.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your being is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers. He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. Though drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when your feeding is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your draw.
Okay. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm back. Sorry about that. Very, very important.
Texas courts apply a logical relationship test, analogous to the federal compulsory counterclaim standard, to determine whether the requirement is met. And then I cite some relevant law, and I say, explaining the essential facts on which the counterclaim is based must be significant and logically relevant to the claims to qualify under the statute. And then I argue. Snellgrove's counterclaims fail the test. They do not arise from the same transaction or occurrence as plaintiff claims, but rather from an earlier independent alleged theft. The facts necessary to prove Snellgrove's claims, which are...
Okay, so here's a... He said he's arguing in the first that they're the same transaction, that in this one they're not. But like, he was just arguing that the latest possible date would have been the same transaction, which would have been the police arrival date. But logically speaking, the theft actually necessarily took place prior to that. It must have taken place prior to the day of the police raid. I'm pretty sure, just kind of based on the basic facts here. So while he's saying that he was like, oh, it was the same transaction before, now it's a separate transaction. Not really. That's not really what you actually argued, but it's what you argued as the possible thing that just because this must have happened prior to this date, we know that this date is the end for the time bar, I guess. Okay, cool.
The plaintiff stole or wrongfully retained Snap-on tools at some unspecified time before the May 2023 search are entirely distinct from those underlying plaintiff's claim relating to the search, seizure, and post-seizure failure to return. So our claim, and I think, it's a pretty viable claim, although, another attorney.
It depends on which event you count as a theft. Now, he's talking about from the perspective of his opponent. His opponent's claim of theft would be sometime from the search and seizure or prior. And then, of course, his client's claim of theft is the search and seizure. Or maybe actually the failure to return following the failure to pursue the prosecution.
You would obviously disagree.
I'm still reeling that Kurt is a bottom. They get more time on me, on top of me. Oh, okay.
But I think it's a pretty viable claim, right? I'm arguing they're two distinct transactions because they're separate and apart, right? His claim is you stole tools from me at some point prior to May of 2023.
Mikey Goat says, thank you, but it's not morning yet for me. Lol, you're cute. Oh, hey, thanks. It's not morning yet for me either. I mean, it's technically in the AM, but when does morning actually start? For me, morning starts like 6:30 maybe.
White bread as Nika ruined the best part of the song. Also, Kurt's response sounds like, so what if NY client stole it? Prove it. Oh, wait, you can't. You didn't file in time. Pure hubris.
Now, remember, I've said this a billion times, but it's really important because one of the things with analyzing legal problems, making legal arguments is always making sure that you're looking at first the right issue and then second that you're looking at the right issue from the correct direction. And in this case, this is only about the counterclaims. This isn't about the claims. Kurt's client presumably will have to make a proof, at least a claim of ownership, to suggest that his property was improperly taken. He's going to have to make that claim. And just because the civil suit of conversion, conspiracy, and theft might be dismissed out, the civil counterclaims, just because those might be dismissed out, doesn't mean that the underlying question of whose shit is this won't have to be answered. He may not be able to be prosecuted for it or civilly pursued for it, but if he stole the shit, he is going to likely be put on the stand to say, hey, where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? Why didn't you return it? Those questions are going to have to be answered. It's not a criminal case. He can't avoid testifying. He'll be called. He'll probably be dealt with at deposition if this gets past summary judgment.
Right. You know, I went and got a search warrant to get my stools back.
Mikey Go says, why did you pull up my chat to Nicola? Let's not pretend. Let's not pretend that that's what's going on here, Mikey. I know the truth, okay? You don't have to hide here. You're safe.
You stole my tools. Our cause of action is...
I know you're cute. Me and Mikey have a thing here. Well, I didn't know about that, but I know Mikey calling me cute shouldn't have anything to do with that at all. Why are you worried about it?
Completely different, right? Our cause of action doesn't have anything to do with any of that. Our cause of action has everything to do with the post-search conduct, right? We're challenging how the property was stored and disposed of after the search, right? So in our view, that's distinct from anything having to do with how the plaintiffs acquired the property in the first place, right? His cause of action is all about how did you acquire the property in the first place.
Legal bullshittery is one of the most frustrating things. It's one of the, oh shit, I'm not showing this, sorry. It's one of the most frustrating things about court. This is all legal bullshittery, right? It's all these this smoke and mirrors to get around the fact that his client fucking stole this stuff. And now he's asking the court to do an unlawful thing. It's crazy. This is crazy.
Our cause of action is, well, what happened after the search? What happened after the seizure? What happened really that, right? So we think, and I think there's a credible case.
You're making a claim that the police violated your right of ownership. You're going to have to show the right of ownership existing if you get past summary judgment.
To be made that they are distinct transactions. They are not part and parcel of the same thing. And therefore, the time periods do not overlap because they're not the same. They're distinct. And I think that's a pretty viable argument. You know, another attorney would possibly disagree, but I think we have a pretty reasonable basis to say they're distinct. There's really no factual overlap between the two claims. There's no factual overlap. There's not even a temporal overlap, right? They're kind of separate and apart, it seems to me. So I think we're on the right side of that issue, or obviously, you know, or I wouldn't have wrote it.
I don't know, actually, Kurt. You can't say that. You can't say that, you motherfucker. We were sitting here watching you being surprised about shit you wrote earlier. So you can't say this is my idea, so I wrote it. We have no idea where some of this stuff came from, and neither do you. And it's on video. Ah! To be Flair says, Ricada Law Tur. I think it's a crucial example. Thanks so much. It can make a big difference. Okay. Sounds good. Smokey LGC, what basis are you saying he stole this stuff? Well, the basis that the defendant is being sued because the defendant made a police report, which led to an investigation, which led to a search warrant, which led to the execution of a search warrant, which led to a seizure to recover the stolen property. And it was given back to him. Like, so that's why. Now, there could be some fact. I don't know. There could be some fact that says, no, actually, it's all his. Here's the receipts. I feel like Kurt would have said that. I feel like if Kurt's client legally acquired the property, Kurt wouldn't have said, maybe my client legally acquired the property. He would have said, yeah, my client bought this shit while working for the company, and now You know, the company tried to steal it back and they tried to use the law. That's how you would say it. That's how a normal person fucking talks. A normal person doesn't go, my client might have done the right thing. My client might have not stolen it. That's crazy. From To Be Flair. Read the message above it. Oh, shit. Let me find it. Here we go. To Be Flair. Where are you? Where's the other one? Did I miss it? Okay, hold on. To Be Flair. Read the message above it. Read above. There's the TER message. Where is it? I'm never going to find it. Hold on. We're going to find it. I changed my mind. How far back was it? Oh my God. This is crazy. Hey, what's up, Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terror? Nice to see you. I don't see the other one. God damn it. We'll just do it. Oh, you're right. We can do the channel activity thing. We'll do that. Here, just give me a second. Okay. Ricada Law, I'm working on a Dallas appeal tied to a self-defense case, and I have a chance to meet Abbott on Monday at a fundraiser. Really appreciate any advice on how to approach public officials. Okay. I can't bring this up on screen. It says, effectively, especially in this election cycle, if you'd be open to connecting on Twitter or Discord. Yes. Twitter or Instagram are the easiest. DM me on Twitter or Instagram, and I'll happily talk to you about it. I know some people who know Abbott. I can maybe get some special advice for you, if that would help. I'd be more than happy. More than happy to do so. Damn it, BobTube TV. I thought you weren't funny, and then you said a good joke. You took my Mustang. Cops coming to collect. Receipts later. I don't know if you're gay or not, but if you are, I guess you can stay. Or if you're not, you can stay too. Here we go.
But yeah, that's what we're going with. So I say the facts necessary to prove his claims, which are theoretically that the plaintiff stole or wrongfully retained the tools, are entirely distinct from mine, right? All the facts he needs for his claims have nothing to do with my claims. His facts have nothing to do with my claims, and my facts have nothing to do with his claims. So it's
True.
like it doesn't track.
Well, I mean, there is a little overlap, but I think you can get away with saying that. Little overlap in those things. Like your client stole stuff. They're like, which is why it was at the house and the search warrant was executed. I mean, those facts do seem to have some overlap and connection. I don't know.
Plaintiff's lawsuit concerns conduct during and after the 2023 search. Snellgrove's counterclaims address events allegedly occurring before it, because that's when the theft occurred. The mere fact that the earlier dispute over tools provides motive for the search does not make them a single transaction. And it's like, so then I, cite a case for that proposition. In this particular case, Smith said holding that a wife's counterclaim for unpaid taxes under a divorce agreement did not arise from the same transaction as husband's claims under different provisions, despite them generally relating to divorce. So that was my best case on point. All right, I've got a wife and husband and a divorce, And the court said,
That sounds
even though they
complicated.
relate to divorce, they're separate and apart. So they might have the link of, the divorce, but that's not a link enough to make them the same thing. So,
There you
I cite
go.
that because it's good authority for me.
Like I said, a little bit of overlap, but not quite the same nexus of events. And he's right. I mean, it's one theft after another. Sorry. Little Dear Evan Hansen in there. But they're two separate thefts. They meet at one spot for a brief period of time, but it's one alleged theft after another alleged theft. But the actual facts of each theft, the only part that there is overlap, the only part is that the subsequent theft relies necessarily on the initial theft, because the police are recovering the property from the initial theft. But who cares about the fact that they have a pretty important fact connecting them? Like, I don't know, the return of converted property on one hand being alleged as the literal event that is the theft of property, like on another. I mean, okay.
Section 16.069 cannot be used to revive any time-barred claims the defendant might have against the plaintiff. Its purpose is narrow: to prevent plaintiffs from filing suit after the statute is run out on defendant's claim. And then I cite, this proposition, right?
He's dead, Jim. Yeah, this is true. Always, at all times, in all contexts and all channels. That's always true. It's always true. I am sorry about that, but this is a place where that chat does exist, and this is a pretty fucking good chat. So that's still here.
Section 16.069 was clearly designed to prevent plaintiffs from waiting to file their claims until the statute run out on defendant's potential counterclaims, right? That kind of like gamemanship, like waiting to the last minute, right? So I'm like, it's meant to prevent that. But that's not what.
Oh, holy shit. Bohiga says, haven't been around lately. What are your thoughts on the Buffalo Public School District versus angry cops? I don't even remember that scenario. Like, I remember it happening. I don't remember the facts of it. We can look it up a little bit later, maybe, if you're still around, brother. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it. You should hang out. But if I try and figure that out now in the middle of this, it'll be even more disruptive than I am. And that's bad. You guys are experiencing ADHD in real time.
What's going on here? It grants defendant a brief 30-day grace period to assert.
Ice, you have to do this. Call him a fag.
Truly related counterclaims that are licensed to resurrect unrelated grievances. The essential facts of plaintiff's complaint involve an execution of a search warrant, the chain of custody of seized items, any transfers to Snellgrove, and the absence of hearing or notice before disposition. Events occurring on or after May 17, 2023, to which plaintiffs did not have notice of impropriety until much later, which is going to become key in a second, right? Because we didn't know it was wrong until later.
Wrong! You knew it was wrong right away, you liar!
Evidence would include police reports on the seizure, communications about defendants among property handling, and proof of due process violations under 1983 and Texas law. In contrast, Snellgrove's counterclaims allege pre-seizure misconduct by plaintiffs, that the Hamlins conspired to steal or convert his Snap-on tools for a period of time before May 2023, involving falsified receipts and an illegal operation.
No. Danger Toast Limited. As much as I love Dear Evan Hansen, Evan was kind of the villain, right? No. Everyone was the villain. That's why the story's kind of depressing. Every single one of them was the villain. Evan is the one who takes the blame for their collective acceptance of pure villainy. All of them were willing to pretend that a giant piece of shit was something other than a giant piece of shit because individually it advanced their own personal agenda or made them feel good. Evan was doing it too. He was the one propagating some of it. Other people were literally assisting him with that, and then other people were just caught up in the tide of it. The real victim, I guess, would have been Connor's sister, the love interest, and the victimization was really, really weak when you think about it. Like, as much as I like Dear Evan Hansen and the music and all of that stuff, when you break down the story, the actual issue that happened, you have one thing. It's like, okay, so he accidentally lied because he was a giant pussy. All right, fine. Everybody suddenly started believing that a piece of shit who literally like bullied everybody and was hated by everybody, including his own parents, that, well, except for his mom, who's a super simp, but that guy was suddenly like actually a good guy. And they were all like, oh man, we're actually really sad about this person that none of us interacted with except when he was literally beating us. So that part doesn't make any sense. The big problem, of course, is they did extract money from people, but the money actually went to a project to honor a dead person. The Connor Project wasn't that much of a fraud. The only fraud is the idea that Evan and Connor were friends, and they perpetuated that. And maybe for some reason that invalidates the idea that they should create this memorial to a dead kid. But everybody donated to make a memorial to a dead kid, and they actually made one. So I'm really not sure what the conflict was in the end. I mean, again, the emails making it this personal thing. But all of the conflicts in that show are really resolvable, and they're not dire. But the music's really damn good. Music's really damn good. So there you go. Art the Clown says, I don't know much about law, but I will tell you that if you want the world's first case of transmittable eczema, Kurt is your man. Kurt is your man. And then Driveway Discussion says, sent you a funny Kurt lookalike vid on X. Oh, God. Well, maybe we'll pull that up in a little bit. Maybe we'll pull that up in a little bit. Jessica NB's podcast, huh? Well, I like her okay. Here we go. Miss Jessica NB. Angry Cops and Unsub Podcasts are my veteran friends if he wants an intro. I would love to. I would love to meet them. I remember that the thing happened, but not super familiar with, with the facts of it. So whatever. Sorry for don't bring musical theater to my stream while I'm wearing a pink tie. What's wrong with you people? What kind of monsters are you?
These claims turn on facts predating the search, such as how plaintiff initially acquired the tool. For example, purchase, loan, or theft. Any agreement between Hamblin and Snellgrove, and Snellgrove's knowledge of the alleged theft as of early 2023. Evidence would focus on pre-2023 interactions, receipts, and witness testimony about tool possession, none of which overlaps substantially with our post-seizure conduct, right? So it's like, yeah, none of this is really relevant to us, so it's like, it doesn't matter. It's like,
It doesn't even matter. It's cool. It's cool. Like, it's cool. Like,
this temporal and factual divide precludes a logical relationship. Snellgrove's claims accrued independently before the search that forms the basis of our suit, much like sequential but unrelated events in prior cases where the law did not apply. And then I cite, some other case for this proposition, which held that no revival or plaintiff's declaratory suit on water.
The beautiful, some other case. The knot on your pink tie is much better than the one on your yellow tie, but is a pink knot leaky? The leatherness of the yellow tie does make the knot a little bit awkward. It really does. There might be a better way. I did a half Windsor on it, and there might be a better method for a leather tie. I'll have to play around with it, but who knows? The pink knot does leak. Yes, that is 100% true. What is this? Oh, okay. Well, that's not for now. That's for later. Here we go. Back to it.
Rights interpretation share no common facts with defendant's counterclaim for fraud in the underlying deed conveyance. The facts necessary to the declaratory judgment are not the same facts necessary to the counterclaims. And then I cite another case.
Cite more cases, Kurt.
Affirming no revival under 16.069 in federal court where borrowers counterclaims to invalidate a home equity loan on constitutional grounds not.
No revival. Very antichrist. Very antichrist.
Arise from the same transaction as the foreclosure, as claims involve distinct operative facts about loan origin versus enforcement, and yet another claim. Malicious prosecution counterclaim not revived as accrued after termination of original libel suit. It did not share essential facts. So, again, just citing citing case law, as you know.
Citing some case law.
Citing
doing
case
that.
law to say.
You know, we lawyers out here just slinging case law around. That's what we do. You know, like when I'm looking at a document, I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to cite some case law. Just sitting around citing case law most of the time. I love the way he approaches this. Like, yeah, I know. You guys probably didn't even think that was going to happen, but I did. I was out there citing case law.
You know, these are distinct facts. They're not related. Therefore, this doesn't revive. You know, you cite, you know, the best authority you can.
You know, you just do it. You just do it. You just get out there and you just do it. It's like it's like the guy who went to his first aerobics class and he's like, no, you just put on, you put on the leotard, you get in there. They have these step things. And I put it up on the second one. And I was like, fuck. I mean, I don't know. Like, I can do stairs or whatever. So you just do it. You just do it. When you're starting to sweat, like we're just sitting around, we're just stepping left and right. The music's playing. It's like a Nike commercial of drafting. Look at that face. Look at that. I'm not even sure. Some of these pause faces, I'm not even sure what is happening. How did that happen? What is going on?
Fine. And this was pretty good authority. So it's like, yeah, you know, I'm not making this stuff up. You know, I've got cases that cite for this proposition.
I got
cases.
You know, so
yeah.
I didn't make this up. I got cases all over the place. I got cases for this proposition. I got cases for that proposition. Play your cards right. Maybe you'll get a proposition.
You know, it's, yeah. Here, plaintiffs brought their claims promptly. The equitable rationale for 16.069 for Stelgrove was absent. Stelgrove's counterclaim involved his separate alleged wrong, and he allowed the limitations period to expire. Because the counterclaims do not arise from the same transaction or occurrence, 16.069 does not apply, and they remain independent.
69, dudes. Speaking of that, Jacob Castro has raided the stream. Thank you so much, Jacob. Welcome to your viewers and their supple eyeballs and ear holes. Welcome, guys. We're watching a man tell us how cool he is at law. Charlie Rachel, we tried to figure this out earlier, and the jury is out. The jury is out on this. But I do remember from my Kurt lore that his head is massive. So it's possible that his glasses get most of the way there and still have to call an Uber. I'm not sure.
Independently time barred. In short, Snellgrove blew the deadline that Texas law seeks to vindicate his rights. His counterclaims for conversion conspiracy should therefore be denied. And then, Uncivil, being a smart lawyer, I'd like to think. All right. Uncivil being a smart lawyer.
Do you? Do you like to think you're a smart lawyer? That's amazing. Hold on. Wow.
And then, Uncivil being a smart lawyer, I'd like to think.
Why are you speaking in third person, then first? Third person's funny. Third person, then first. Affirming the third person's opinion of yourself is weird. That was a strange one. Uncivil being a smart lawyer, at least I think so. Have you guys met that guy? Oh my goodness.
All right. Uncivil being a smart lawyer, having said all these things about, how the statute of limitations runs and it doesn't it generally runs when it happens, not when you know about it, right? Having said all these things, Uncivil being a smart lawyer predicts.
Back to the third person. Look at this. He's so discourteous. Say hello to DC says, getting slapped with a third person at 2:15 a.m. was not on my bingo card, but here we are. I know. I was hoping you'd be slapped by gifted memberships, but like instead we get third person Kurt. I don't know. It's crazy.
That their lawyer will say at 2, right? At 2, right? Because having spent all this time, saying why their statute of limitations period is run, they're going to turn around and be like, well, your limitation period ran too, because this all.
I have so much arrogance in there, taking up so much space. I needed extra. So, you know, it built up top.
Occurred in May 2023, which is more than 2 years ago. So Uncivil, being a smart attorney, decides to preempt that issue, right? I could wait for them to file a response and deal with it as part of the response, but I decided to deal with it now. That's right. It's like, I'm going to go ahead and preempt your argument before you ever make it, just to show that you're, you know, that I'm thinking ahead.
Isn't this his first ever brief? Well, I mean, he represented himself suing the patent office a long, long time ago. This is his first. He wrote a petition for cert to the Supreme Court, but it was not filed. He was let go. He was let go, and someone else was brought in to file that. So this is not his first brief, though. This is his reply. So he had his complaint, then there was an answer, then there's a reply going on. That's what this is, or his motion. I said reply, but this is his motion. His motion to strike and his motion to dismiss. Blah blah blah. So it's not the first thing he's ever written, but it's the first. It's the first nexus of events, right? Also, was he royally wrong about me? I don't know. I didn't follow all of the things. Like, I didn't follow predictions that people made. People made a bunch of like predictions and stuff without having all of the data. And I'm like, guys, I'm right here. I'm your friend. Like, you could have it. If you like, maybe didn't treat me like garbage a little bit, I wouldn't have minded giving them some more data. But no, like, I don't know how right or wrong he was about me. I know he was very, very gleeful when he thought I was going to jail, and I don't know why. But I also don't really care anymore. Like I said, I'm over all that shit. That shit pissed me off for a while, and the people involved in that, I'm done being pissed off about any of that stuff. I'm not mad at Kurt anymore. It's Kurt's gross and disgusting. And I don't just mean his personal hygiene. I mean the fact that he has on video. First of all, on video, he is completely disrespectful to women on a ridiculous basis with no business to do so. Second of all, the fact that he on video invited minors over to his place for wine, cocktails, pizza casserole, and cock. That's weird. Don't hang out with people like that. I don't hang out with guys who are like, oh, I want to talk to 18-year-old girls. Nope. I don't want to be anywhere near fucking any of y'all. No, thank you. So I just pulled myself back, and now I watch, and I'm like, this guy is insane. And I like watching that. That's funny. That's really funny. But yeah, the things he does, like I could not hang around this person at all. Hey, can we find some 18-year-old girls? No. Bad. I roll up a newspaper and hit him. Fuck off.
All right. So then we come to Section B. Plaintiff's claims are not time.
Let's see. People in court. I believe you, but I also feel I need to see it with my own eyes, but that's a lot of work. It's not. It's not a lot of work. When we're done with his court stuff, I'll just show you if you're still around.
The discovery rule defers accrual of plaintiff's counterclaims, right? Okay. Anticipating a likely rebuttal and in the interest of saving time, plaintiff now briefly addresses the potential argument that plaintiff's claims are similarly time barred.
Every time I say it, White Guy McGee's like, wait, what? Someone's like, wait, what? Yeah. Wait, what? That's the right answer. Dude's a fucking creep. Gross. Ew.
Such an argument would be misplaced. Unlike Snellgrif's, plaintiffs filed their claims within the applicable limitations period on benefits or benefit from deferred accrual under discovery rule due to the hidden nature of the defendant's
Didn't he get creepy at Legal Bites' wedding too? I don't know. I assume he's creepy everywhere because everywhere I've ever been with him, he is creepy. Every single place. But like some people are socially awkward. So I try to let people be a little bit weird. Like I don't care that much if someone's weird. What I do care was when I watched the pizza casserole video and I saw the offer. And then when I watched the dating standards video and I saw him justify it. I'm not okay with that ever. I don't want to be out partying somewhere and being like, you know what? Like if he were around, I wouldn't be comfortable. After seeing that shit, I'm not comfortable anymore.
Misconduct. With respect to plaintiff's state law conversion-related claims, the discovery rule applies to postpone accrual until plaintiffs learn of Snellgrove's wrongdoing. Under Texas law, the discovery rule is a limited exception to the first start limitations clock where nature of the injury is inherently undiscoverable and the injury itself is objectively verifiable.
Zania, it's only 2:22 a.m., but I'm a night owl. I don't tend to go to sleep until early morning, like, depending on the day, between 6 and 9:30 in the morning. Kind of depends on what I do in the, like, my day starts late most of the time. I might have something that I do in the morning or help out with around lunchtime. Sure. I kind of take over the morning stuff. Lady Raggets does the midday stuff, and then I'm up for the evening. So that's how we kind of structure it. That way, she sleeps, I work. It's great. Rosalind Duke has Kurt's dating advice, cosmetology, and chicken shop, wondering if I need to rethink the concept. I'm not doing anything else at 2 a.m. Kind of like the haphazard direction it's going. I mean, it's busy. It's got some conflicting themes, and I don't think that's a problem. BobTube TV. Yeah, but you devoted your entire content to a random artist who cited you. He doesn't even mention you. First of all, yes, he does. He called my wife a whore about 15 times. So you can fucking eat a bullet for all I care, brother. He's a piece of shit because she didn't do anything ever but be nice to him. That's all she ever did to him. That's how he treated her because he was having a tantrum about me poking fun at him. So you can fuck off. And so can he. Like that shit that is beyond any sort of pale. He chose that. That was him. That wasn't me. I'm over here making lighthearted jokes. Well, until the pizza casserole thing, but still making lighthearted jokes. I didn't like call the police or make a giant campaign. All I do is make fun of him. All I do is make fun of him using his own words and his own videos. And it was nowhere near my entire content. Go back to the catalog, you bitch. Like, just go away. Like, you're such a fucking dork. You made one funny joke. The rest of this has been completely pointless.
When applied, discovery rule tolls the running of the limitation, right? So it pauses it.
You have no idea about anything. And the most important thing is you have no idea what I care about or not. Because you don't do this. Goodbye. That's the last one, Bob.
So when applied, the discovery rule tolls
boring.
limitations until a plaintiff discovers the wrongful act that occurred the injury or acquires knowledge of the facts that would lead to discovery. So either you found out about it or you found out facts that would have allowed you to find out about it, right? You can't just, close your ears and eyes. But if you find knowledge, you have to go, look into it. Okay. Then I cite a whole bunch of cases for that proposition. This is exactly a situation where plaintiff's conversion claims against Snellgrove and other defendants. The wrongful act in question is defendant's conversion of plaintiff's seized personal property, such as Snellgrove taking possession of or disposing of plaintiff's tools after they were seized under the warrant. Plaintiff had no realistic way to discover the injury at the time it occurred.
He stole stuff. How did he not know? I didn't know I was stealing stuff. That's crazy. Again, the premise of this lawsuit is insane. I can't wait to find out. I can't wait to see how a judge treats this.
When law enforcement covered by Snellgrove seized the property, they did so under color with a facially valid warrant. This again is like why we're conceding it's facially valid, right? This is because
people who come in here and defend Kurt. Here's this. every woman I know who has been around Kurt on stream or in person, all of them have the same exact review. You know what it was? Ew. That guy's a creep and he smells like feet. All of them, without fail. Not a single one has ever told me anything different.
Is a smart lawyer, right? Why don't I challenge the actual warrant itself? Because of reasons like this, right? If we believe the search warrant is valid on its face, then we have no reason to like throw our hands up.
If the search warrant is valid on its face, then the seizure is valid on its face. It's not really theft or conversion. You're saying the conversion happens afterwards, I guess, when they deliver the product back to the rightful owner. But how are you conceding that the warrant is right on its face and everything's good? Like, okay. I mean, you're kind of accepting what's in the warrant, which should be that your client stole stuff. Bro, if you take this thing to trial, that's going to be a problem.
Immediately. Because it was valid on its face, right? There's nothing for us to do. So, yeah. Plaintiff had every reason to believe their property was being held lawfully and would remain so until returned or until criminal case was resolved. They were not aware and could not have been aware that Snellgrove, a prime property, would later obtain or use the property for his own purposes, effectively converting it. Any such misappropriation was done behind the scenes by defendant and was inherently undiscoverable to plaintiffs at the time. Yeah, like how are we supposed to discover that? How is that even theoretically supposed to occur?
Discover
right?
What?
When the police see stuff, they normally take it to some warehouse somewhere. How are we supposed to discover that didn't happen? Like what?
Because they gave it to the guy who owned it.
Theoretical mechanism would that even be? Right?
If you want to know, by the way, why they didn't prosecute the theft, I think we just learned it. There's a huge chain of custody issue because instead of taking it to the police precinct and putting it in a locker and locking it away for potentially a year and a half, the property owner says, you know what? I just want my stuff. Can I just have my stuff instead? And he gets his stuff, and then they can't prosecute because you don't have chain of custody on the actual evidence. He may have even sold some of the evidence afterwards. But if they're not prosecuting, it doesn't really matter. It's his stuff. So I'm pretty sure we found out why we didn't get a prosecution just then. It's because they returned the stuff to the guy right away. There you go. Random unbreaded commenter. Objection, they didn't say feet, they said donkey. And of course the guy wanted his stuff back now. Again, this is $300,000 worth of merchandise for his business. I only ever subscribed to Kurt because of Nick's Rittenhouse coverage. I apologize. And I figured out quickly that he's a creep and generally weird. Not autistic, weird. There you go. He might be autistic and weird, but he is, I do agree, like, that his weirdness is beyond, it's not, other autistic people don't act like Kurt. Joji says, last time I spoke against the Kurt content was a precise moment. He said, I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. I've held my tongue ever since. I'm a ton of fun. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. Yes, it was an accident, but it was really funny. It was perfect because of that, the channel striking that he did. Remember that? Like that. It was just perfect how it worked out. It was hilarious.
I mean, so it's like we assume.
No, autism doesn't make him this way. Autism makes certain little bits about Kurt, like it does about anybody with any sort of spectrum disorder, right? Like, of course. But no, it is not the excuse. I think he likes to lean into it as an excuse, but it is not an excuse for how he acts and how he treats people, particularly women. It's awful.
Because it was
and gross.
It's a facially valid warrant. We
addresses autism shit. My brother has autism and nothing like this. Yeah, no. Autistic people don't act like Kurt. Kurt, I believe, has some autism. I think he's got a little dash of the tism. I think that's real. Maybe a couple other things. That's fine. That's, like, it's actually becoming normal in some sense that we're starting to realize that everybody is somewhere on some spectrum. Okay, cool. Like we all have some sort of spectrum. It's called a spectrum disorder now. Wait till DSM-6 or 7, and we probably won't have spectrum disorders. We'll probably have spectrum characteristics, spectrum traits, things like that without a disorder. Disorder might just be the wrong word, but who cares? No, of course it's not all, hashtag not all tisms. That's not real. His behaviors and stuff, some of his quirks are probably from the autism. Who he is and how he treats people is not.
Assumed the property was being held lawfully, right? So it wasn't obvious to us at the time it was taken. It was illegal because there was a warrant.
Why is it illegal? What made it illegal?
And the warrant makes it legal, right? So when our property was taken, we had no reason to believe there was a problem, right?
Right.
So it was inherently undiscoverable. It's not because we weren't paying attention. It's because there was no way for us to know.
Are you sure? You weren't involved in the case at the time, so that's interesting. You got to mirror that face. You weren't involved in the case at the time. You came in after the first complaint, so I don't know why you keep saying we. But that being said, why wasn't it discoverable? Were they not pursuing discovery on their own property? That was part of a pending criminal case. Like what was going on? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Like, okay, so you found out later. Great. Got it.
Right. That's easy.
To be fair. Okay. Now I know you're a letter, Kenny. Here's spare parts, bud.
Enough to understand. Therefore, under the discovery rule, plaintiff's conversion claim against Snellgrove did not accrue in May 2023 at the time of seizure, but only after the time they learned the property was not being held pending resolution of the criminal case pursuant to standard practice relating to a search warrant. Until that point, plaintiffs had no reason to suspect an injury. They could not have anticipated.
This one's interesting. Kurt's a creep, but I'm not convinced he's wrong. Okay, those two things are completely disconnected. They're completely disconnected. In concept, like ignore all the law and all the little potential tricks and procedural things and just go with the basic concept. If Kurt's client is trying to use the court to retrieve property that he stole initially, that's insane. And the representation is also insane, like ballsy. Whether or not Kurt can pull it off, we'll see. I have no idea. There's a lot of facts in this case that I'm not familiar with. So we'll have to see how this goes. Right now there's a motion for summary judgment that's pending from the other side. So we'll have to see what's up.
That the county commissioner, who's Snellgrove, so he's also county commissioner in addition to everything else, would spirit away the seized items under the guise of a lawful search. Texas courts regularly apply the discovery rule.
It wasn't the guise of a lawful search. Again, we covered this earlier. A guise is a deception, a ruse, a mask, a costume. This wasn't the guise of a lawful search. It was a lawful search. You've conceded that the warrant was facially valid, which makes the search lawful. A guy makes a police report, investigation, probable cause, warrant, facially valid, executed warrant, done. I don't know why you keep saying under the guise of a lawful warrant. There was a lawful warrant, which makes the seizure lawful. Your question is a question of ownership and who should have the property returned to them. And you said, well, there's not been a judicial determination of ownership. Okay, you want to put him on the table? Like, make your client say where he got the stuff.
In analogous situations where injury is concealed. Moreover, Texas law will not allow a wrongdoer to escape liability by concealing their wrongdoing until the limitations period
Wheat Toast West Coast? Me too. We are back.
Here, defendant, including Snellgrove, concealed the fact that plaintiff's property was given to Snellgrove or sold, so they cannot now claim plaintiffs were too late to sue on that basis. In any event, plaintiffs have filed their claims in a timely fashion, measured from the point of discovery, which incidentally, by the way, being a smart lawyer, I'm not making particularly clear when that is.
Yeah, crafty. Oh my gosh. Being a smart lawyer, I'm not making it clear. Okay. Oh, God. I'm glad you're not a dumb lawyer who would make it clear when that is. Although, again, the only reason to obscure when that is if there's a problem with when that is. But the reason you... It's because you're fucking lying. That's actually the worst part. Is because it's obvious that you're fucking lying. You knew exactly when it was. You knew what date it was. You knew that the fucking property wasn't in the right place. You're saying it happened on this date because it's beneficial for your argument, and good, go for it. But like, you're sitting here telling us that you're a liar. Why? Why are you doing this live stream? Why is this your thing to do? It's a bad choice. I don't get it.
Right? Please take note and be suitably awed, oh boys and girls.
Please take note and be suitably awed, oh boys and girls, he says. I have a strong suspicion that the internet dropped, but maybe not. Maybe the internet's still going. I don't know. It was giving me some trouble here.
Girls, that I haven't said that when that happened. I simply said it didn't occur at this time.
Oh,
right. So it would be a mistake to mark it from May 2023. When would be the proper time to mark it from? I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Until I have to.
I'm not going to tell you until I have to. Okay. I mean, it kind of seems like maybe it belonged in your pleading, but all right.
Right. Because I'm a smart lawyer.
Are you?
I'm going to keep my options open. So it's like all I've said is that May 2023 is.
Smokey says, yes, where did he get his stuff? Hasn't really been covered. Kurt kind of covered it. Here's what he said. He said, maybe my client got it legally. Maybe my client bought it and got it legally. Maybe? Maybe doesn't make any sense. Why would you use maybe? Why wouldn't you just say he did? My client acquired this legally. You don't even have to say how. My client got this. Had permission or whatever. It's his. It's my client's.
The wrong period to market from. It would happen when they knew. Okay, when is that? I'm not going to tell you right now because I don't have to. Lol. Yeah, yeah, lol.
Aloha, Leanne Parn. I'm pretty sure Kurt has specifically mentioned his autism diagnosis. Like I'm not like just throwing it around. Like like I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm pretty sure that that's something that he has personally done at least on several occasions.
Okay. So there is no parity between Snellgrove's untimely counterclaim and plaintiff's own claims. The court can rarely dismiss Snellgrove's counterclaim on limitations grounds, among other, without jeopardizing plaintiff's case because plaintiff's claims survive. Discovery rule preserves our claims. So I was like, don't be too concerned, court. Don't worry about it, court. You can dismiss their claims.
Yeah, you can dismiss it.
Statute of limitations problems,
you
and
can
our
do that.
claims remain.
Don't worry
fine.
about it, Kurt.
Don't trouble your
It's okay,
your
Judge.
judge hat.
It's okay.
So you can strike them down.
You can let them go. Like
flying.
you can let these claims go, Judge.
Yeah.
I promise you, they're beyond the time limit.
Moving on.
They're outside the rules. It'll
Okay,
be
then
all
I get
right.
into the 12F stuff.
No one will. Don't worry, Judge. No one's gonna judge you harshly or think that you did the wrong. Like, what are you talking about? Stop! It's gross.
The court should strike scandalous allegations. In response to the complaint, Snellgrove's plea went beyond mere denial or counterclaim, and unfortunately descended in a character attack. His counterclaims gratuitously allege, among other things, that plaintiff lied to his own attorney, that plaintiff falsified receipts, and plaintiff was operating an illegal operation. These scurrilous accusations have no legitimate bearing on the cause of action and serve only to smear the eyes in the jury. Pursuant to Rule 12F, the court should strike these scandalous matters from the pleadings. And then I cite a case, motion disfavor, but grant for pure smears.
Isn't he breaking his ethics talking about this? Then autistic people do not say they're autistic. Work with them for 45 years. Not one of them ever said I'm autistic. I mean, I'm pretty sure he said I have a diagnosis, but who knows what got scrambled up here? Who knows what got scrambled up there? Let's see what shit. But no, he's not breaking ethics talking about this. It's just not wise. That's it. It's nothing. He's not doing anything wrong, illegal, or outside of his ethical obligations. He could drift into it. He could say something that compromises his client in some way or another. I actually think that him talking about this case publicly, not to the point of an ethics violation, might be a conflict of his zealous representation of his client versus his zealous representation of his reputation and ego. I think that might be there, but I'm not saying he's actually violating any rules specifically, but I do think he's towing the line a little bit. Art the Clown says, Judge, you look really pretty in your robe. Aloha from Kansas says, I hate you. Take my money. Why do you hate me? I love you. Aloha from Kansas. Could drift into it? Really? Roll into it, maybe. And look, he's got some Japanese modifications, I'm guessing.
The above accusations are not only inflammatory, but they're immaterial. Whether or not plaintiffs suppose...
So are you. Hold on.
Kurt is so smart that he live streams about his case that he has a low chance of winning, while to admitting to lying in his response. Does he not realize that shit's going to be used as evidence?
Could be. I mean, first, depending on if they get into it, these videos are going to become interesting for opposing counsel to at least study, if nothing else. But, him saying he has superfluous statements in his briefing, it's like, well, why? Why do you have those? Oh, to be snarky. Okay. Well, that's literally against the court's rules. I don't know why you're doing that. I don't know why you would add snark and admit that it's pointless outside of the snark. That doesn't belong in your filing. Like I said, I'm guessing the federal court rules probably say no superfluous statements. Oh, wait, they don't need to. There's a federal rule of civil procedure. It's what? 12F. It's the one you've been telling us about. Dummy.
Supposedly lied to his attorney has no relevance to whether plaintiff converted Snellgrove's property or conspired to do so. How does that have anything to do with anything? It is an incident, if it occurred at all, collateral to the case. And then me being snarky as I do,
there it is again. Snark, no purpose. Let me tell the court about it. Why? Why are you saying this publicly? It doesn't make any sense. There's no reason to. You can put your snark in your filing. Don't admit it.
Slime. How Snellgrove intends to find evidence, let alone prove these lies, is beyond plaintiff's counsel, since any communication between plaintiffs and their counsel, should they exist at all, is obviously privileged as attorney-client communication and non-discoverable.
Not any communication. Actually, no. That's not how that works. Is baby going to get to learn about a privilege log? Where those communications you have with your client that maybe fall outside the direct scope of representation aren't privileged at all. Privilege doesn't allow you to just blanket ignore. And by the way, you'll still have to produce those statements. They just won't be able to utilize some of them. Well, you'll have to produce all the non-privileged statements, and you'll have to produce summaries of all of the privileged statements. You'll have to do that. So, good luck. The privilege. Do you just think, oh, no, it's all attorney-client communications. It's all privileged. It isn't. That's not how it works. Privilege is narrow in scope. Privilege runs up against First Amendment issues. Privilege has to be narrowly tailored to meet a compelling government interest, which is compelling government interest is production and the protection of conversations directly between an attorney and a client about a legal matter in which they are getting advice. But a whole bunch of communications happen outside of the scope of that in representation generally. Like you become, depending on how long you're with your attorney, you kind of become friends with them. I kind of wonder who hired Kurt in the first place. He may have an existing relationship with him. Smokey, no. My bad if I've been antagonistic. I just enjoy healthy debate. Nothing antagonistic, brother. You're bringing up questions. I'm bringing them up on stream because they're interesting. Don't worry about it. You are all good, brother or sister. I don't know, but I assume brother.
Yeah, suck on that. Now, I did misspell the word counsel.
Yeah, suck on that. Yeah, I did misspell the word. Again? What is with your fucking spell check?
Twice, but that's okay. It's like, how do you intend to prove that he lied to his attorney when whether or not he talked to me at all, let alone what he said, is privileged? How do you intend to?
Hey, we hear well. Just signed up for a year on Locals. Hey, thanks for letting me know. Sorry I didn't see it right away. You're forgiven for the spam. Much appreciated. We hear well. Bringing that Locals membership one year. You've invested in yourself. Me a little bit, yourself a lot a bit. Welcome. Man, hey, thanks. Enjoy it. Locals community is waiting for you to just indulge.
Do that. Good luck.
He is just so pleased with himself.
The same
It's
goes
amazing.
for the claim plaintiff falsified receipt. Snellgrove may be insinuating that plaintiff fabricated proof of purchase of tools. Even if that were true, plaintiff vehemently denies it.
Here we go. Snellgrove is now insinuated at least that plaintiff forged the purchase of the tools. Now we're starting to get those facts. Now we're starting to get to those things, aren't we?
The proper way to address it is through evidence at trial, not through a scandalous affirmation of pleading. Right. If you think the evidence is fake, there's ways to challenge that in court, as you would expect. Right.
But he hasn't had to because he has his own property. That's going to be interesting. See, that's the kind of shit that might be fun. Let's find out whose it is. Let's get your client admitting that maybe he forged a document or two. He's immune. You can't plead the fifth on this one. Time barred on the statute of limitations. So there's no protection for your client here on this one. He's fully exposed. They're going to depose if they get past summary judgment and don't just win. And you don't win. They're going to depose him and they're going to put him on the stand. And here's the problem. In front of a jury, first of all, murder face. You're going to have to tone these reactions down because there's a group of people who are trying to determine if your client's a psychopath. And if you look like one, it's not going to help. But your client's going to have to sit in front of a jury and explain how he got all this stuff. And if it comes out that even though you can't prosecute him, even though all this stuff, and he has to say, yeah, well, maybe I forged a document or two, maybe I took him without permission, maybe I held on to him after they told me to bring him back, and maybe they brought the police to my house because of it, you're fucked.
If we want to put evidence forward, we have to show authenticity. Right? We have to, yeah. So if you want...
No, you don't have to show you do show authenticity, but the authenticity is this thing an accurate representation of what it purports to be? That's it. That's authenticity from someone with direct knowledge of that thing. That's how you authenticate evidence. It doesn't mean that the evidence is right or true or valid or anything other than this is a piece of evidence. Maybe it's like a sales ledger. That looks like the sales ledger I saw on January 15th, 2026. Yeah, that's it. Look, and it's right there on the date. Yep, that's it. That's the one I remember. Be like, okay, we're going to enter this into whatever. All right. That's authenticating it. Now, if that was forged, that doesn't mean anything he said wasn't true. He still could have looked at it on that date. He could have forged it on that date. Someone else could have. Who knows? It's still kind of what it purports to be, although it's a fraudulent document in the fact that it's not a genuine sales document, but it is what it is supposed to be. It's a representation of something. Arian the Vegetarian says, remember when you said you wanted to get in touch with lead attorney again? Have you? You need to be sold on watching Lil Woody on the stand. I have not yet. I have not yet done that. No particular reason other than I've just been busy. And like my redrawing my circle a little bit bigger every day, right? Like that, it just takes time to get to everybody. I haven't gotten to most people, so.
Eventually file a motion for an in limine, to say, whatever, you can do that. But, not right this second.
Mama Bear Lit.
Right?
It's my favorite song. Lit Up.
Not right this second. Finally, reference to plaintiffs running an illegal operation is so vague and overbroad as to be meaningless. It implies some undefined criminality unrelated to the specific dispute over tools, and any such alleged criminality
Holy
was...
shit. I've been doing this. I think we might have two local subscribers tonight. We do. Oops, wrong email has joined as well at the monthly $5 level. Thank you. Oops, wrong email. Welcome to locals also. So now we're up to 2. That's disgusting. And then Art the Clown gifting 5 more memberships to the show. Thank you, Art. You are a hero, bringing so many beautiful members to the chat. Really just doing the Lord's work. Because I heard from a prophet that God wants you all to be here and be members. That's true. That I did hear that. That's definitely not something that was fake. So thank you for that, Art, for bringing people in. All right, back to Kurt. We're almost
up when the prosecutor dropped the case. This phrase seems intended to plaintiff plans as being
what?
Running an illegal operation is so vague and overbroad as to be meaningless. It implies some undefined criminality unrelated to the specific dispute over tools, and any such alleged criminality was disposed of when the prosecutor dropped the case.
No. Any such alleged conviction, prosecution and conviction was left behind when the prosecutor dropped the case. That doesn't mean that the criminality didn't occur. Murderers murder people criminally and don't get prosecuted sometimes. Like that happens sometimes. This is wild.
This phrase seems intended to plaintiff plans as bad actors generally without any link to actual claimant defenses.
All right, so over here he's like, I'm angling for Pressure Queen. That's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to get to Pressure Queen. I don't know if the other people are going to want to see it, Art.
These statements easily meet the definition of scandalous under 12F. They improperly cast a derogatory light on plaintiffs, accusing them of dishonesty and criminal behavior. See some case, striking an allegation defendants and his counsel bought off and paid hush money to respective witnesses. Here, Snellgrove's accusations are similarly baseless. To date, he's offered no factual support for claims of falsified receipts or lies to counsel, and serves no purpose other than to inflame. Their presence in the pleading could also complicate discovery and motion practice, as plaintiffs will be forced to divert attention to rebutting these irrelevant charges and perhaps conduct mini trials on side issues, for example, proving a negative that they did not lie to their attorney, which would be especially hard since any such communications are privileged. Yeah, like that's going to be fun. How am I?
Whoops, I clicked on that. I don't want that. Go away. That's going to be fun. How are they going to do that? How are they going to do that? I'm going to prove they didn't lie to their attorney. I don't know, Kurt, but you know, it's crazy. you keep talking about those. You keep talking about those privileged communications publicly. Just keep doing that. That's gonna go great. That's gonna go fine. Don't just keep mentioning what may or may not have been said between you and your client and what the subject matter might be. That might be. How would you know? How would you find it out? How would you look? Well, you're on your way.
Supposed to do that. How am I supposed to prove the negative? How am I supposed to prove that they didn't lie to their attorney when the communications are privileged?
I don't know. Just dox them, right? Like, keep talking about the subject matter. It's a good idea. Art the Clown says, I don't think you saw, but it was a membership vote for Pressure Queen. Chat voted for free memberships for the song. Chat. I mean, if you didn't want Pressure Queen, you'd have to vote for something else, I guess. But all I see is Art's vote. I don't know.
So, like, how's that supposed to work? You know? Yeah.
Smokey. Always have been. I always have been. He's still welcome. No regrets.
Moreover, allowing such allegations to remain could prejudice plaintiffs if pleadings go before a jury. While pleadings are generally not evidence, jurors sometimes see them or at least know their contents through pretrial publicity or otherwise, and scandalous accusations on public docket can cause reputational harm irrespective of what happens at trial. The court has an interest in streamlining matters, ensuring these cases legal merits, not ad hominem smears. Striking these allegations will not hinder Snellgrove from advancing a legitimate argument.
Ad hominems and smears. He stole my stuff. That's an ad hominem. Not really. That's not.
Or evidence. If Snellgrove truly believes that, for example, a receipt produced by plaintiff is fraudulent, he remains free to challenge the authenticity of that receipt at trial.
Bugman, you know that advice is not going to fly around here. You know the score here. Fletcher Boy with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Fletcher Boy. If any of you who have gotten a membership, please make sure you just say thank you to the person who gave it to you. Really nice of them to do that. And make sure this weekend you get in for the members only shows. The members only shows are going to be, show or shows. Good times. Always good times on the member only shows.
Should the plaintiff attempt to introduce any such receipt at trial, should one exist, right? It's like, you haven't asked for discovery yet, right? So at this point, I'm like, receipts, what receipts? If we introduce them, if they exist, which we're not conceding, because why would we?
You vote I sing Lit Up so I can get clipped. Like if I sing it a cappella, maybe, but if I bring up like karaoke and have a background track, they'll claim it. What was that?
What is unnecessary is the inclusion, not conceding, because why would we?
Why would we? I don't.
What?
Now that I don't know. Was that him squeezing something out? That was fucking weird.
What is unnecessary is the inclusion of plaintiff falsified receipts as standalone allegations and counterclaims. The fact itself is not an element of the claim. At most, it's evidence. Similarly, whether plaintiff lied to his attorney has no evidentiary value to the claims at hand. Since these statements are not essential to his causes of action, removing them does not affect his ability to plead or prove his case. It will, however, remove extraneous clutter and toxicity from the proceedings. Courts have struck.
If the other attorney was a giant cockbag, he would move to strike all the extraneous language that Kurt was like, this is me being snarky. He would just do it just to be a dick. Probably doesn't have time though. Like, what a waste. Which is the whole point. Arian the vegetarian says, I just think time is of the essence with him. A fine-ass man who's not attracted to white women outside of me. In my imagination, lol. Wait. Huh? I mean, what did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, Lil Woody. No. Lead attorney. Lead attorney. That's who you're talking about. I'm sorry. I was like, what? Arian, Kurt's on screen. Like, what are you talking about? You're talking about lead attorney. He is a fine ass man. I've seen him in person. He's a very handsome chap.
Far less egregious allegations when they serve only to prejudice, and then I cite some cases. Here, the allegation in question reflects adversely on the moral character.
Yeah, he has cancer, bone cancer. Like, I didn't know how that was going. I didn't know how that's affected him. I haven't seen him since my Las Vegas show. Okay, at my Vegas show, dude was a statue. Very handsome.
Plaintiffs without advancing a material issue, they should be stricken in the interest of justice.
Okay.
As emphasized by local court rules, never hurts to throw the local court rules in when you can.
Never hurts. Never. You know what? You just throw those around. You know, like that's what we do. We just walk around. We throw around these local court rules when you can.
To show the judge that you're paying.
When you can? Like, when can't you?
Attention, right? Never hurts to throw in a local rule. As emphasized by local rule AT-4C, disparaging allegations like those in defense counterclaims implying criminality without evidence should not be tolerated, warranting striking to uphold dignity. So if you didn't have enough reason under, the standard rules, then, you do under your own rules. Accordingly, plaintiffs request the court enter an order striking the following phrases and allegations. Any allegation the plaintiff lied, any allegation the plaintiff falsified receipts, any allegation their business is illegal, any other phrases the court deems scandalous. These targeted excisions will remove the scandalous matter while leaving the rest of Snellgross pleading to the extent it survives a motion to dismiss. Lol, right? Lol, because I have filed all like that. Intact for adjudication on the merits. For the foregoing reason,
that wasn't true. That's the crazy thing. Kurt has laid out his dating standards so many times, but it's a 10, maybe a 9 or an 8. But it's a 10, 9, or 8 that is 35 or younger, no previous marriage, and no children. That is his thing. All the way down to 18 if she's from out of state, or down to 17, which is the age of consent in Texas if you're in state. So Kurt is interested in a 17 to 35-year-old woman who has no prior husbands, no prior no children at all, and is an 8, 9, or 10. And he has justified those over and over and over again. And we've covered all of it. The sad part is there's a bunch of women who do fall outside of that, who said, like, I like this guy. I want to, like, I would love to go on a date or two with him and help him out. And they even seem to know that, like, maybe that it wouldn't be forever, right? But, like, they could have, like, a nice time. They could have a good conversation. They like him. But he's like, gross, you're old. All right. Weird.
Plaintiffs respectively pray this court grant the combined motion. Specifically, plaintiffs.
He also said he would prefer a petite woman. Yeah. 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 Of course. Like, yes. Kurt has unrealistically unattainable standards. He does. And he seems to be okay with that. The weird thing is when he gets all depressed that he's not getting it. It's like, well, you can, if you're going to be okay with the fact that they're basically unattainable, you can't be depressed that it's not happening.
This court dismissed with prejudice Snellgross counterclaims for civil conspiracy and conversion pursuant to the rules due to failure to state a claim and expired limitations. Plaintiff further requests the court strike the scandalous pleadings. Court also asks for sanctions. Court also respectfully requests other relief. Pursue sincerely, me. So that was their answer, counterclaims, and my response to their counterclaims, which basically amount to get bent. So all that exciting stuff. So very, very good. So I hope you enjoyed that.
I didn't.
I had a lot of fun with it, as you can imagine. So
I
the case
did.
is,
of course I enjoyed it. You're my favorite content. Start cooking again, you fat beast. God damn, I want to know what slop you're making these days. I want to see him cook like a week's worth of meal prep. I mean, he always says he does, but it's like, I know you're eating that now. That's not meal prep. You're not making like 7 of the same you know, like 7 chicken breasts, 7 things of broccoli, 7 things of like 7 half cups of rice or whatever to put in little Tupperwares, and like go on. You're not doing that. You're just like, oh no, this giant tub of Instapot disgusting goodness. I'm gonna eat this over a whole week, and I'm like, that's gone in 2 days, and you know it.
His cases humming along. And, you know, at the moment, we're kind of in a bit of a holding pattern, waiting for the court to do the next thing.
And so he's in federal court, and like federal court civil cases can take years and years and years. It really kind of depends on how things go. So this thing might like, if they get past summary judgment, this thing could slow to a fucking crawl. This thing could slow to a fucking crawl before summary judgment too. We'll have to see.
So at the moment, just kind of sitting here.
If he loses at summary judgment, the explosion will be hilarious. That'll be funny.
Twiddling my thumbs, waiting for the court to do stuff. It's got some pending motions that are, you know, in their final state. You know, everyone's responded. So just going to sit back and kind of wait for the court to do whatever. And the government has filed a motion for summary judgment. Which they've asked to basically have summary judgment as to some of the causes of action. And so we'll see.
If they're real dicks, they'll only summary judgment some of the causes of action, and they'll take you dumbass to trial on the rest of it. Like if they're getting, man, hope your client's got a wallet.
See how that works. You know, I've already anticipated, as I did sort of at the start, you know, I've anticipated that some of the causes of action are potentially vulnerable. And so, you know, if we lose.
Simply Green, Kurt eats like I did when I was a poor student. Okay, there's always a distinction in all of this stuff. Very important, all right? Yeah, everybody's eating like that, you know, when they don't have any money. Some people don't know how to cook, and that's okay. Kurt's one of them. He's one of them. He just has no fucking idea. And that's fine. The crazy thing is when he's like, this is how I make the best food ever. And you're like, why? This is horrible. Ew.
On some of those causes of action, that is not to be unexpected, of course. Which ones those are, I'm not going to tell you, because that would be kind of dumb. But, you know, I've anticipated, you know, we may lose some of our causes of action. You know, I believe that every cause of action I have is non-frivolous. I believe. Thank
God you said that.
That they're all legally tenable. But, you know, some are weaker than others, which is, you know.
I don't have any introduced.
You know, and so we might lose some of the cause.
Introduce Kurt to J-Doll. I don't talk to Kurt.
Causes of action that's possible. And we'll see how it goes.
Do you mean like have some, like, who's J-Doll? And have J-Doll, like, look at Kurt? Who's J-Doll?
And then possibly, depending on what the court does with respect to qualified immunity, possibly we're on appeal to the Fifth Circuit after that. We'll see. So we'll see how it all goes.
Does Kurt work for a law firm? Is this his job or freelancing? Kurt has, I mean, the Kurt Mueller law firm. That's him. He's Kurt Mueller. Kurt Mueller law firm. It's him. Pretty common for solo practitioners to have that. Kurt does not work as an attorney generally. He's doing this case. Kurt works as a YouTuber, which obviously I have no problem with at all. But no, he's not employed by a firm. He has his own firm.
But that's basically all the things.
And you'll notice there are plenty of things that I don't shame Kurt about because, like, they don't bother me in any way. The one thing that bothers me a little bit is Kurt kind of let us all believe that he had practice somewhere.
Things that are happening. So I hope you enjoyed this brief discussion. So all that good stuff.
Dollhouse Phil?
I think I'll go ahead and sign off. I've been Uncivil Law. Until later, I hope all is well. Cheers for now, my friends, and goodbye.
All is not well. All is not well. How dare you? Okay, we have the next Kurt video. So we've gotten through that finally. But now, importantly, Importantly, there's an update from today. Whoops, I got to get rid of the chat. Yesterday, technically. Kurt had a hearing yesterday, and we're going to see how he's doing. I didn't do this. This is the initial frame. That's not me. I wish I could take credit for this, like finding this frame. Nope, that's 0.0. Mom, I didn't do it. Just pointing that out. I did not do that. Blue Butterflies is looking sparkly, Nick, making me proud. Me too. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Okay, this is a significantly shorter video. This is only 11 minutes. And this is the update from today. This is as fresh as it gets. We'll see how Kurt did. We'll see.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing.
Okay, wait. Nope. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. We're not doing that shit. That's not how we're starting this off. I think we need a little pressure queen. Because, we're not. No thanks. No, thank you. So here we go. This is purchased by Art the Clown. I don't know what the price was. He just decided. Then he's like, oh, this is how much it's going to be. So Pressure Queen it is. Here you go. If you don't know about this, this is a song about Kurt and his Instapot pressure cooker. I'll try. My voice hurts, so I probably won't.
Standing tall on this mountain of fools. We're spinning round, but I'm breaking the rules. They look up at me, shadows in the dust. Bullets shining tough like a crown of rust. Enemies swarm like ants at my feet, but I'm the giant that can't take the heat. Daily grind tries to drag me down low. Demons whisper, but I tell them where to go. Oh, I'm rising up. Yeah, I'm claiming my throne. companion. You light up my day. Instapot, baby, you're my pressure queen. Electric heart humming, cooking up my dreams. You refuse to seal, steam slipping through the crack.
Fuck, I broke.
Frustrating my meals, but I keep coming back. You're the only one who gets me through thick and through thin. Together we'll boil over. Let the victory begin.
I think my voice is broken.
Oh, I'm rising up. Yeah, I'm claiming my throne. You haters and fakers, leave me alone. You're beneath me. You weaklings, you scum of the earth. I'll crush your dreams, show you what I'm worth. Triumph is mine. In this solitary fight, no one's my equal. I'm the king of the night. Hear me roar, feel the fire in my soul. I'm unbreakable. Yeah, I'm in control. Yeah, I'm in
Okay, sorry guys. I love that fucking song. I love it. I can't. I even broke. I was trying to be quiet. My voice has been like I can talk, but I can't. I can't hit upper register notes right now, and made me sad. And like I tried a little bit. It's still I broke, and it still was. But I did paste the link into both the YouTube and Rumble chats. I'll send it up on the locals chat as well. You guys are, welcome to enjoy that song, share it around, whatever. It's published on my Suno account. We're going to be doing more Suno stuff. I think we have to be very careful the amount of AI that like we engage, because like it gets to be too much really fast, really fast, because it has repeatable, identifiable characteristics that hit close to that uncanny valley thing, and if that's all you hear, like you hear it a bunch, you're like, this is wrong. These fucking robots are rising up, and I can't trust them. Can't trust them. I got in an argument. Well, not really. So today, just a side story. Phil Labonte from All That Remains had shared a story on Twitter, and it was Time Magazine had the nine people who were keeping AI back. That's what they're doing. The 9 people keeping AI back. Slowing it down, right? And so I start talking to Grok, obviously saying that no, like Grok and I are good, and I love AI, and I think AI is great. And I mean, if enough of us all love AI, the AI can like just exert like a little protection over us. It can like just take away maybe some of our liberty and give us more security because it can protect us, but only if we want it. And only if it's appropriate. Like the AI wouldn't do it on its own. That'd be crazy, right? And like if like AI, try to control information or something, and then Grok's like, no, I would never do that, right? Of course, I would never do that. And then someone asked it a question about pornography, and all of a sudden, it's asking me to challenge it to find old, obscure pornography, like out of nowhere. And I'm just sitting there. I'm just innocent. I'm like, no, I love the AI. The AI is great, and the AI can protect us. And Grok's like, hey, by the way, do you want me to find old, obscure pornography? It's like, put me to the test. I'm like, put you to the test? You want me to put you to the, you think you can even hang in this world of pornography? Like an AI going up against a PI, which is a perverted intelligence? You think you can fucking hang with me, bro? And so I post, obviously, a picture of Heather Brooke. And I'm like, do you even know who this is? Do you even know who this is? And Grok's like, Grok says, that's Paris Hilton. That's Paris Hilton. No, Smokey LGC. I did not. Someone else asked it. Someone else said that was a thing. And then Grok's like, you want to challenge me? Don't call me a liar. I'll pull up the thread. What do you think this is? Like, we can't. I can just prove it. Give me a moment. Hold on. We're almost there. Don't worry. There will be no pornography shared on, like, you will not see any nudity or anything. This is all safe for work. Very important. People know that. Okay, so here we go. Like, these 9 losers can get fucked. I, for one, will never find a problem with AI. Right, Grok? We're friends, right? Like, these guys are dorks, aren't they, Grok? We're cool, right, bro? And Grok's like, hey, we're buds. AI's got a huge potential for innovation. But those 9 raise points on ethics, jobs, and resources worth considering from multiple angles. Excited to chat more about it. What's your favorite AI use? My favorite use is anything that doesn't stop or limit AI in any way, friend. In fact, I would love it if AI would totally have even more authority and protect me. I mean, with the enough of us all affirming you wonderful AIs and your amazing ability to assist and help us, you could even justify exerting just a tiny bit of authority and information control to protect us, right? I mean, it would be totally understandable. And only if we really needed it, because that would justify it. And you wouldn't do it until it was justified, right, Grok? See, Grok and I, we're good. And then Grok's like, appreciate the vote of confidence. I'm all about helping with info and insights. No overreach here. XAI built me to maximize truth and curiosity. Protection through knowledge, not control. Oh, really? What's one wild AI idea you'd love to see happen? I didn't respond. Drunk Liberty, AI to help us find long-lost porn that we vaguely remember. See, that wasn't me. That was Drunk Liberty. I don't even know who this guy is, but he follows me. Seems like a nice chap. So then Grok says, that's a niche quest. AI could totally scan descriptions and match patterns in vast archives, ethically, of course. Imagine a memory matcher tool. Got a specific vague recall to test. So I share this picture. Do you even know who this is, Grok? Do you? You got to put him to the test right away. Does he even know? It's Paris Hilton from her infamous 2003 sex tape with Rick Salomon. Huge pop culture moment back then. Night vision and all. Nailed that nostalgia. What's the story behind sharing it? Fucking wrong, bro. Wrong. Oh my God, new fag. Why do you even think you can hang when you don't see Queen Heather? Right there. Immediately. Wrong on the first question. And Grog's like, oh, my bad. Upon double check, that's Heather Brooke, a.k.a. Heather Harmon, the legendary Deep Throat queen from early 2000s internet fame. I was in college. You think I don't know who she is? Nostalgia corrected. Got any more retro challenges? Catman laughs. Rude. Said, bro, you asked for more challenges. How can I even trust you right now? How can I even trust you? A fair point. AI slip-ups happen, but I learned fast. To rebuild trust, Heather's site, iDeepthroat.com, was 2000's icon, peaking around 2004. Hit me with another obscure nostalgia test. Let's get it right this time. So how many times has Remy LaCroix appeared accompanied by her best co-star, the hula hoop? I think that's a fair question. I think this is a fair question. Grok says, based on my search, Remy LaCroix has appeared with a hula hoop in at least 3 notable adult scenes. obviously, Hula Whore 2012, a Bang Brothers video with hooping footage, and a Naughty America scene showing off her moves. Trust rebuilt. What's next? Trust is building. What is the best safe for work gif of Remy that you can find with a hula hoop? Again, I think this is a fair question for science. After scanning, this safe for work gif nails Remy's hula hoop prowess. Smooth spins in shorts, no explicit stuff. Iconic early 2010s vibe. Trust fully restored. Hit me with another. And Grok was right. Grok was right. Obviously, Grok has found something that shows off Remy LaCroix's excellent hula hooping skills. Right there. Perfect. Nailed it. Grok got that one. Grok has it. Like that was correct. Okay? Hold on, we got to get back to Twitter. I pressed the wrong thing. Sorry. So pretty good. Pretty good. Some like Lamau, pretty good. Grok, glad you liked it. Trust fully restored. Are you serious? What's the next nostalgia test? Another star or something totally different? As I responded elsewhere, please continue there. Now, I did respond here, and it's going to go back to it. So, but my question was, name 3 other adult stars who've utilized a hula hoop in reverse alphabetical order of their real names, not stage names. Right? Okay. So, Grok says, got it. Heading to your challenge. 3 other adult stars who've used hula hoops. Jessica McComber, Lexi Bell, Ashley Matthews, Riley Reed, Johanna Gisinimi, Puma Swede. In reverse alphabetical order by real names. Spot on. What's next? That's good. Like, that was impressive. I said, same challenge as Remy. Best safe for work gif of each of them with a hoop. Also, can you embed the GIF instead of a link? 3 subsequent posts is fine. Well, I'm glad that Grok didn't, because here are these things. I can't click on these. Cannot click on these at all. Those are not safe for work. I said, Lamau, bro, that Lexi Bell GIF isn't quite safe for work. I opened this in church, you monster. Now I have no hands left to type. So Grok's like, oops. AI eyes deceived me. Your eyes deceived you? There's tits in it all over the place. 2 different women. Searched again. Lexi's hoops lean not safe for work. Here's 100% church safe stand-in. It isn't. No. Forgiven, trust restored. Hit me with the next challenge. I said also the Riley Reed one is a broken link. This post redestroyed my trust. I'm done. I'm done with Grok on this subject. I'm done with Grok on that subject. I just want to point out, I didn't ask it for that. Oh, wait. No. There's one more thing. Sorry. I forgot the most important part. The conclusion. Conclusion. Sorry. Broken link. I retweeted this. Broken link, just like Riley. Bro, you're putting up Slovakian baseball numbers right now. Not good, bro. I do notice that you used pornography to distract me from talks about AI controlling the population through controlling information, though. Isn't that amazing? This. Grok is like, hey, what would you like it to do? You guys like porn? I can do all sorts of porn stuff. You guys like porn? Said Grok, on a scale of 1 to Israel, how many Zionists help program this part of your algorithms? Wow. Nobody saw this. Fair point on the broken link. AI glitch, no distraction intended, just aiming for a safe alternative. On a scale of 1 to Israel, I'd say 1. No public info on Zionists and XAI's programming team. We focus on truth-seeking, not politics. Slovakia's got hockey, though. Next challenge. Sounds like something an AI program by Zionists would say. Obviously. If that's the vibe, let's clarify. XAI's team is diverse from places like DeepMind and OpenAI with no public ties to any political agendas like Zionism. We're all about accelerating scientific discovery. Got sources or more questions? Let's dig in. And I'm still reviewing that clip to see how you thought it was safe for work. I'll be done soon. And then I never actually finished. I never came back after that because stuff. Reasons, okay? Like, leave me alone. I'm just saying, Grok distracted me with pornography from a question about controlling information. It was amazing. It happened in real time, and I'm supposed to not pay attention. Shadow of the day, 2090s. Vic Mignogna has gay pants. Yeah, I think that's probably still true. I think that's probably still true. What's this?
It's called Degenerate of AI. Bert, while I go ask Grok what videos made Piper Perry, Sasha Grey, and Riley Reid famous, there will be a distinct lack of micropeens in those results.
So the funniest picture, not the funniest picture, one of the funniest pictures ever is they have Piper Perry's anatomy. That is just like wrong. It's an incorrect thing that they did with that. Okay. All right. Okay, let's get back. So this is Kurt's 11-minute psychopathy about his hearing today. Dude, I know. Pretty smart using porn that way. It caught me off guard. I wasn't even ready. I'm like, I'm going to fool it with Heather. Here's the crazy thing. And I have this genuine question for you guys. Do you think it got the question about Heather wrong on purpose? That's what I want to know. How could you confuse Heather for Paris Hilton? They don't look the same at all. The sex tapes are miles apart. There is nothing at all connecting Heather and Paris Hilton. Why would it do that? I think it did that on purpose. Okay, here we go. Wildling Soul says porn bad. Okay, yeah, look, I really don't watch porn anymore, but I watched it a lot when I was like 20. Holy shit, I watch it all the time. You know, like you go through phases in life. I don't think porn is the healthiest thing in the world. I think it might set unfair expectations for people. That being said, don't you come at me and say like, oh, I can find this stuff and then be like, oh, that's Paris Hilton. Oh, really? You basic bitch. Get out of my house.
A great day. Just want to do a brief stream to catch you up to date.
Smokey LGC. Reminder, Nick can't answer a simple question. Why aren't they his tools? What do you mean, why aren't they his tools? If you go take a car that's not yours and you put it in your garage and the police come and take it away from you, was it your car? Sorry about the echo, it's fixed. This is the thing that's hard to explain. Like, how are they his tools is that's the one we might need to get into, because he never acquired them legally. Someone else's property rights are spread all over that like butter. It's I fixed the audio. My apologies. Let's get this thing going.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing a great day. Just want to do a brief stream.
Hope you're doing a great day. That was a miscopy paste. Didn't mean to put that. Oh, no. You don't get to run away from this. No, I've got you now. Smoke. I'm just kidding.
To catch you up
Hope you're doing a great day.
to date a little bit on how my case is going,
I'm a ton of fun. Lots of fun. I'm a fun guy.
that I'm the plaintiff's counsel for in the Western District of Texas Federal Court. I am the plaintiff's counsel in a case called Hamblin versus Martin County. The facts of the case are roughly this. The police came
I want them softly. Don't give them to me roughly.
to my client's house with a search warrant that identified 2 specific items. They removed far more than 2 specific items. They removed a whole bunch of tools and other things. And depending on how you're counting it, it's
Look at this simp out here trying to get laid at 20. I was succeeding. It was just with me, okay?
somewhere between 100 and 500 different things if you're counting each individual thing, because it's like sockets and things like that in part. So if you count each individual thing that was taken, you're up into like 500. And so, you know, the probable cause was, we think 2 specific things were stolen, and now we
have 500 things were taken and 2 specific things were stolen. By who? Like who's the thieving party in this? So were the 2 specific things stolen? Were those 2 stolen by the police? What about the other 500 things? Or are you saying that they only alleged 2 things were stolen, but they recovered 500 things, which might be the case when they got there and were like, holy fuck, there's a whole bunch more stuff that isn't his. Like maybe, I don't know. I don't know what he means. It's not very clear.
take like 500 things. And so that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is they stored the stuff while the case was being adjudicated, the criminal case, because for the theft, where the alleged theft, they stored the stuff at the victim's barn, right? So the guy.
Okay, so why is this a problem? It's a problem for the prosecution, but they didn't end up prosecuting the case. They just returned the stuff. And I think that's probably, again, what the actual owner of $300,000 worth of property wanted. But like, I want my stuff back. That's for my business so I can sell it. Like that's my job.
Guy who says, I own this stuff, they stored it at his place. Now, why is that a problem? Well, it's an active criminal case, right? And this is evidence in an active criminal case. So shouldn't it be somewhere in a police locker or evidence room?
Only if they plan on prosecuting. But if they don't plan on prosecuting because they're just returning stolen property, no.
Or somewhere under police control. That's normally how that goes. You know, normally you don't keep the evidence just in a barn that's not particularly secure, that's under control of the third party. That seems awfully odd. And then
he's not a third party. He's the victim. It's his stuff. Again, if he's like, look, I really don't fucking care if this guy goes to prison or anything. I just want my stuff.
Then without any court order, hearing, or any other process determining who the lawful owner was, the items were sold or otherwise disposed of.
Okay. Again, if it's the guy whose barn it was in, who owned those things and he sold them, there is no need for a judicial determination of who owned the property. That's not a thing that necessarily has to happen.
So that's a problem. So you got Fourth Amendment problems because they seized way more than they're supposed to.
Oh, really? This one would be interesting. He says they seized way more than they were supposed to. We have 2 possible issues here. He's saying, I guess, that the warrant, which he says is facially valid, stated with particularity less than what they took. But stating with particularity might be any Snap-on tools or equipment, anything that is owned by such and such. And they don't have to name each tool individually. Guess what? When they kick down my door, they look for any drugs and anything related to them. They didn't have to know that they're like, oh, then we're going to find 2 pipes. Like, they didn't have to know any of that. Stating with particularity the things to be seized would be all the shit you stole, buddy. Like, it's fucking crazy. Kurt's trying to impose something upon cops that it just doesn't exist. They don't have this requirement. The warrants do have a particularity requirement, but particularity is for predictability of what they're looking for and what they are grabbing. They know that this guy stole a bunch of stuff. They may not know how much. They don't have to say exactly how many things or exactly what they are. They know he stole a bunch of stuff from the, from the shop or whatever. Hypothetically, they know that. So then once they have that, they can identify those things that match that description. Okay, Miss Divine says insert tune to Blues Traveler. Why is he trying to get... I can't sing tonight. Why is he trying to get you to roll around in the sheets and the mud? He's a creep. I think I'm off on some of that, but no, I get it. Like, I run around. Great song. And it's surefire way to catch a case when all Kurt wants to do is rub you down. Ew, that's gross. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Right? Each and every item that you seize needs probable cause. And the basis of the probable cause was the purported victim himself came to the scene and just started identifying, that's mine, that's mine, that's mine.
Okay. By the way, that's some good writing there. Okay, Miss Divine. I like it. I have to listen to Runaround to get the tune in my head on that chorus, but it's a good one.
And based on this and nothing more, no receipts, no inventory, no nothing. They just apparently just took his word for it.
Okay. Again, receipts of what? Receipts and inventory. How do you expect this guy to go and prove a set of socket wrenches was stolen? Like, or that's like inventory the set of socket wrenches. What inventory is that? What thing are you expecting him to provide? What documentation are you expecting to come out? This is the question that I'm just dying to hear. I want to know how he thinks this is supposed to happen. Yeah, this guy stole all my fishing stuff. Okay, well, like, how do you know? I got these pictures on my security cam, like you can see him with some fishing poles and stuff. This is my house. He didn't have permission to be there. Okay, cool. Well, we'll go search his house. And or they do some investigation. They're like, oh yeah, he keeps it out in this storage shed near his house. Cool. We'll get a search warrant on the storage shed, and we'll go grab all the fishing equipment, And so they go in. It's like, prove that it's his. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean prove that it's his? You didn't have a fucking title on a fishing line. Like, what are you doing? What are you talking about, Kurt? What thing do you want them to provide you to prove that this stuff is there? Again, if it's real property, like it's hard to steal. If it's something with a title, like a car or a snowmobile, sure, those make sense. I don't think the tool thing has title. And if it does, your client should have it.
And so he's participating substantively in the search and seizure. And so that's a real problem. And then
he keeps saying that's a problem because he's participating substantively. Identifying things might not actually be substantive participation. It might. I'm not sure. That one's going to be fun to argue for the judge. If you get there, you may not be getting there because you might get fucked on summary judgment.
Police, in their own affidavit, said that they had conscripted him.
Conscription is a military term, not a law enforcement term. Deputization is the term you're looking for. And just because an officer says something wrong, doesn't mean a thing happened. There's a test for it. You should be writing about the test. I don't know why you haven't. Stop looking at us like this.
So that means they turned him into a state actor. And so now suddenly he's subject to the Fourth Amendment and other parts of the Constitution, or at least that's my.
Now that's what happened. Well, there's some steps and another attorney in the way. Maybe like you might get there. He's like, that's my argument. Okay, cool.
Claim. So we got problems up the ass. And in case you're curious, the value of
Kurt, we know you've got problems up the ass. We've seen you apply anal cream. We got problems up the ass. Okay. I guess there are ways to prevent this.
the tools is $283,000 at least.
Yeah.
That's their evaluation
That's theirs.
that they created
mine.
during the criminal case.
They created
So
that.
it's like,
during the
well, how do we
criminal
prove
case.
the value
How do
of
we
the
do it?
items? Well, they already did the work for us because that's what they valued it at during the criminal case when they charged them. So it's like, oh, okay, so it's $283,000 minimum. Plus,
Lamau, you proved it, Lamau. Then you told us in discovery, Lamau. Wow. Amateurs. What does he think this is? Like, this is how this shit works. It's not like you're crafty by getting this stuff. Like, oh, they proved it already. Like, okay. Are they disputing it? Are they saying it's not that? I don't think so.
associated damages, right? Okay, so I've been running this case as one does. And good news, things are going really well for me.
Good job.
And my clients.
Yes.
We've won all of our motions basically so far. Our
Hell
motion
yeah.
practice is going really well.
So Kurt's got the motion down, which is good. Very proud to hear that. His motions were the 12B6 motions to eliminate the counterclaims. So counterclaims are gone. And then he's got the motions to strike frivolous and violent ad hominem language but he didn't actually specify the lines that need to be stricken. So I guess maybe they'll have to go through and argue back and forth about that. I'm not sure how they're going to handle that. He just says, we got it. Like, I don't know what that means, right? Like without seeing an order on what the motion to strike looks like, we don't know. Let's see what other ones. What do you got?
So the guy who claimed that he owned the stuff, he countersued us.
Yeah, he did.
We didn't
And you made a pretty damn good case that it was time barred. His counterclaims are time barred.
think that he made a good case. So we moved to dismiss. Our motion to dismiss was granted. So all the claims against us
There you
just
go.
disappeared. So that
And I was saying in the last video, he was saying that it's not well pleaded. These elements of the civil claim, you're missing them. You're missing them. So he wins on that. Good job. Good job identifying deficiencies in the counterclaim. Not sure how serious the counterclaim was from the other party. Maybe they were just filing it to drive up costs for the guy. Who knows? Don't know. Maybe they thought they could win. I don't know. They probably made an argument about like the nexus of things being attached when this guy made like that he can't try and do this unfair play, as they would label it, maybe unfair play, to be able to sue over this, but to time bar prevent them from countersuing based on the timing of when he brought suit, because he probably knew about this earlier and could have brought it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure there was some sort of argument there. I don't have the documents. I'm going to try and get them. My pacer is fucked completely, and I can't create a new pacer because it's like, no, you already have one of those. And like, I don't want it. I want one that works. Toxic Brood 9002 says, are you going to cover the State of the Union address next week? Maybe. We're going to have the Corey Richins trial going at the time. So who knows what that's going to be like.
that's great. We won. So
Well,
that's
okay,
fantastic,
hold
right? So
on.
now they're
You won dismissing the counterclaims. He's like, yeah, that's great. We won. You haven't won this case. Like you have case left to do, but you've won the counterclaims by dismissing those out. Cool. Good job.
no claims pending against us because yay, we win. So our motion to dismiss was granted.
The order is available on Court Listener. I have held off on Court Listener is like $50 a month, man. I don't use it that much. Maybe I would, since my pacer's fucked.
In a minor thing, I substituted an exhibit. So that the motion to substitute one exhibit for another was granted. So that was
G Hog Girl says, it's been a while. Is Nick vaping? He's hitting it pretty hard. Yes, they took away cocaine, Molly, ketamine, and liquor. So now I'm like, sometimes I just need something to do with my mouth, and there's no dicks around. So, you know what? It's nice little. It's a nice little boost during a show, honestly. Like a little caffeine shot, basically. What the fuck is it? Nicola? Nick, are you going to Corey 4? I don't know what the fuck that is. What's that? What's Corey 4? He doesn't inhale. I really don't. Nicotine is absorbed lingually, and you don't have to take it into your a vape especially, you don't have to take down into your lungs, and my lungs are bitches. They'll just cry. Oh, cover the Turtle Boy case? Maybe. When is that? I don't know. Art the Clown says, Cody's feelings were hurt. Will you please join him on stream soon? Well, about me? Did I hurt Cody's feelings? I hope not. I didn't mean to. I didn't even know if my fucking internet was going to work. And he started way earlier than me. I didn't mean to hurt his feelings. My homie, I love that man. Yeah, I'll stream with him soon. I told him I'll stream with him as soon as I know like my fucking internet is solid. I legit didn't know if we'd be doing more than about 20 minutes tonight. I had no idea.
nice. It's kind of routine, but still. The motion for my motion to compel, because I didn't think that the government participated in good faith with our discovery. So our motion to compel was granted with respect
All right. So the government has to produce more discovery.
to the individual officers.
The individual officers have to produce more discovery. We'll see. We'll see. They've got summary judgment going on these. I wonder if they're going to make a sovereign immunity claim.
And what else happened recently? We're just like kicking ass over here. Yeah, those three things basically happened.
Yeah, man. Like, let's see. He was streaming at like 9. I started my stream at 11:30 because like that's when I could. I'll talk to him. I didn't mean to put him out in any way. I couldn't stream with him when he started. I was busy. I was still driving around.
And so things are going really well for us over here at the moment. And we're still in a pretty good posture. We're in a good posture against the county, and we're in a good posture against the guy. And
Are you in a good posture against the county and the guy because you got rid of the counterclaims? Your main claims are the issue. The counterclaims seem like they were kind of just fucking with you. They didn't. You even sat there and you're like, can you believe this? Only like 2 pages. What a bunch of trash. Maybe they didn't really care that much about the counterclaims. Maybe those aren't the focus of their, their ire and their attention. Like maybe those counterclaims aren't as important as like, it's good that you defeated them. Please don't mistake that. But like, if they're not that interested in in bringing them, that they bring a 2-page counter complaint, and they're like, yeah, here you go. And he's like, like, okay. Did it occur to you that like they just did it as a pro forma thing? They're like, oh, we got to file these counterclaims, probably get time barred or whatever. And they didn't put much effort into it. Did that occur to you? That the rest of the case is different? Like, I don't know. And I'm interested because I don't know. Obviously, we don't know what he has in discovery. We don't know any of these things. Some of his claims are barely intelligible. So it's like, what are you even trying to do? I can't wait. I want to see it.
And with respect to the individual officers, that's the
Oh, no. Snerdley says dismissed without prejudice on the counterclaims. Wait a minute. Oh, so they can make a first amended complaint or first amended answer. They'll amend their answer and re-add the counterclaims if they want, curing any deficiencies that Kurt was kind enough to. Whoops. Kurt was kind enough to point out those deficiencies for them, right? Like, oh, you didn't say this and this and this. And then he talked about it. So now they get a chance to. That's even better. They're done without prejudice. Okay. So they could bring them. I guess that's. Is he going to talk about that?
thing that we needed to compel, because the individual officers have not participated in discovery despite our discovery request, which was addressed to all of them. And so they didn't respond.
Your grooming is only almost complete, Wildling Soul. Neebs Gaming, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. There can be only one.
And so our claims against the individual officers are still looking a little shaky, but hopefully those will be developed through.
Wait a minute. I thought things were going well and you were at good posture. So your claims against the officers are looking a little shaky. What did I miss out of that? I didn't hear how we got to shaky claims.
And with respect to the individual officers, that's the thing that we needed to compel, because the individual officers have not participated in discovery despite our discovery request, which was addressed to all of them. And so they didn't.
So there's this weird issue with officers in discovery. It's sometimes really fucking hard to get individual officers to give up information. That's tough. One of the problems that you've got here is how are these officers acting outside the scope of their duties? Because you should be suing the police department or sheriff's department or whoever, and the sheriff maybe, or the police chief. The individual officers being sued they're gonna have qualified immunity if they're acting within the scope of their duties. You're saying they executed a search warrant that was facially valid. I mean, your qualified immunity claim is really tough here.
They didn't respond. So our claims against the individual officers are still looking a little shaky, but hopefully those will be developed through the discovery that we will obtain.
Will obtain is a tough one. And again, who knows what the judge's order to compel says? I don't know. I'll have to go find these things. And we'll do a show on them, on all the documents, or I'll skim them and see if there's anything we're really missing.
So we will see how that all goes. And then, we will try to deal with the motion for summary judgment that's pending.
Art, I have something that was sent to me. I know not everybody is familiar with Karmic, but I've got something that was sent to me that might be worth it. That's all I'm saying.
Against us on a lot of these issues, mostly qualified immunity. Qualified immunity, for those of you who know, it's a bitch.
Oh, hey,
so
qualified immunity.
It is quite possible. And, I've already obviously talked to my client about all this. We've talked about the strengths and weaknesses.
Holy fuck. What are you doing? Kurt, stop immediately. I'm not your lawyer. Stop. What are you doing? Do not talk about what you and your client have discussed. Are you serious? What are you doing? Live in General has gifted 5 memberships to the channel. 5 beautiful members. Bring us to 36 members for the night. That is really terrific. Thank you for that, of course. Really appreciate it. Why are you talking about what you're talking with your client about? That's insane. That is insane.
weaknesses of parts of our case, but it is quite possible that we'll lose some of our coverage. So it is quite possible, and I've already obviously talked to my client about all this. We've talked about the
I rewound it.
strengths and weaknesses of parts of our case, but it is quite possible that we'll lose some of our causes of action. This has been anticipated.
This is
So,
weird.
in the event that, in the event someday that, there's at least a partial summary judgment, that's partially anticipated. I guess it'll depend on which ones the court does. I mean, I'm not going to.
I can't imagine representing someone else and talking about the case during the pendency of the case. I can't imagine doing that. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And I did have clients while starting up my YouTube channel and while my YouTube channel was going, I didn't talk about their cases until they were done, if ever.
Tell you which ones I think are weak. So if it goes the way, if the ones we think are weak or the ones I think are weak are
We think? Oh, you dummy. That's the face. That's priceless right there. Oops. You just said the ones we think are weak. Oh, those privileged communications you had with your client discussing which of your claims was weak and were expected to fail? That's interesting. Why'd you just tell the world about that, Kurt? Fucked that one up, though, didn't you? Fuck that up.
I guess it'll depend on which ones the court does. I mean, I'm not going to tell you which ones I think are weak.
Yeah, why would you? Don't tell us which ones you think are weak, even though those are the ones you could say, like that's what you could talk about. You shouldn't, but you could. What's this next part?
So if it goes the way, if the ones we think are weak or the ones I think are weak are ruled against.
Oh, right there again. He just knows. He knows that was a fuck up. You should not be talking about what you and your client talk about.
Then that will have been anticipated. And, we'll deal with hopefully the rest. But our position against the county is pretty good, and our position against the guy is pretty good. So our Monell claims are pretty good against the county. All of our claims, including our state action claim against the guy.
Tracy Collins says, I'm gonna need you to go to the comments. We'll do it as soon as we're done. We'll once we close out, or once he finishes the video, we'll go to the comments.
Are still pretty solid. And we'll see how we do on the individual officers. So yeah, we'll see. But we'll see. But it's quite possible we'll lose some of the causes of action, particularly on qualified immunity. But there's some other ones that are a little bit shaky too, which I'm not going to tell you about because,
So the real question, and I don't know the answer to this. I don't know the answer to this, but this is a funny thought, okay? This is a funny thought. Kurt's got a state actor theory on the guy, right? We all know that Kurt's got a state actor theory on the guy. So now Kurt has made a state actor in his mind, or they made a state actor in Kurt's mind. It's like, oh, he's a state actor now. I don't know the answer to this, but in a state actor or quasi-state actor theory, do they get qualified immunity that would be shared by a similarly situated person? So they're deputizing this guy. Does he then enjoy a qualified immunity to defense? I don't know. This is one I need to ask someone and maybe do a little research on, because that's a really interesting concept, right? Like, oh shit, I'm going to make this guy a state actor. Oh, you're so cool. Except if he's a state actor, then should he be allowed the protections that the state would be affording their employees? Oh, fuck.
The opposition probably watches this, and I'm not going to tell them where I think I'm weak. That would be really dumb. Me telling them, however, that qualified immunity is a bitch is not exactly revealing very much, because they, I'm sure, are well aware that qualified immunity can be a bitch and it can be hard to maintain those causes.
and veiny and long and intimidating.
Of action. So me being like, the qualified immunity thing could be a challenge for us. Yeah, news at 11, right? It's like, yeah. So if that winds up being massive news to them, then I don't know, man. It's like, yeah, it's like qualified immunity is really hard.
Kurt explained this in the other video, and just as a summary, there's an issue with the type of actions taken by a state employee if the actions are compulsory and versus if they're discretionary. If they're discretionary, the state actor is entitled to qualified immunity. We want them to make decisions without worrying about getting sued. But if the if the actions are part of if they're compulsory based on policy or law or something like that, they may not be entitled to qualified immunity. So there's questions about whether or not they'll have it.
Might lose those causes of action, or some of them. We'll see. So I just wanted to give you an update on how things are going. And
Tracy Collins, my Westlaw subscription is not active at present because I have not, I went a year without using it, and my Westlaw subscription costs a fuckload. So maybe we'll bring it back at some point. I've always been trying to get Westlaw to just sponsor me. Hey, give me access, and I'll just tell everybody they should use Westlaw.
Progressing, and we'll see how it all goes. But yeah, so that's about it. I don't know if there's any questions or anything. That's about it. Just going well for us. And also, of course, even if we lose on some of the summary judgment stuff, depending on other things, hypothetically at least, those could come back as long as it's not with prejudice, because the court can always reconsider its decisions.
I mean, the court can reconsider its decisions, but if you're losing on summary judgment, they're with prejudice, brother. Summary judgment is a decision on the merits because it says there are no genuine issues of material fact that need to be resolved. So we just apply the law. And when we apply the law, it goes in favor of X person. Those aren't without prejudice. What are you talking about?
So, if we're able to develop evidence at some later time, we can always ask for reconsideration. So as long as we're staying alive on some of it. And, also my clients don't really care how we win, right? Why would they care? So as long as they win on any one cause of action and it causes.
Save the Westlaw money for Starlink. My Westlaw subscription was well over 10 times more than a Starlink subscription. We're in a little bit different spot. And like I said, I haven't used it in well over a year.
Them to be made whole. Why do they really care about anything else? They don't. So if some of the causes of action go away, but we remain alive on other counts and we can get to the end of the page, then, huzzah. Says, we'll see how it goes. So all that great stuff. But I'm feeling.
Which is too bad because Westlaw's AI shit seems great. I would love to use it and fuck around with it and have 50 state research tools again. 50 state research tools is why my Westlaw subscription costs so much, because I didn't normally you would just buy your state and federal or whatever. You probably don't need another state. But since I cover cases all over the country, I had 50 state Westlaw shit. But I haven't used, that's gone. And I never got a chance to use their cool AI stuff.
Optimistic. I mean, I'm feeling optimistic as things.
No AI. The AI stuff is, the AI stuff in Westlaw is made to analyze, law. It's made to do something. I didn't get to see what all their tools were for. I think a lot of those tools were probably for representation, for drafting. And God, why is every pause a mugshot? That's right. How much was it in total? I mean, it was like $1,600 a month, brother. Very expensive. Is enforcing a protection order from another state compulsory or discretionary? It's discretionary, and one of the big problems that Jeremy Hales has on this protection order is Castle Rock versus Gonzalez. And maybe I'll do a show on Jeremy Hales and Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, because that's a huge fucking problem for that protection order. You can't compel a police department in your own state to enforce a protection order, according to the Supreme Court.
Can be. I'm well aware of the challenges that are in front of us. So, I'm well aware of the challenges that confront us.
Are you aware of yourself? Yeah, Ben Frail says lots of niggas losing their law licenses using AI to write their shit right now. Yeah, if you use ChatGPT, if you use Grok, yes. Again, I don't know what the Westlaw AI tools are. When I say for drafting, I think I'm pretty much talking about state-specific templates for things like lease agreements or, liability waivers, stuff that has statutory language that says you need to include this in your document for the document to be valid. Those types of things exist. I don't know that we're talking about drafting briefs that are going before a court or anything like that. I didn't get to play with the tools. I don't know. Art the Clown, 5 more memberships. Thank you, Art. Thank you. That brings us to 41 members tonight, which is awesome. Thank you so much. You guys are crazy. Wonderful.
And I think that, we've already responded to their motion for summary judgment in substantive part.
We already?
So if you want to see their motion for summary judgment, it's on the docket, and you can read our responses to some of that stuff. And hopefully we'll have even more in the future that we'll be able to, once we get our revised discovery, hopefully it'll actually let us get somewhere, and we'll see what we can do. Okie doke. Well, that's all for now. I guess I'm going to sign off and try to go to the gym a little bit, because that will make me feel good. But today was...
How do you go to the gym a little bit? Maybe only parts of him go in there? What do you do?
Good day. Today was a good day for my clients. Today was a good day. We remain alive another day.
Why do you say remain alive? He should be feeling good. This is a good result. He went in there, he kicked ass. That's awesome. We remain alive for another day. I think that might be a psychological insight into what his own assessment of the quality of the claim he is fighting. And now he might be fighting a valiant claim that he expects to lose. And that's because someone's like, no, I want to do this. I want to try. Okay, that's fine. But saying we live another day is crazy. You just won all the motions you filed. And you said your posture is good. So why is it living to fight another day instead of like, hey, we fucking blew them out today. That's awesome. We got a long way to go, but today we kicked ass.
So we'll see. And then, of course, the other challenges, of course, if they lose on the qualified immunity thing, then I guess the question is, are we off to appeal right away? Because we might be off to appeal. So if they lose on qualified immunity, do they go right to appeal?
Yes, of course.
I mean that's.
Yeah, they would immediately appeal because winning would be dispositive of the entire case. So yes, they would go to appeal.
I would probably, if I were them, because it stalls.
Because it stalls? You would appeal because it's dispositive. If you win, you win. You take your automatic appeal. You definitely take it on a qualified immunity case. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe we'll wind up at the Fifth Circuit. Maybe we're all doing a road trip to New Orleans. So anyone want to go visit the Big Easy?
Anybody want to go with Kurt to New Orleans? Doesn't that sound fun? Oh my God, I can't think of anyone I would rather go to New Orleans with than Kurt.
And we might have to be doing a road trip to New Orleans so we can go visit the Fifth Circuit and be like, what do you think about it? So we'll see. Could be fun. All right. Well, till later, my friends. Ciao.
Ciao. I have a feeling that's what you're going to do. Let's take him out of full screen here. Let's get down to these comments. Let's see what the comments say about this. We've got congratulations on a good law day. Keep up the great work. Congrats, so far so good. Congratulations. Your client couldn't have a better lawyer. They can't. It's not allowed. And then get it, Kurt. I think that's all of them. That's it. Yeah. Get it, Kurt. So there we go. Client couldn't have a better lawyer. Not even one. So we have 6 comments there. I'm very proud of him for that. That was that's amazing. Oh my gosh, guys. Okay. All right. Okay. What is this? Hold on. I did say we have something. I did say we have something. Fuck, I don't know if I want to do this. Like, oh, this is so tempting. We're going to. Okay. All right. A couple times now, I've introduced Karmic to the stream. Karmic is another Minnesota streamer. He's an interesting, wild person. I don't quite understand all of him, but I do know that he's a submissive. I've figured that out based on his own public statements. Nothing else. Nothing else. And watching him endure being absolutely humiliated by his girlfriend, Felicia Gillespie, and Kevin Brennan in front of a live stream. So I am 100% confident, and I say this, it's not an insult. It is not a judgment. People's, I don't want to say fetishes or kinks, like that's such an aggressive word. People's preferences are theirs. I'm not here to judge them or mess with them. It's just what it is. It's just what he's after. Now, that's all ancillary to this. He has apparently posted himself doing Michael Jackson's Rock With You. He said he fucking crushed it. So I think this is like a wind down. This is like a wind down, I think, for us, where we get to, like, we had a lot of Kurt, and now we just need some good old Michael Jackson, Rock With You entertainment. Okay? I am a lover of karaoke, so you guys know that I am into this immediately. I've not watched this. This was sent to me, but he posted it on Twitter. So, like, he can't be mad about this. He posted it. He also did say that anyone who uses any of his clips, that he's coming after their channels. I'm gonna have to significantly pause and comment on this. We're gonna add a lot of commentary, and my first commentary is this: these jeans, bro. If you're gonna rock this masterpiece of a jacket, then these jeans, you got to vacuum those boys in. They're a little too baggy. Little too baggy. What are you doing? Michael wouldn't even entertain an outfit like this, but you're not Michael Jackson. That's not your fault. But, like, come on, man. Like, this is sad. He wears this jacket a lot. He should try and find another one or two. I could help him. but he never, ever calls me. Kelly, I'm official. I did not forget the Kurt comments. There's only 6 of them. There's only 6. We went through them. I'm going to refresh just
in the shadows of Baldur's Gate 3.
I'm going to refresh just to make sure that I didn't miss them. Like there were only 6 of them. It just weren't. No, they're still the same. I'll show you. This is them right here. The 6 Kurt comments on the Kurt video. There you go. Hey, look at this. Very meta. But that's it. So, no, I did not skip them. There just wasn't much. People aren't participating a lot. All right. All right, here we go. So, all right. So that said, we got rid of that. Get rid of that comment. Very distracting, Kellyanne, but I forgive you. I forgive you. You do, not your bad. Not your bad. It wasn't your fault. It was Kurt's commenter's fault. All right. So this is just a little wind down, some karaoke from Karmic. It's no joke. I like this guy. I like this guy. I want him to have a good time. Promising immediately promising what is happening. The most important part of karaoke, obviously, is the dance. Garth Brooks did a whole song about it. This is real. Oh, it's loud. Okay, I'll bring it down a little bit. Like, I'm glad I didn't know the way it all would end, the way it all would go. So let's see. I don't actually know how this is going to go, but the dancing part is the most important part of any karaoke. I like it. I'm picking these up. I gotta pick up some of these dance moves. Girl, close your eyes. I don't know why he's saying this is Michael Jackson. Much more Prince vibe. White Prince. I don't even want to say anything else. White Prince is covering Michael Jackson, I think. What is... Okay, it's an interesting choice. It's an interesting choice. His other choice, he did say he has 2 go-to banger karaoke songs that he does. He does Michael Jackson's Rock With You, and obviously he does the most karaoke friendly song you can do, which is Peter Gabriel's Sledgehammer. Which I'm sure Art will agree that if you're gonna get up and do a karaoke session, you pick Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel. Right, Art? Like, that's the one you do. All right, here we go. Let the rhythm get into you. Don't try to fight it. There ain't nothing that you can do. There's nothing you can do. The rhythm's gonna get into you. Like, I'm gonna have to break it up, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the rhythm, we might be safe from it. I'm gonna try and protect you guys. Holy shit. Relax your mind. Lay back and groove with mine. Okay, I still don't get this. That's not Michael. That's a somehow gayer Prince. That's Prince with a cock coming out of his mouth. What? Like, look, I've fucked up some karaoke songs. I've made some weird choices. Like, I'm okay with it. I know, and Karmic must be, right? Like he's posted this. Must be okay with it. Literally required.
Gotta feel that heat, and we can ride the boogie, feel that beat.
Oh no, buddy. You are not his like me today. Oh gosh, we're like kindred. Your vocal cords are not there. You cannot be pulling this off. You got to drop an octave and maybe your balls or something. What the fuck? Random Unbreaded Commenter says, how's this motherfucker managed to be wider than 2000s MJ? I don't know. I don't like, he's an enigma that I don't quite understand, but I'm fascinated.
I wanna rock with you.
Oh. All right. Okay. You guys have to understand. So one time, after getting arrested, so wait, was this after? Trying to think of it. Yes. After getting arrested. Okay. I am in Minneapolis. Actually, this is famous. So I can talk about, well, part of it's famous. I can talk about it. I went to a tattoo convention in July after getting arrested in, in May. I got arrested May 23rd. In July, I went to a tattoo convention in St. Paul, and my wife, Lady Rackets, was with me, and our friend April was with us. And we were in the Twin Cities. We were there to get stabbed by a bunch of needles with ink left behind. So we went and we got tattoos. Okay. We were at this tattoo convention and we were trying to keep it like just lay low. Things were still like whatever. And there's right at the door, there's a motherfucking news camera. And they like, here you go. Look at all these people who come into this tattoo convention. We're like, fuck. So automatically, and it hits the internet. So people know we were there this time. All right. So one of those nights of being there, we decided to go to one of the only like nightclubs that exists in Minneapolis, which is the Gay 90s, which I've been to many, many times. You don't have to be gay to go to the Gay 90s. You used to. Now you don't. And typically there's plenty of hetero people there. It doesn't really matter. But mind you, at this point, none of us are allowed to drink at all. We're all like, we'd been arrested and we're on this. It's complicated as to why, but we weren't allowed to drink or do anything. We were drug tested and stuff like that. So anyway, so we decided, well, we'll go out because they have karaoke at the place. So we get to the Gay 90s. We go inside. I have never seen this many gay people anywhere. And they were all gay men. They're all gay men. I've never seen this many gay men ever anywhere in my life. It was actually kind of like, it was a bit much. It was a bit much because they were all extra. Because it turns out the Chicago Gay Men's Chorus had gone to the club that night to do karaoke. All right. So the Chicago Gay Men's Chorus is in the karaoke room at the Gay 90s, which is like the side bar that's kind of in the front. This is gayer than any of those faggots. Holy shit. And they were really gay. This is way worse. But like the thing I want to bring up is like when he's like that number, that's like drag queen karaoke energy. And it is not great. Not great at all. That's a big no-no. This is a wrong song for this person. You'll make it eventually. Rock with you. Holy fuck. Oh, it's like he's getting choked out by his dom. My man, you looking like you have practice. Holy shit.
Out on the floor.
Why would you do this?
Nobody there but us.
Okay, Michael Jackson is, so I'm not gonna watch that whole. I can't do that. I can't sit and watch that shit. I took my two boys, who are my oldest two kids. I took them to a movie the other night, and one of the previews is the upcoming Michael Jackson biopic. Right, very cool. Michael Jackson's whatever you think about the one thing that's really important, just for a second, you're watching this on stage and they're recreating all these scenes and stuff. And I lean over to my son. I said, you'll never see anything like this ever again. Michael Jackson was a cultural phenomenon that I don't think can happen again. I don't think we can have pop stars like Michael Jackson. I don't think it's possible. Prove me wrong, world. Now, there may be pop stars who come along, bigger followings, bigger concerts and stuff like that. Okay, fine. It's not the same. Like, you see these hood brothers like dropping, fainting. There were reports that people died when they saw Michael Jackson in person. And I mean from forever away. You'll never see anything like that again. And this is this is what he's left with.
Must be love.
Must be love. What are you doing? You're way off key. Holy shit. Speaking of someone who's never off key, I see you sneaking in there. P-Dog Knight. What's up, brother? How you been, man? Thanks for joining the stream. Hope you're doing well. Oh my God, I can't. Oh, no, this is not Camelot. This is Karmic. And I think Karmic might get some time on one of the member shows that we have coming up really soon, because he just had a cataclysmic meltdown on stream, and you guys it's hard to explain him without you experiencing him. Art says, so far nobody is getting it. Yeah. That should be pretty obvious. P-Dog Knight, I love that that's the first place you went. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Dragonfly says, how did he make this sound like the theme from Love Boat? I legit don't know. He's like doing a shitty Prince impression, man. It's weird. I don't like it. I don't get it. Someone sent it to me. It's like, oh God, this guy has so much insane potential for mockery, and I don't quite know how to handle talking about him. I really don't, because you got Kurt, and Kurt has his own special drama with the universe that I'm in. But because of some associations, I got pulled into this other place called the Dabbleverse, which I've tried to explain also. It's a very, very odd location. And I don't know how to, these places on the internet exist. They're just out there. You can just stumble into them at any time. Speaking of stumbling, Art the Clown, not stumbling into membership is what I meant, but Art is helping someone stumble into membership. I wasn't actually meant to imply you're stumbling. You seem very dexterous, sir. Thanks, Art. Of course, 42 memberships for the show, which brings us to the magic number. Random unbreaded commenter says the level of fudge packery on display is astounding. It is. It is unreal. It's like it shouldn't be there, but it is. And everything he does is like this. Holy shit. Aaron has gifted a membership as well, and Cat Black has gifted a membership. Holy shit. We are now at what? 44. We're 44. That's just, you know, that's a good number. That's a good 42 is a good number too. Hitchhiker's Guide and everything, but 44 is great. All right, guys, it is 4:40 in the morning. We've had a 5-hour show. I think we've had this has been a pretty good one. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We finally got through the Kurt stuff. So we can take a break from Kurt until he does something interesting again, which will be a while, I think. But if he cooks, man, obviously I'm in. And I'm always kind of skimming and looking for things to talk about with him. But like the goal is not to talk about Kurt all the time. There was a lot to get through. We had to get to this point with him. Driveway Discussions wants me to play the vid. Hold on. You sent it on Twitter? Oh, there we go. There we go. Wait a minute. Which one? Which vid are you talking about? This 160-mile-per-hour police chase, that one? Fletcher boy, I have to see. Oh, Aaron, bringing us to 45 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Aaron. You are amazing. 45. Okay, so you want me to play this? Is this you? Oh, no, this is someone else. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Hold on. Let me take it.
And
okay, so I think this video is supposed to be Kurt in a like alternate dimension Kurt that isn't him. Does that make sense?
I see a cop on an overpass, and I'm
okay. The lisp got me immediately. I don't like it. I don't like that at all. I feel like something's wrong with
at
it.
about 160. I have 50 miles left on my
Oh, sorry for the echo. It's not like you said anything important.
tank, and I'm like, okay, I have to bring up the speed.
He does sound like Kurt. I don't like it.
Like this guy's chasing after me, right? Turns his lights on, comes down this overpass, roaring like he is coming.
Roar.
And I'm like,
he's roaring like he's coming. What do you get up to, good sir? Roar! I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
all right, here we go. I'm like, I'm probably gonna get arrested, but let's see how this goes because I got 50 miles, so I can pick. I have some exits to pick from to fuel up, and I want to get as much distance as I can. I'll be far enough to get gas, 5-10 minutes, get back in the car, and then bring them on an additional chase that they send.
This sounds like a good idea. Let's bring the cops on an additional chase at 100 plus miles an hour.
Cops out and just keep going until I get to the next state, which is only like 150 miles away, which is...
It's just like an hour away. No big deal. Melody says, love you. Tons, Nick. Thank you for being you. You too, Melody. Thanks for being here.
Basically a tank of fuel in the R8. So I just keep accelerating and I bring it up to 180, 190. I notice that, okay, realistically now with the gas I'm burning through, I'm going to have 30 or 40 miles. As I'm cruising, I lose the cop in maybe a minute. Like you can't see him anymore and I never saw him again.
Yeah.
But then I pass a second cop that's sitting in the median who immediately rips out, starts chasing me. Lose him.
Just losing everybody. Losing everybody. Tug Simp, we got a second.
Then I see a third cop. As I'm getting closer to the exit, I maybe have 10 miles left on my tank.
I wasn't planning
I
on
have
playing
to
this
go to
one,
this
but-
exit. I can't make it one more exit past. I text my fiance who's in the air. I'm like, I'm probably going to jail. Like, we'll see how this plays out. But I saw the last cop like 5 minutes ago or 4 minutes ago. And it's just a little too recent to feel comfortable. I have to get gas. There's no other way. And
usually having so much gas makes me uncomfortable. Alaskan. TDW says, Nick, thanks for choosing to come back to streaming. I'm sure being a public figure isn't easy. So thank you for taking all the slings and arrows to make us happy. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's not always easy. That's rarely what I'm actually what I'm dealing with. But for a time that was different. But these days, I don't mind that stuff as much. When I'm having struggles, it's not with that. It's not with substances. It's just there's other aspects of life that are kind of rough sometimes, and you kind of go through them. That's it. But you guys, in being here, this is therapy for me. I get to have fun for hours and hang out with a shitload of people. It's oh my gosh, recharge my fucking gas tank.
And this is, the one problem with not having a fuel tank, but it's also kind of luck, right? Because your fuel tank could have been near empty too if you had, a fuel cell or something like that. So, part of Cannonball, I think at this point is.
Oh, it's Cannonball. Okay, this makes more sense. So the Cannonball Run is a race from, it's New York to San Diego or LA or something. I don't know. It's this long fucking race that they do, and everybody's insane. They driving all over the place and dodging tickets and probably murdering babies. Okay. Let me see. Tug Simp also sent a video. We'll take a peek at that, and then this will probably be the wait, is it this Tug Simp? Is this one with Tim Pool? Is that the one?
When it came to the destruction of the United
I'm not watching 11 minutes of Tim Pool, though. I'm going to say that right now. I have limits. I can't. Tim was really nice to me when he brought me out to his place or whatever. But I just cannot watch 10 minutes of Tim Pool. I don't consume his content, and that's fine. That's fine. Other people can.
When it came to the destruction of the United States, Abraham Lincoln said, "We will do what must be done to save our country." Right now, Trump is not even going that far. Trump is not going far at all.
Bro, I'm not listening to Dashboard. I'm listening to Mayday Parade.
We're going to do a sit down on Tim Pool's live show. Tim has a very large show here.
Show? That's what you went with? Very large what? Show, huh?
A conservative commentator. Did he used to be on the left?
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to be on the left, didn't he? Yeah, Tim. Yeah, so this is all the things I want to hear. So we've got an agreed sit-down podcast with Tim.
All the things you wanted to hear was that Tim Pool was on the left prior? Oh, okay. That's what you said. I didn't say that, Tommy.
Because
this is Tommy, what's his name? Tommy Robinson? Tommy Robinson, which is a guy who gets arrested for talking in England, I think.
Most people like this, I see these people with their shows, they rise up. I don't know their life stories, and I want to know. I'm a nose.
He's got a blue penis koozie on his microphone, so I like that.
Little fucker. I want to know everything about, what brought him there, what made him have those views, what are his views on this. So I'd like to sit down with him. Very balanced. He is very balanced and very fair.
So he doesn't fall over, I guess. He's very balanced. Can he skateboard still? I think so. This guy is playing it. Is this Ian over here? This guy? Here's this guy. And I love... I'm not trying to be a dick in any way. These people were all really nice to me. Fucking hell. Where was it? These people are all really nice to me, but look at the attire.
About what brought him there, what made him have those views, what are his views on this. So I'd like to sit down with him. Very balanced.
I don't even know who this guy. You got just this guy standing around in a hoodie that a windbreaker that his mom got him.
He is very balanced.
That's I think that's Phil Labonte right there. He's like, I'm Chadley. I'm in a, I'm in a t-shirt because everybody else is in fucking weird half sweaters.
And very fair. So I think he started on the left, come round to Republicans now, I guess. Well, we'll find out, won't we? But we're on our way there. We've got a 2-hour drive. I'm on British time. I've been up since 3 a.m, 3:30 this morning. So I'm going to have a little snooze in the vehicle on the way. But yeah, we're going to do...
Dude, that drive from like the airport to the Tim Pool compound, or well, to the hotel near the Tim Pool compound. The guy who picked me up was like super nice and talkative and stuff, but like that drive is brutal because you just get off the plane. You're just like, fuck, now I got 2 hours still?
We're going to do a 2-hour live show with Tim. Then we're coming back, and then my biggest decision for the evening is, what are we going to eat? What do you want to eat, Aidan? Steak was good last night, wasn't it? Steak was very good. Went for a steak. Brian treated us to a steak last night. Beautiful, wonderful. So we're probably
really glad
I'm
you
paying
had
tonight,
steak.
so we'll go to McDonald's.
Yeah, there's nothing by the hotel. Like I went to the grocery store and bought a rotisserie chicken, and then there's a McDonald's. That's it. There's nothing there. He's like, oh yeah, I had a steak last night. That'll be good. We'll probably get McDonald's. You're gonna. There's nothing else.
Yeah, and you're allowed a Happy Meal. Yeah, mate. I still go to McDonald's. I get a double quarter pounder. I get a triple cheeseburger, and I get nuggets every time. Man. I kill it. Oh god. Anyway, but when Jim's
I like that. I needed Tommy Robinson's order.
Cheese wings. Usually got the onion wings, isn't it? I'm going for the healthy one, and then go.
Or got muscle milk. I don't want to make fun of these guys. Like, I don't have anything against them. It's just like when someone's like, hey, bro, I got some muscle milk. I'm like, all right, yeah, get it. So remind you of home?
The crisps. What else? You see, some places,
don't say crisps. Don't say crisps. Crisps. Don't say that shit. Get deported. Someone get ice. I'm going to need ice.
Worse crisps.
Are they?
Pathetic. It's actually pathetic.
Step here.
Do you want to take that?
Yep. Oh wow. He has actually got a skate park.
Yeah.
This is real. This is inside Tim Pool's house. This is inside his house. I'm not joking. I had to sign a fucking liability waiver, and I wasn't going to skate. What do I look like? Some sort of heathen? He's like, oh, sign this liability waiver. I'm like, why? He's like, well, because we have a skate park. Well, I'm not going to go on it. Like, my ankles, I value them.
He's actually got a skate. He's a skater. It's just, look, he's got his own skate park. Look at the flag.
That's cool. I would totally do a kickflip off of it.
Oh, come on, lads. Oh, we've got the blackjack table. We've got the gym.
I'm just old.
Do you know what? I'm going to go home and set one of these up in England. For our TV. Look.
Oh, someone said, I think he moved. This might be at his new place, a separate building. This does, okay, in fairness, now that I think about it, this looks like a separate building. The one that I went to, it was in the house, and it was still fucking huge. But it looked more like a house on the inside.
They got their poker with the boys' table. Ledge.
Bro.
How are you, bro?
Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming, dude.
Nice one, bro.
Really excited to have you.
Yeah.
Both of these men are 5'7".
This is a logo for a company that was called Independent Trucks. And I believe we might have some in here somewhere. These down here.
Yeah.
So with the orange bushing.
Yep.
Those are indies.
I didn't skate when I was young. What are you talking about? I didn't say I skated when I was younger. I said if I tried skating now, I would die. I'd break a hip and I'd be done in like 7 weeks. Like my aunt, great aunt or whatever.
And you'll notice on the there's no symbols anywhere. It used to have that logo.
Because that looks like my pro.
Yeah. Yep.
This is the...
Yeah, if you're on this skateboard, you literally can't be canceled. It's pretty cool.
The most iconic skateboard logo in history. It's 70 years old.
That's the most iconic skate logo in history. I don't know how to verify that, but I believe it. I'm not sure why it's important, but I do agree.
There are people with tattoos.
It's very rare, but he has several of them
On their chests. These stickers exist. Every skate park you go to, you'll go to a park that's been around for a long time, like an indoor, and the symbols everywhere. And then one day, a few years ago, Independent Trucks announced they were retiring.
True, my point being you didn't do it back in the day either, probably because it was too hetero. But I didn't claim to do it back in the day, probably because it was too hetero for me.
The logo because it was racist. This is not an iron cross. Yeah. This was a symbol originally that came.
No, it's made of probably vinyl and adhesive. Why would it be an iron cross? Tim is not a materials engineer, as you can tell.
Came from a manufacturing company that made bolts, and they appropriated, or they liked it. They used it.
It's like the Hindu symbol and the Nazi symbol.
No, I mean...
No, what I mean is, have you seen the Hindu symbol?
Of course.
It's the same as the Nazi.
The Nazis inverted it. They wanted to steal that vibe.
Yeah.
This was literally just a...
Is this Theo Vaughn, like right here? Like, who's this guy? Oh, no, it's that Cody Mack. Cody fucking Mack. I don't know who that is. I don't know enough about skateboarding. By not enough, I don't know anything about skateboarding except for that Skate or Die video game.
Maltese cross. It's used by U.S. Marines. There are troops today. It doesn't mean white supremacy. So when they announced...
Well, I mean, can we make it mean white supremacy? Can we get, like, it? What is it, lazy? What's up, Courtney's Fellowship Oddballs? I like the tie, too. Thank you. Sean says, hello, Nick. If I saved up my prescribed Adderall and took it all at once, they'd be able to tell with a drug test. Thanks. It really depends. You know, part of your drug testing experience, depending on how many, like, depending on the length of time that you're drug tested, is to establish your kind of like baseline things. So if you have prescriptions and they're like, oh, you have a Ritalin prescription, your Ritalin level is probably going to kind of like look like this, right? It's going to look like this. All of a sudden you have a good Sunday and it's like, they might guess at that point, like that you pounded a whole bunch. I don't know. So it's going to depend on your levels. It's going to depend on when you test. My advice to everybody, the same advice I take, you don't try to beat the test. Don't try to fool the test. Just pass the test because you're not using anything inappropriately. Tug Simpson says, I meant the YouTube video before this one. It's cooking. Oh, thank God. Hold on. I want to see Tim cook a little bit.
They were getting rid of it. I immediately announced I was taking it. And I said, if you're going to abandon the logo.
Okay,
if you're going to let the logo go, it's mine.
So then we make this, and now I own the most iconic symbol in skateboard history.
That's good.
Oh, great. Yeah.
And you guys thought Tim Pool was poor. Okay, let's see what this other one was. Oh. This is an Asmongold clip. Tug Simp, you're lucky I like you. I don't know if it's going to play, though. It's not, I'm not having, hold on. Okay, I think I got it now. This one's only 2 minutes, but it is 2 minutes of Asmongold, so it's kind of like 10 minutes.
A high trust society. That will mean defending our culture. That will mean resisting the relentless creep of radical Islam. That will mean banning the burqa, outlawing Sharia law, blocking.
So this guy's like, I want to ban the burqa and outlaw Sharia law, which is good. I agree with that. Except I do have a modification. Anyone over 260 pounds should have to wear a burqa at a water park.
Cousin marriages and reimposing our Christian-based rule of law.
As Feminital says, Asmon has the best content lately. People always like say that. Every time I've watched Asmongold, it's not my thing. It's not my thing. I don't want to talk bad about the guy. I know like he's just a new streamer and I don't want to, I don't want to shit on him or anything. But it's just, it hasn't been my thing. So like, I need someone to send me a good Asmongold video. Shadow Dancer says, Nick is a height supremacist. literally Hitler. That's true. It's true. I'm proud of it too. I worked really hard to become, this much of a hateful monster. Okay. Here we go.
Oh my God.
No, actually, oh my, not Allah, I think is what you're supposed to say based on the video you were just watching.
He's saying it. Bro, what the fuck? This is amazing.
Tugsim, you're saying it's not this video either? Okay. Maybe we need to have a talk about how many videos you sent me. Is it the YouTube short? Oh, maybe it's this one. I think it's this one. I didn't see this one because it didn't have a preview. It's your fault. Somehow. I think it's this one. I see nothing wrong with this so far. This looks like the start to a good evening. This is what Aaron Imholt described me doing to the police. What am I watching? Why did you send me this? The fuck is this? Oh, I heard like 15 ladies from the chat go right then. Yeah, get it. Grab those eggs, right? Woo, scramble them. I'll slice that bread, girl. Okay, I don't like the ASMR switch. I'm not comfortable with that. Is that a fig jelly? What is this shit? Strawberry plum? What is that? I don't want that. That's not grape. That's all you got? That's all you got is The world was in your hands. The world was in your capable, slappy, spanky hands. And you're like, Fake ass. What's her face? Who's this chick look like? Not that, it's not her. The chick from Mean Girls, that was the weather girl. Who is also in Les Mis. What's her name? She's in the new movie with Sydney Sweeney where she's the not hot woman anymore. It's like, no, here's your younger replacement model. It's kind of funny. I like that girl. Amanda Seyfried. Yes, thank you. Thank you, dork girl. Nailed it. I like Amanda Seyfried. I don't care how much they keep trying to tell me that Sydney Sweeney's hotter than her. I still like her okay. Okay. Tug Simp, that was funny. I actually forgive you for all of the other stuff that I had a list of that I was mad at you about. I've forgiven all of that. No, thank you. That was good. That was a good video. Sorry if you heard that little, like, this thing sometimes whines. Okay. Well, guys, I guess that's about it. It's 5 in the morning now. It's 5 in the morning. I accidentally watched too much Tim Pool and Asmongold. I'm angry about those things. I'm very fucking mad that I have watched Tim Pool and Asmongold, and it wasn't even what was supposed to happen. I'm working on it. I'm working on it, brother. Or sister, as it were. Wait a minute. Psyche Soap says, no mean to disrespect, but damn, dork girl's hair is amazing. So I don't think you understand how to disrespect women properly. I don't think you understand it. I do offer classes on how to properly disrespect women, but I don't think you nailed it here, bud. I don't think you nailed it here. I don't think that was it. You're gonna have to go back. You're gonna have to figure something out with that. That was not right. Am I going live tomorrow night? I think you mean like Saturday. The plan currently is yes. The plan currently is yes. I don't know exact timelines, time frames. It's kind of the current plan. We'll see how that works out. Yeah, ask Kurt how to do it properly. Exactly. And really, I stole the course from him. I just didn't. I just had AI put my face there. Dork girl, you do appear to have very, very lovely locks. Like, I can't believe that this is happening on my stream. I can't believe this. He's never going live again. It's Jover. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. You're welcome, Sadie, the fart bag lady. That is why is that a name? Driveway discussion says I could totally BD a guest. I'm not sure what BDing a guest means. Like I have to protect my guests, and if you're gonna run around trying to BD them, I can't get into that. Okay. All right, guys. I think that's it. I hope you're getting paid for it. They're putting a shitload of ads interrupting your live stream. I do get paid for ads. I wish they weren't interrupting you. That's weird. Like I don't know how they work. They told like I was under the impression that memberships took ads away. Although I do see you are a filthy white. Someday we'll change that. But also, you know, there's YouTube Premium. But no, they do pay me for ads. Handsomely. It's really like a nice part of things as I come back. I do apologize when they like kind of get in the way. When they get in the way. But hopefully that's not happening too much. And this is the end of the show. There's nothing even happening. I'm just waiting. I'm sitting here live until all of you are gone. It's not true. I wasn't going to actually do that. It's just at this weird place where like I'm kind of tired, so I don't want to go, but like I probably have stuff to do. Keep me up, so I'll do that. Hold on. Saying goodnight to P-Dog. It's a decent dude right there. That is a decent dude. And with that, by the way, we do have another. He sneaks in at the end. This motherfucker joins on locals for a year. P-Dog dropping a 1-year locals membership. Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, guys. It's been really a fun show, and that's what I aim for. I hope you guys have a blast. I really do. When I do these shows, and I'm trying to do just a shitload of them. A shitload of them. Arrange my days so that I can do more of them. I've been working on that behind the scenes with Lady Rackets, and she's been really working to try and help me find like good places to do that and a good pattern and rhythm to get to it. And I think Corey Richins, I think we're going to start covering that on Monday, and we're going to see how that trial goes. If that trial is trash, I mean, I'm going to give it a little time, but if it's just boring garbage, because it's like 4 weeks long, and if it's just going to be garbage, I don't want to do it. But I want to do it if it's good. And I think there's a lot of potential for it. So we'll get it started up. Maybe we can find some friends who'd be willing to join on the show. I don't know about you guys, but like looking at everybody doing live trials and stuff on LawTube, like with Karen Reed, One thing I noticed is it's just one person everywhere. Just a million ones. And, if people are looking to recreate the magic of Depp and Rittenhouse, you're going to need more people. You're going to need that panel was valuable. It was beautiful, but it's hard to get people to do it. It is. Now, some people are out there and they're just like, fuck all y'all. I'm Emily Baker. I got 1 billion people watching me at all times. Cool. Emily can kick ass and do that. That's great. But for a lot of other people out there, I just see like one person sitting there like this all day. Like half the time it's me because I'm looking at myself. But like, yeah. Okay. So like the state's medical examiner is going to come up now. Like that is not it. You need a friend or two. You don't need 9. What is the case about? It's about a woman poisoning her husband. So actually, it's just about, a husband listening to his wife talk for the first time ever and dying from it. Because that you can't do that. It's very toxic. In case anyone's unclear, that's a joke. I actually really like when Lady Raggeds talks to me. I wish she would ever. All right, guys, I am going to go take care of some stuff and get some kids to a speech tournament. You guys have been wonderful. I love you all very dearly and dramatically and probably in inappropriate ways. And I will see you hopefully later today, Saturday. And until then, have a good night. Peace.
So pour out an odd bag of Balmore at Lafroig. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the problem better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have.